anything about any type of other quarterback openings. And really, a lot of teams kind of think they already have their guy or they're going to draft their guy tonight. And I don't know where Garoppolo fits in that equation.
I mean, does Garoppolo really, I mean, I don't want to be mean, but does Garoppolo really fit in the NFL? Like, think about all the hate he got from the Super Bowl for his poor performance that game and so on. He got injured and, it's kind of been a downhill slope. But, like, Rob, where would he fit? The only other place I could see him fit would be Houston out with the Texans because they are a complete disaster. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, Houston makes sense. I mean, if they're looking to move on and Deshaun Watson's looking to move on, I don't know what's going to happen with that situation. That is a whole nother story. But
that's a whole nother show.
Oh, exactly. But, I mean, there's a lot of I think there's really a lot of teams out there that I just can't afford a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. He's got a few years left. He's making a lot of money. I mean, I guess you could say maybe like a Carolina. I know Sam Darnold they got him for nothing. They traded away Teddy Bridgewater, who was making a bunch of money, and he was overpaid. So I mean, you have to look at a team that I don't think Carolina is willing to spend a ton of money on a quarterback right now. So yeah, I mean, it's really slim pickings for Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, he's at the perfect mix where he's 30 and he's hurt a lot and he's just getting paid way too much money. So it makes it a lot harder to trade a guy like that to a perfectly suited team that needs a quarterback. Maybe you look at Washington too, but they got Fitzpatrick. So there's a whole mess of teams out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree with that. One topic I want to jump on is quarterbacks. Has been quarterbacks so far. But, John, before the show, you mentioned 5.5 quarterbacks, over, under. Where do you think, how many quarterbacks are we going to see go in this first round? Because there's a lot of good prospects on the board.
Yeah, so it's set at 5.5. To me, it's a no-brainer under, right? Because when do we ever see 6 quarterbacks in the first round? That seems a little much. The trick is what the Bucs do. If the Bucs go quarterbacks, that could bring us to 6. Reason, I think it's going to come down to they can still go quarterback. We're still only going to get 5 because I think one of the two between whoever doesn't get the 49ers don't pick between Mac Jones and Trey Lance and Justin Fields. One of those two is going to slip, okay? So that alone is going to leave you at 5. So 5 is my lock for number of quarterbacks taken.
So
anybody got 6?
Listen,
anybody got 6?
Here's the thing.
It's up to the Bucs. Table 6.
It's up to. See, I wanted to pick under. I told you before the show I was going to pick under. I kind of wish you'd go up.
Well, dude, I can't. I'm not going to pick 6 quarterbacks to go in the first round. That's absolutely outrageous.
David Mills, 32.
I like David Mills a lot. I like David Mills more than a lot of these guys, but he's such a mystery because he's played so few of games. And ultimately, I wouldn't even be surprised if we only end up with 4 because there's so many quarterbacks in this draft.
Isn't it crazy, though, how many quarterbacks are going to go early? Look at previous
is crazy,
years, right?
Yeah.
We might have 5 quarterbacks or 4 quarterbacks first 4 picks.
It's a quarterback draft, and that's why I'm so excited to hear from Randy, our 49ers expert, just because, I think the 49ers are the absolute most exciting team in the draft. And this is probably the most exciting draft I've seen for any fan base ever, just because you're going to get your franchise quarterback, but you have no idea who it's going to be.
Except if they pick Mac Jones, then he's going to be miserable.
Here's the thing, Mac Jones.
You're an Alabama guy.
I will defend all of the Mac Jones slander tonight. That is what I'm here to do. That's my job. He's a good quarterback.
I will throw Mac Jones.
Play against Sarkisian's offense and having success shows he can have success in an NFL offense. Any NFL head coach, Mac Jones is going to be the guy he wants because you can plug him in and play right away. Whereas
gentlemen,
has a much steeper learning curve.
There was a report that was reported on 1043 The Fan that was saying that the Broncos are as close as a done deal to land Aaron Rodgers. Now,
really?
this is just a report.
Who got where's that?
This is just a report. It was sent to me on Twitter, reported from 1043 The Fan. So I don't know how accurate this is, but as close to a deal as can get to done is in the works. Also, those of you watching on YouTube, we apologize for the little audio technical difficulty, I guess. It should be worked out now, so there should be audio the rest of the show. So, sometimes that happens here. UCF sometimes doesn't pay the audio bill, but it's paid now, so we're good for the rest of the show.
Can your sources text me so that I can get those sources?
Your source should be in there. It was sent in a group chat with all of us, so I'm pretty sure
they
that should
pay
be
the
there.
audio bill.
Yeah, make the audio bill payment first and then text
so
the
I'll work
source.
on the audio bill, but also you're in this group chat in which I received this message too. So I'm just saying.
Okay, well,
so if you want to look at that,
Aaron Rodgers on a Broncos.
I'm going to go over to Rob and Nick though. If Aaron Rodgers were to be on the Broncos, they just got Bridgewater, they have Drew Lock, and now possibly Aaron Rodgers.
That just doesn't sound right.
One of them has to be going back. You figure probably not Bridgewater. I'm guessing Locke is gone at that point. But I guess the Packers want Locke or Bridgewater. I don't know what you would give up in that trade. It's definitely interesting. You have to think number 9 is involved for Green Bay there.
Yeah.
Definitely have to get a first-round pick out of that. But, I mean, Drew Lock, one of those quarterbacks you would think, even though
to go
they
to
just
be the
got Bridgewater,
backup,
they'd
though,
have to be
probably.
going back.
Probably backup. I'd assume Drew Lock at that spot.
Yeah, and then you
I'd
move
assume.
Jordan Love to the starting position at that point, yeah.
Yeah, you say you got
Jordan Love would be the guy. I mean, if you invest a first round pick in a guy, he's your guy.
You know who wins, though, if that trade happens? The Patriots win, because that means they can go get a quarterback.
True.
That's good. I mean, that's
Yeah, but
It
I
always
just don't
comes
think
back
they
to the
will,
Patriots with
dude.
you.
Like, it's not what the Patriots do. Every time I can ever remember in my life where the Patriots could do something exciting in the draft.
I want to
they
get
don't.
my hopes up. I want to get my hopes up.
Why? You're just gonna get smashed.
Because if we do draft a quarterback, then I'll be so excited to the point where it's like, okay, it actually finally happened.
What if it's Mac Jones?
Sean,
I'll walk off the side.
I'm going to manifest Mac Jones tonight to New England.
Nick, please don't do that.
Okay,
Nick,
well,
manifesting it.
I do want to
I
say
don't
the
get them- I
Jaguar
don't
guys,
get with the Mac Jones
gentlemen,
slander.
the Jaguars are officially on the clock. So
All right,
if they
let's go.
don't go Trevor Lawrence, I think we just shut the show down.
100%.
As much as that would kill me, because of the amount of time that I know a lot of people have put into this, that we won't do that, but we will do that, if you know what I mean. Like, I would say that would be just as bad as Daniel Jones being drafted. For those of you that don't know, 2 years ago when Daniel Jones was drafted, 3 of the 9 people on set walked off because we could not believe what just happened. So that would be another incident of that. But I think we could all expect Trevor Lawrence to go here. That's why I don't want to dig too much into it. But something I do want to dig into is Tim Tebow sort of announced a return as a tight end today. And most likely, if that were to happen, it would be with the Jaguars. Do we think that's stupid? Like, I think it's stupid, or no?
Yeah, I think it's stupid because, if you're a team, you're basically signing a backup tight end who's going to get more media coverage than your whole roster combined. And I just don't know if you want that distraction in your locker room for like probably a number 3 tight end is what we're talking about.
I mean, I'm probably a number 5 tight end. He sucks. I don't like Tim Tebow. And I was a Florida fan. I just don't like him. He used his name to get where he wanted to. I don't appreciate it. Sean, Tim Tebow, though. Enough Tim Tebow talk. Trevor Lawrence, how's he going to fit in his first year with Urban Meyer?
I would love to talk Tebow.
Sean, you're not allowed to have opinions.
Yeah, that can. Okay, the Tebow thing. Here's the thing.
Okay, go ahead. Fine.
Really quick, okay?
Fine.
That conditioning from what is he doing with baseball conditioning? Like there's a big difference
You run
going
poles?
from tight
you run
end.
from pole to pole?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like he's chewing gum out in the outfield, not doing much.
Nothing wrong with that.
Listen, I'm just calling it like it is. He wants to go play tight end. He wants to block. Like, give me a break. I will.
Dude, have you seen him?
Dude, it's just because of
Still
Urban
looks
Meyer.
like
I
a tight
guarantee
end.
it's because of Urban Meyer.
Well, yeah, of course. But I just think, first of all, you're getting Trevor Lawrence in there, right? I don't know what kind of message. I don't know message is the right word, but Tim Tebow is a quarterback.
But also, Sean is right in the sense that, like, you could draft a tight end in, like, the 5th or 6th round who's probably more ready to play tight end in the NFL right now.
But just
than
because it's
Tim
Urban
Tebow.
Meyer, like, it's a big story.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I would assume so. But,
Like, sorry, my last thought on this. Like,
Go ahead.
6th or 7th, probably even 8th or 9th best tight end in this draft is more ready to play tight end in the NFL than Tim Tebow.
I mean, I don't know about that. Tight end's a really hard position to learn, and at least Tim
Yeah.
Tebow's a grown man.
Yeah, but these guys have already learned the position of tight ends.
I mean, Tim
Like,
Tebow
these
looks
are
like
tight
he
ends.
can go right in and at least be. I mean, let's face it. We're talking about a 5th-string tight end. I mean, I'm ready to move on to Trevor Lawrence. At
All
this
right, let's
point.
move. Well, over under. What's the time at with the Jags? Like, is it over under 5 minutes that they take to choose Trevor Lawrence?
I think they take the full 10, right?
Like, that's ridiculous,
Isn't that
though.
tradition?
I don't know, because
That should be
I
ridiculous.
think you take the whole time because like that would be the most the Jaguars have had like national media attention in like the past 5 years. So I would probably take the whole time.
That's
Okay,
ridiculous.
So, since we can all, I think it's safe to say Trevor Lawrence is going to go. I want to look ahead, too, because there's a lot of discrepancy from here on out. Who is the second best quarterback in the draft? I think it's Zach Wilson. Some people think it's Trey Lance. Some people think it's Justin Fields. Where are we overall? Bets, guys, we'll go over to you guys first. Who do you think is the second best quarterback?
Okay, who I think's going to get picked second is Zach Wilson. I'm with you on that, Jaret. But who is the second best quarterback skills-wise? I think it's Justin Fields.
Bets, people are smart.
And I think it's a disgrace that he is falling, in the mock drafts as far as he is. Like, I just don't get it. Is it because it's the Ohio State effect? I mean,
It's because he sucks.
No. I
Yeah.
mean,
Wow.
The
Jared.
guy's
He chokes
athletic.
under
The guy's
pressure.
got
He
an arm.
chokes under pressure.
He was one of the only bright spots for Ohio State in that championship game. One of the only bright spots. And in something that should have only raised his stock, it lowered it for some reason. And I just don't get it. I don't know if there's an intangible here. I mean, they always like the intangibles.
Because playing an Alabama defense is as close to an NFL defense you can get in college, and he got demolished.
He lit up Clemson.
Yeah, but it's not even.
okay, but
I'm not
it's
even.
not a
here's
decent
here's my thing.
performance.
I'm not even basing it on that game. But watching the whole career of Justin Fields, I've just never seen a college quarterback of his caliber miss so many throws on just a game-to-game basis. Like, he is very inaccurate, and when they break down the tape, they're gonna see that. Okay?
They played one of the weakest schedules in college football last season.
It's not even about that for me. Like,
Go back a year prior.
Yeah, to me.
I still don't think their schedule was great.
Okay, well, what was Zach Wilson playing?
Yeah.
Last
Zach
time I
Wilson-
checked,
Listen, here's.
I would agree with
last
that.
time I
Zach
checked-
Wilson plays a pro style quarterback. Justin Fields does not.
Justin Fields is the new NFL quarterback.
Thank you.
That's literally the new.
Who are we
that's
basing
where
that
it's
off
going.
of?
Here's
Who
what it
are
comes
we
down
basing
to.
that off of? Kyler Murray?
That's where it's going right now.
He's such a different.
Lamar
player than
Jackson?
Kyler
Who
Murray.
are we basing? Who is the base for the new style of NFL? I want to know. Seriously.
I mean,
wouldn't
the guys
say
that can
it's
move, that are
Patrick
big,
mobile quarterbacks.
Herbert,
Okay,
Burrow,
but Mahomes is
they're
not
all
a
big
run.
and
Yeah,
mobile.
there's
Is not
one,
a
but that's the guy everybody's
Mahomes
trying
does
to
not
get.
run as much as Fields does.
I think they're
No,
pretty
they're two
comparable
different
in the fact that they run. I think they run pretty equally.
Zach Wilson's way more similar to Mahomes.
Okay, so if Justin Fields, if we think is the second best quarterback, where do we think he goes? Because if he goes to the Jets, his career is over. If he goes to the Patriots, his career might be saved. If he falls to the Dolphins, which would be interesting, his career could be half on the bench, half saved. Where do we see Justin Fields going if he does not go to the Jets?
Well,
Wait,
Justin Fields.
So here's. So
What did I
so
say? Did I misspeak?
Zach Wilson
I
is
might
a
have
lock.
misspoke.
Zach Wilson's a lock to go to the Jets. It's pretty much.
I meant Justin
reported-
Fields. That was my fault. Misspoke. Justin Fields.
So
Where
Zach
does he
Wilson
go?
is going to the Jets.
Okay, so where is Justin Fields?
Justin Fields, I really like him in Carolina. Do I think
Number
they're-
3
do I-
to
Gross.
San Fran?
no.
See, that's out of the question.
No.
Three for San Fran is either
Should be.
between Trey Lance or Mac Jones.
Yeah.
My preference would be Mac Jones, but
You're
I
Ale-
do stand alone on that
Let's
one.
preface he's an Alabama football fan.
Is that Alabama
He
bias?
can make every throw on the field, and coming from Sarkisian's offense to Shanahan's offense, it'll be a seamless
Wait,
transition. You can plug him
John,
and play.
John, I'm really curious,
Yeah.
real quick. Mac Jones or Tua, who are you more high on coming out of their drafts?
Tua.
Let's
Oh,
go.
God.
Really?
Let's
No,
go.
absolutely not.
Wait, hold on. We have someone
I'm still
wearing
high
a
on
Tua jersey. I don't know if we can get a full shot of that, but Robert Husby is wearing a Tua jersey. So
still hope.
You're a big Tua guy. Do you think, who do you think would be a better quarterback, Tua or Justin Fields in the NFL?
Man, I mean, we've kind of seen Tua in the NFL,
And
but
he
I mean,
sucked.
it's hard to say.
Oh
but like,
my God.
86 yards a game. 86.
it's too early to say with Tua. It's way too
No, I would
early.
agree. Okay.
When do
way
we,
too
since when do
early.
we write a guy off after half of a season?
Yeah.
Like Peyton Manning would not be in the NFL if that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and also it's the fact of they're going to have a brand new offensive coordinator. They're going to have a better offensive line. They'll probably have better weapons. They already signed a better weapon. Tua needs a full camp, needs full development. Guy was coming off a hip injury. I mean, there's a lot of
Everything
just
he just
factors
said.
going into him just not having the best of first seasons. But you know what? I mean, some guys are slow starters too. Like Herbert being a fast starter doesn't mean that Tua has to be rushed along now just because Herbert won offensive rookie.
So
of the
why
year.
is every Alabama wide receiver coming out and saying that they would rather have Mac
Gentlemen,
Jones over Tua?
I hate to interrupt you, but my favorite part of the NFL draft has begun. The time when Roger Goodell walks out and gets booed, and I can't hear the audio.
can't hear it.
I will go back and watch it. So on the count of 3, can we just give Goodell a nice boo?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Boo! We don't like Roger Goodell. No one likes Roger
He
Goodell.
brought his couch to the draft.
The No Fun
he's a
League,
fraud.
NFL, No Fun League.
He's a clown.
The pick is in. Quickly, if this isn't Trevor Lawrence, bold prediction. If it's not Trevor Lawrence, who do we think it is? We'll just go down the line. John, starting with you. If it's not Trevor Lawrence, who is it?
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, Sean.
Trevor Lawrence.
Okay. Rob, Nick.
I think it's Shad Khan moving the team to London.
London. Nick, do we have anything bold? Nothing?
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. You guys are boring.
I'm sorry.
What do you want
If there
from
was
us?
any other answer, I would.
Even
give it
Joe
to you.
Burrow wasn't this big of a consensus.
Yeah, I know.
Are
He's
you
been the number
sure?
one pick for 2
Andrew
years.
Luck, even Andrew Luck wasn't this big of
No.
a consensus. RG3.
Yeah,
was
think
the
of all the
closest.
first overall quarterbacks.
Cam Newton, yeah. I mean, Baker
Cam,
Mayfield was probably the
Kyler
last
Murray.
one. I think
but
Baker Mayfield was
a
the last
shock.
one.
Baker was a shock.
Because it could have gone to anyone that year.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
People thought
Baker
Donald
did-
was a first overall pick.
Who?
No, it was Baker.
Darnold.
Baker.
No,
he was
I'm
three.
saying people thought that Sam Darnold
Oh,
might have
yeah,
been.
people
the
thought it
first
was going to be
overall
Josh
pick.
Allen, possibly.
There's
like,
a
there
lot of
were
people
so
that
many
I
names.
thought it was going to be Rosen.
That was probably the best, not the best quarterback year, but like the best like questioning year. Like you
Yeah.
did not know what was
Oh
going to
yeah,
happen.
everybody had a different guy.
This
between,
draft's
like,
pretty
5 years.
straightforward.
Joe
I mean,
Thomas looking clean on that.
Okay,
Now when we
so-
get to number 3.
We're gonna assume it's Trevor Lawrence. While he announces the pick, though, does he start right away first games? Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Like
Yes,
preseason
zero
week
doubt
1
in
for.
my mind.
Wait, are they
Yes.
getting rid of preseason?
They
got rid of
lowered
one
the
week.
games. It's only 3, I think.
So he
Shortening
will
it,
probably
thank
play
you,
by
football
game
gods.
2, right? He might just be thrown in the first preseason game.
But I don't think he'll play
why?
the
They're the
whole
Jags.
game. I think they'll probably, just like any starter.
Guys, well, as we all know, it is now official. Trevor Lawrence is officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. I want to say I'm surprised. Is anyone else surprised? No? Okay. Well, so
our
Trevor
team
Lawrence is officially number 16 in the Jags locker room. I can't confirm he'll be 16, but how does he fit in? Because they are not a good team. So he's got Urban Meyer, first-year head coach. He's probably won't succeed that well. But, Rob, what are you looking most out of the rookie?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this guy. I think it's great that he's going to a small market like Jacksonville just because that pressure, if he was playing in a Chicago or, any of these major football markets, I mean, the pressure cooker there is just crazy. But Jacksonville, I think he gets, he gets the faith of the owner. He gets Urban Meyer to come out of retirement, very brief retirement, comes into the NFL. I think there's still a lot of pressure on him, but, I think this is a great move for him. I think he's got, there's a lot to be done with Jacksonville. Jacksonville needs a lot of defensive help. They need, offensive line help for sure. But I think he's got some good targets. Laviska Shenault will be in his second season. DJ Shark is solid. James Robinson really impressed last year. I think his offense is decent. I think it definitely needs help. But no, I think this is foundation for building a franchise team. I mean, it starts with the quarterback. Once you get the franchise quarterback, that's the hardest part of building up your team. So getting Lawrence, this absolutely fast tracks that, and now it's time to build around him. And Jacksonville's going to have some picks to do that. So we'll see how the rest of the night goes for him.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even announced, it's not even been announced on TV. This is
Yeah, where did it get
ridiculous.
announced? That was my question.
No.
The
No,
internet
it has
says
been
that.
official sources on Twitter, and
Oh.
my producer in the background screamed in my ear 1,000 times that it was official. So if it's wrong, blame Johnny Jackson. 'cause
Listen,
he
please,
confirmed it.
our thing is so far behind. Trevor Lawrence is fine, but I want to.
No, I don't think it's behind. Twitter's raging, saying, "Can we just start the draft?" Because apparently they're doing a bunch of stuff.
I
that
do
no one
not
cares
tell us
about.
the pick. I want to.
Oh, they
they
just
just
started
went
the
on
clock.
the clock.
Oof.
Okay, over under 5
It's
minutes.
like they've announced it though.
No, it's
Over
going to
under
go the whole
5
10.
minutes.
It
Apparently
always goes
they-
the whole 10.
Apparently he's already been drafted. Again, if anything's wrong, we're
He
blaming
knows.
Johnny Jackson.
I
He's
would
had
like-
the playbook for 3 months.
Johnny Jackson, do not
it
tell
is
us the
announced.
pick
I'm
on
seeing it
Twitter.
right in front of me.
We're
It is
looking at the live
By
feed.
who?
That looked like a war room that is deciding who to pick
Sheffy?
right now.
No.
Deciding if it's are they playing chess or checkers. Either way, it says Trevor Lawrence.
But I do think the Jags will be better than people think next year, just simply because let's look back the past 2 years. Like there was moments where this team looked really promising with Gardner Minshew at the helm, and how much better of a talent is Trevor Lawrence than Gardner Minshew? So I think this team's going to be able to win some games. I don't see them as a playoff team, just simply because they have to compete with Indianapolis and Tennessee in a very tough division. But I think they will be better than people think.
No, I think they're going to be better.
We're just
Over
looking-
under
I
5
just want to see
wins.
potential. Over under 5 minutes on this
5
pick.
wins.
Oh, 5
wins.
wins? I would
Well,
say
17
over
games.
5
They have an
wins.
extra game.
Over 5 wins.
Oh, that's actually true.
yeah, there's an extra game.
Okay, so over under 6 wins.
Over under 6. I like them to win 7 games. I like them to win 7 games. They have 2 guaranteed against the Texans right off the bat.
You know what? I didn't think
I like
about
them
that.
to win 7 games. They're going to be a good team.
That's very
they're
true.
Not,
Games.
they're going to be a
Ooh.
great team. They're not going to be a playoff team.
They're not
going to
win
7
six.
games.
A 6-game improvement is
I'd say
so
5.
hard to do in this league.
5
So
wins.
hard to do.
Yeah,
Six
but-
ga- yeah. In one season, yes.
Yeah, I think 5 is ceiling.
Yeah, but this is such a different team. You have your franchise quarterback now. He's a generational talent. Look what Andrew Luck did his first year with the Colts.
That's true.
I think that was a much better situation. I thought with the Colts.
Maybe.
Okay, but the AFC South is not the best. I mean, you got the AFC South. If you look all around, you have the Texans who are a disaster.
Who dropped off a ton from
You have
last year.
you have the Titans who should be good. You have Carson Wentz coming into his first season with the Colts, who probably won't stay healthy to play the whole season, and now Trevor Lawrence. So it's a wide open division, and I mean, unless Derrick Henry runs all over the league again, realistically, that is probably the most open division in the league. Sean, I see you throwing your hands. Do you not agree with that?
No. Derrick Henry is going to run over the league.
Okay, fair.
Again,
That's fair.
100%.
That's
I was
fair.
agreeing with
Third
you.
straight rushing title?
Probably.
Probably.
Yes, probably.
Dude, records are going to get shattered this year also with 17 games. Records are going to be destroyed.
Well, yeah, like,
It's not fair.
hey, it's
but
more
yeah.
football. Listen, one extra game
People
of football.
want more football.
I disagree. I don't like it.
I actually don't like it either.
I don't, but it's
And the
still
Eagles
extra
play
football.
the Jets this year, and I still don't like it.
Listen, man, when these disputes happen, I side with the players. The players don't like it, I don't like it.
I don't like a lot of
Well,
things
because
that
they
the
can get
NFL does.
injured. All it
All it does
injury-wise,
is put more money in the greedy owner's pocket.
100%.
Well, I think the thing that is great about football and their schedule is that football is long enough to keep you entertained, but short enough to leave you wanting more. So I think
Yes.
that's the perfect
Rob
balance.
is so on tonight.
Listen, I came prepared.
Rob is so on.
I came prepared.
And here's the other issue.
Haven't even got the first
Here's
pick
the
in
other
there.
issue. Like teams are already so beaten up, and like at the end of the day, the Super Bowl almost gets decided by which team can survive the injury bug the best.
Yeah.
Okay. So adding another game is not going to better that situation. Unless you want to keep adding more games to get to load management situations. Is
Yeah.
that the football you want to watch?
But let's be honest. Are we gonna we're gonna watch that game, right?
Everybody will.
We're all
Of
gonna
course.
watch that
Yes.
17th game.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just not going to watch it. Actually, I'm going to boycott that 17th game just in
thing.
spite of everyone here
We're
tonight.
all
Well,
talking
Jared-
bad about it.
Yeah,
But the Eagles are
but
going to
Nick-
be in contention for the
but
number
Nick-
one pick, so you
Nick,
won't be
oof.
watching.
Nick, but
Hey,
you know,
I'll take that, Nick. I'll take that, actually. I'll take
yeah,
it.
but listen. You know what I'm going to be saying while I'm watching that 17th game? Man, I can't wait for the playoffs to start.
You know what I'm going to say? Randy just confirmed to me that there is a mistake on Twitter, so that's why we don't trust. See, we have some people that haven't taken principles
Let's just
of
wait until we see
Yeah,
Goodell walk
that's-
across
we'll
the
see.
Back to
stage.
principles.
Sean, we haven't had some people that have taken principles of journalism and don't know the most important rule of journalism is accuracy. not
Accuracy.
speed.
How did you even pass your portfolio?
That's what I passed. Now, see, we know that, but our people in the back did not know that. So, see, everyone out here passed our portfolios and are graduating, but see, those in the background
brain.
might not have realized that yet.
if
So,
true.
you know what? We'll not make that rookie
All right.
mistake again.
I'm taking 5:43.
5:40, so you have 40 seconds before it's going to be over.
This
5
is
minutes.
ridiculous. This
I
is
agree.
I'm sorry. This is
They're
absurd.
taking their sweet
They're-
time.
Yeah, but
They're
like I
going
said,
to keep
this is like the
Yeah.
most attention the Jags have
Yeah,
gotten
when's the
in
next
last
time?
5
Besides
years,
Trevor
so,
Lawrence's
like,
first game, when's
soak
the
it
next
up.
time the Jaguars
So,
are going to
yeah.
get this much attention?
I'm telling you, like right
When
now,
they
like
win the Super
Shad
Bowl.
Khan,
Okay,
Shad Khan
this
is
isn't the
absolutely
Cowboys that get
elated
talked
right
about
now.
every day on First Take for sucking.
Yeah, but technically they've been talked about for the last 2.5 months, or 3 months.
The 49ers have gotten even more coverage though.
That's because
True.
that whole organization right now is up in the air. They don't know what
but it's not the Jags, man.
Guys,
This is
I
the
want to
Jags
take
moment.
take a quick timeout just to talk about the last time the Jags were in the national spotlight, and that was due to UCF quarterback Blake Bortles, who led them to the AFC Championship and were 6 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl against the Eagles. So, what happened though? That team fell off literally rock bottom. Nick, what happened to the Jags?
I mean, the Jaguars, they were flashing the pan, and so was Blake Bortles. And I know that's going to make everybody, us UCF people, upset, but he was a flash in the pan, and it wasn't sustainable football whatsoever. I mean, and then you have the Jalen Ramsey issue. You give him the big contract, and eventually you have to trade him. And they had to unload so much talent, and they're not a good culture. And eventually it was going to come crumbling down. And that's been the story of Jacksonville for years, and I guess that's why we're here, is that Trevor Lawrence really is here to change that culture. And he's coming from a Clemson culture that's been really put together, obviously, and has been very successful with his time there. And you're just hoping that some of that rubs around. But that's really what kind of happened with Jacksonville. It's a culture thing, and it's similar to what Tampa has endured for a while, too.
Blake Bortles is the boat. He's the boat. Jacksonville ruined his career. Blake Bortles is a starter in the NFL. I don't want to hear anything about it. I don't want to hear anything
You
about
are
it.
out of your
He's a
mind.
starter in the NFL. You're telling me he can't go to the
backup on the Rams.
Washington-
Yeah, but I'm off my rocker for the Mac Jones.
You
take.
are off your roster.
No, Sean.
yeah,
Sean,
Sean,
you
you know,
know,
worst-
wait,
one
wait,
of
Sean,
those-
this is
one
the
of
worst
those
take
that
that you
shows
have had
up.
ever.
Yeah, you don't get away with that.
Let's keep
Listen.
order. Let's keep order. Let's
You
keep
can go
order
to if
here.
he goes to the Washington football team. That man is a starter, and he could.
You are out of your mind.
I'm not out of my
Ryan
mind.
Fitzpatrick. Stop. Right. You're.
I'm not out of my mind. Okay,
Guys,
it's very.
let me
Listen,
just remind you. Let's not bleed our microphones. Let's not ruin people's ears at home.
very hard.
I
Guys,
will
I
push you guys all off screen somehow. I think I can do that. Like, I'll push you guys off. Let's
I
keep
have a
some more-
Rogers quote. For
You
this
have a
situation.
Rogers quote. Let's hear your Rogers quote. It better be discount double check.
RELAX.
And what happened after that? I'm pretty sure they lost in the
No,
NFC
we went on.
Championship.
We went on a playoff run.
Yeah, but they lost in the NFC Championship by a lot.
Yeah,
Your
Yeah.
point?
but that was much later.
emotions are high, and
we
we're
had a
not
great
even
run.
with the first pick yet.
Yeah.
Emotions are high. Blake
tense.
Bortles brings a lot of energy to the room.
So we're talking culture. So I want to go and ask a question. What was wrong with the Washington football team? Why did they push Alex Smith out the way they did? Rob, what on earth happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they just saw the situation going into the playoffs. I mean, you know, obviously they were expanded last year. I think they saw that situation. They said, I don't think Alex Smith is the quarterback of the future. Now, I think you could say the same thing about Ryan Fitzpatrick because the guy's pushing 40. But, I don't know. It really was weird. It was a surprise. I mean, Alex Smith came back pretty heroically from that injury, thought it would end his career, and he comes back, actually plays decently, not great, but decently. But I think they're moving in a direction where Fitzpatrick will, you know, maybe they're going to draft a quarterback at some point, you know. But I think with Washington, yeah, it's definitely a question of why they did it. I mean, I think
Nick,
they have
what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird.
I mean, they had to get rid of Alex Smith. I mean, it's obviously a great story and all that, and I'm very happy he made his comeback and he got to have his moment. And he was very good at times down the stretch for Washington, but he was also very bad down the stretch for Washington. That's the brutal reality. It's a great story, but he just he doesn't have it anymore. He did not age as great as we may have liked, and maybe the injury played a part into that. And Fitzpatrick, for whatever reason, you know, I think he doesn't get enough credit for kind of his role in kind of changing cultures. I think Miami is a much better place than they were now that he's gone. And I think that's a testament to him. He's a very steady presence, and you saw the same thing in Tampa. He was a very steady presence. Guys play around him, and this is a Washington team that's in a great position. They have a great defense. He can go there. The pressure's not, you know, extreme right now, and I think they could maybe slip into the playoffs. So I think Ryan Fitzpatrick's a big upgrade over Alex Smith.
Okay, I mean, I could agree with that. I just thought it was very weird the way that it was like the whole storyline, you know, with Ron Rivera and his story and his comeback story with cancer, and then Alex Smith coming back with this leg injury, and then for Washington just be like, see ya, hit the road. I just thought it was interesting. The pick is now officially in. We will wait for Goodell to walk out and get booed again.
Finally.
But you know, Sean, what team would you say has the best culture, just from the outside looking in?
Hello.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Why did I ask Sean first?
Yeah,
That was a
that's the
mistake.
problem.
That was a mistake.
What else am I gonna say? Here?
No, but I would agree. That's probably the best
John,
answer.
we took your culture. You took your culture.
You still don't have a good culture. Let's get.
What are you
something straight.
talking about?
I don't know. Brady
have a
was pretty
Super Bowl
hammered on
winning
that Super Bowl
culture.
parade.
Yeah, Brady is the culture. and we took the
If
culture
that's what a
from you.
bad culture looks like, sign me up.
Oh yeah, they were having fun, huh? Winning's fun though. See, that's the thing. I think winning's half of the culture. Because if you think about it, winning's fun, and that's gonna want people to show up to work. Like, I think that's what drives people. Motivation and stuff. Goodell's on the stage.
Yeah.
John, last thoughts before we officially hear that Trevor Lawrence is a pick.
Like I said, Jags 7 games next year.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold you to that though. I'm gonna hold you to it.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's
there you
official.
go.
It's
Trevor
official.
Lawrence.
There
Now
it
I
is.
can say it's
They don't
official.
look very
Wow,
happy.
he has an impressive house.
I'm gonna say it, guys. I did not see this coming. You know, maybe we have like psychics in the back, and they just knew that the pick would
He's
be.
wearing capris.
Trevor
and
Lawrence.
what
I'm gonna be
looks
honest.
to
His
a
family did not look very
nice
pleased.
living room.
Right when he got drafted, like it was just like
Well,
very.
there's no surprise. Like, what do you want him to act surprised?
But yeah, they've known this since
Yeah.
the year was over.
He just got drafted in the NFL. Everybody should be, you know.
They are.
a little
they
bit.
found
but
out.
It's like it's not like this is a surprise. What do you want? Like,
I wanted confetti. I wanted balloon. You know, I wanted like, you know, just a little bit more. there.
confetti would have been a nice touch.
You know,
confetti would have
like pop the confetti right when he gets drafted. That would have been nice. Now he's going to hug all of his family. So that's
That's
you know,
good. That's a
good
lot
for
of
Trevor.
cause.
I
That is
think.
not so sure.
Again, in my opinion, I know it's a little early, but this guy is probably going to be a top 10 quarterback in the league. Just give it a couple of years. He is unreal with the football. So talented. You put receivers around him, even if they're low-tier receivers, he can do something with the football. So accurate. He's just so accurate. So congrats, Trevor Lawrence. let's move on now at this point.
No, so, I mean, real quickly, we're going to actually wrap up real quick, and we're just going to send it to a quick commercial break. But when we come back, the Jets are on the clock, and we're going to get into some Jets picks. So, I mean, we got some Zach Wilson, we have some Justin Fields. And we're just going to take a quick 30-second commercial break. But when we come back, we're going to have the Jets for you, so stay with us.
Zeke is not, bro. Zeke
You
is
are
not
tripping. You're
He is
tripping.
not consistent.
You're
I don't know
tripping.
what to tell you.
You're tripping. Get help. Seek help right now. Seek it. Like, get off the show. This is my show now. I'm the host.
See,
we're gonna
it's-
have Randy on soon. This is my show now.
Oh, God.
It's the Alex Funderburk show. It's almost game day with Alex Funderburk. I'm kicking Sean off. It's gonna be me and Randy after this commercial break. It's before game day now.
Before game day. That makes no sense.
And welcome back to the draft show. We are still here. Thank you for joining us after that quick commercial break. But now the Jets are on the clock. We're about halfway through their clock pick. And boys over on the bet side, what are we thinking here? Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, all on the table. Who? I need to know. I'm an owl. Who?
Should be protesting, and it should be Justin Fields, but it's going to be Zach Wilson. I think it's been Zach Wilson since they got the second overall pick. They've had their eyes on this guy. Robert Saleh loves him. I think this is their guy. This is who they want, and I think he's going to be looking to fit there. Hopefully he does way better than Sam Darnold.
I think anyone can do better than Sam Darnold. I mean, what's your favorite Sam Darnold highlight? And mine has to be the little graphic that was at CBS that threw up when he was out with mono. And it was just a picture of him just smiling like, what? Poor Sam Darnold. I mean, he got the short end of the stick. Nick, if you're the Jets, who are you taking?
I'm taking Justin Fields, just like Robert said. I really don't understand this slide at all. He's a first overall pick type of guy. Like in almost every other draft, he's a first overall pick. I don't understand what all these talent evaluators and scouts and whatever are seeing. I really don't get it. And I'm not trying to slight Zach Wilson because I like Zach Wilson a lot. And I think he definitely is the third best quarterback in this draft. But Justin Fields is a premier prospect. And I just think this is a mistake, man. And the Jets, I mean, if they get this wrong, I don't know what else, if you're a Jets fan, I don't know what else you can do. I don't know what else you can do.
I mean, they finally fired Adam Gase, so that was a start. I still don't get hiring him in the first place. John, do you think, though, the Jets are just a quarterback issue, or is it more than a quarterback issue?
Well, I think they're certainly more than a quarterback issue. However, I do think a quarterback is this massive step in the right direction. Yeah, you've got some other holes to fill, but Zach Wilson, I think, is the guy to get this thing churning, and I'm excited to see what he does for the New York Jets.
No, I would agree, Sean. I mean, I think it's a more than one person issue.
Well, yeah, here's the problem, right? If you take a quarterback, you need other things around that quarterback to be successful. So they don't have an offensive line. They don't have great weapons. You got a new head coach coming in. You got to lay a foundation. The front office is terrible. These are problems that the Jets face. So Zach Wilson can be really good, but the problem is he's getting thrown into the exact same situation Sam Darnold was in. So, yeah, good for Zach, but he's going to have to change the culture. And I don't think he is big enough to be able to change it overnight. This is years away from even being somewhat decent for New York. So we'll see if he lasts. I don't know. I don't love the Jets. I think they're a terribly run organization. So we'll see.
I don't love the Jets, but while it wasn't just a quarterback issue, it still was a quarterback issue. Like Sam Darnold was still terrible.
But
like
every single quarterback has been
massive
terrible.
Step. Yeah.
Every quarterback that's played with the Jets has been terrible. Like Mark Sanchez was the last
terrible.
was
terrible.
But like we're talking decent. Like he was the last decent.
Wasn't he the last quarterback?
His first 2 years, I thought he was the man. He
was the last quarterback to get into the playoffs. No, I'm right on that.
He was. He certainly was. And I think, but granted, like they have not had a guy with the skill set of Zach Wilson. Close.
But again, do they have an offensive line to protect him? He's going to be running around with his head cut off.
Their offensive line certainly needs some work.
The only thing Zach Wilson did was dismantle UCF.
The nice thing, though, is you have a guy who's capable of running around.
But he's going to get, we're not talking about yet, he's in for a big reality check. He's coming from BYU. in a Mormon school, and it's very low key.
Now
we're
the
throwing
Mormons are
shade at
very
the
nice
Mormons.
people, Nicholas.
They are very nice people. I get that, but it's not New York, and it's sure as heck is not New York media. And so Zach Wilson is going to be stepping into a big
That's
deal.
a great point, Nick. That actually is a great point because he has not faced criticism. And what do you think? Do you think the Jets are going to let him slide with a bad game?
I will say, I don't think it gets much different from Utah to the Big Apple. However, I don't think that matters. I think, he's going to have a great team around him. He's going to have a great PR team. And at the end of the day, if he can play well on Sundays, then the media is not going to be on him too bad. So.
No, I mean, the pick's in, so we'll wait. The usual. I wish we had audio so I could hear Goodell get booed, but again, I'll do it for myself. Boo! I don't like.
I can hear the
turn up
boos without the audio.
No,
the
that's
boos
fine.
are loud.
So last predictions, we're gonna go around real quick. John, who? Just give me a name.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. Sean.
Zach Wilson.
Rob.
Book of Mormon, Zach Wilson.
And Geddes.
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. Also, this stupid couch thing. I'm so glad that you guys can't see the draft because it's awful.
It's
and
like
our show is way
it's
better.
like the chair was cool. Like it wasn't so cool. You have to have it at every draft.
Oh, it looks weird.
Now I'm gonna be honest. Is that thing like sanitized
Like
properly?
it was cool.
Yeah, I hope he washed that
it was
chair in the
cool
last
in his
year.
basement, but it wasn't like that cool.
All right, let's see. The Jets are officially picking, or it's officially being announced. The pick is in, and it is going to
Wow,
be Zach Wilson
shocker,
out of
shock.
BYU. To no surprise, according to our desk. Zach Wilson ended his career great. He ruined my day by dismantling UCF. So that ruined my year, I would say. But Zach Wilson, how he's going to fit in. He's going to start right away. They have no quarterback. Nick, what is their record going to be?
Probably 4 wins, maybe.
4
Maybe?
wins. Does anyone have over? It's going once.
Yeah,
Under.
I can't go. I would think 3-4 wins.
3
They're bad.
or 4?
They're bad.
They have no.
Bad.
Who's their
I
running
like
back?
Zach Wilson, but they're
Who
bad.
is their running back? I don't know.
That's a great
Frank
question.
Gore?
It was Frank Gore.
It was Frank Gore.
Didn't they get Matt Breida? Was that Matt Breida?
Maybe they trade up and get Najee Harris. How does that sound? No? Anyone? Any takers?
Don't put that on him.
He poor
I
Nigel.
don't
Again,
know,
you need an
maybe.
offensive line to have a good run. Like, again, the running back is never as good as, like, the offensive line. You look at every single running back in the history of running backs, and if you don't have a good O-line, you're not a good running back.
Barry
It's just a fact.
Sanders.
We're talking, like, now.
Yeah,
like
but you said
game.
you look back anytime ever.
In the last decade.
Okay.
It's a long shot.
It is. I get what you're saying. It's very hard to be a good running back. It's
Like-
very hard to be any kind of good back.
I think
with a bad
like
O-line.
who's like name one running back.
Yeah, no, you're right. It helps to have a good line, people blocking for you if you're going to be a running back.
I mean,
granted-
okay, that is like Zeke is the perfect example of that. He went into the best line and succeeded so well his rookie season with the Dallas Cowboys.
Now he's garbage.
Right.
I don't know about that.
Zeke?
That's a bit pushing it.
Ezekiel Elliott
Yes.
right now.
To be fair, he was playing very well last year before Dak got hurt.
That whole team was good before Dak got hurt. But I mean, that just
I
goes
do
to
like
show.
Pollard. I do like Pollard a lot, though. Pollard's coming for Zeke's job. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, well, we'll get
Not
into
to
the
get too off
Cowboys a bit
topic.
later in the draft. The 49ers are on the clock, and this is where
This
some of
is the one.
This is
Where's
probably,
Randy?
okay. This is probably the first big pick of
This
the
is
night,
the
I would
one.
say, that no one knows.
This is the one.
What do you got,
I'm
John?
excited.
I'm going. I have to go Mac Jones.
Let's go.
I have to go Mac Jones.
They still have Jimmy Garoppolo. There are rumors that they want to trade for Aaron Rodgers. Nick, where is your mind at right now if you're in the 49ers locker, in the war room?
Like I said in the last pick, like if they're gonna give you a gift and it's Justin Fields, you need to take it. Like I don't need to hear any of the Mac Jones stuff. Please tell me you're bluffing. Please tell me you're bluffing.
I'm
This-
not
No,
bluffing.
do not bluff. Take him.
No, Sean, it has. They need to take him. They need
him.
to be smart. Justin Fields should be the pick here. It's not that hard. Don't overthink it. Mac Jones, you have to question so many things. Trey Lance, you have to question so many things. What are we questioning about Justin Fields? I haven't got anybody to tell me a straight answer so far.
I told
Nobody.
you, bro.
I'm not
he's
questioning.
inaccurate. I
How
know.
he's
I know
not
they say he's
inaccurate?
accurate. He's not accurate.
He's got that it.
Watch
He
him
has an
play.
it. People said Justin Herbert wasn't accurate, but he's got an it quality to him. I look for
Herbert's-
it qualities.
Herbert- Herbert I thought was
show
good.
me the Mac Jones it quality,
Yeah, I mean,
please.
he Heisman runner-up. He's got a ring.
Show me.
I mean, but also like Mac Jones can make every throw. Like he's a super accurate passer, and plus he's coming from an offense that's virtually the same thing as San Francisco. So you can plug him in from day one. I mean, all the reports say, like, Fields isn't even in the question right here. It's either Trey Lance or Mac Jones.
And that honestly is an indictment on this process, in my
Nick,
opinion.
I agree with you. I'm on the Fields train. I'm on the Fields train. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, same. I think the fact that it's between Trey Lance and Mac Jones is they're missing the plot so bad here.
Could we call it a disgrace?
Yes, a disgrace. My inner
we can
my
call it a
inner LA fan wants nothing but the worst for San Francisco, so I hope they go Mac Jones. I mean, I really hope that's what the pick is.
If Mac Jones goes number 3 in the NFL draft, I will leave.
The kid's good.
I will leave.
The kid's good.
Is Randy Vuxa coming on anytime soon? I want
What's
to talk to Randy.
the knock on Mac Jones? What's the knock?
That he played with a bunch of like top.
Oh,
receivers.
so playing with guess
No,
what?
no.
You have to
And
play with good players to
No,
win
but
games.
what I'm saying is, and I think most people say it, right? Yes, he makes great accurate throws, but then again, you take all those intangible, you take all those receivers away, and you give him bad weapons. What is he?
Yeah, if you have terrible receivers, it's gonna be hard.
It's not terrible. Just take away Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle.
Sean, but if he gets drafted to San Francisco, he's getting Ayuk, Kittle, Debo Samuel.
And
I mean,
he'll be successful to a
he'll be
degree if he
fine.
goes through. If he
Oh,
goes,
so he is good.
they're clapping. If he listen.
I've never heard anybody say about a prospect, oh, this guy's gonna be good. He played with some terrible receivers.
No,
I've never heard
okay.
anyone say that about him.
So there are people that make their receivers look good. Like something I want to see if Aaron Rodgers is no longer a Packer, how good is Devontae Adams?
Oh, he's good.
I think he's good, but I want to see it.
I mean, the way he creates separation, it's more of a matter of are they going to be able to get him the ball? Like, I don't know if he'll put up the same numbers, but there's no doubt in my mind he's good.
True. But we'll stay on topic here. I believe we will get Randy in at some point here. I'll get some confirmation on that. But, the 49ers are on the clock. So they have Jimmy Garoppolo currently. We talked a bit earlier in the show that we think he'll be traded. Nick said throughout the week. Some of us said right away. So if they don't go quarterback, what position are they going to go, Rob?
San Francisco?
Yeah.
I don't think they go anything but quarterback.
here's
I
the
really
thing.
like they did.
has anybody thought about that?
No,
I do have one case for them not to go
Okay,
quarterback.
what do you got?
And that is if there's a verbal agreement for Aaron Rodgers trade. I don't think it's going to happen, but I will say if a non-quarterback name pops up on the screen, that means there's a trade.
Okay. I
They're
could
not trading
see
out of this
that.
pick. I don't think they're trading out of this
No.
pick.
I don't
They traded
think
up
so.
for it.
I think they would have if they were going to.
Well, the only person that'd be for is Aaron Rodgers.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
It would only be for Aaron Rodgers.
Right. You wouldn't trade up to number 3 from number 12 to get, anything
And
else but a quarterback.
I actually think there's a good chance they knew the entire time who they were going to pick with the third.
I'm sure everyone knows the entire time.
Well, apparently not
All
everyone.
picks
it's in.
The
Pick
pick
is in.
is in.
Oh,
So,
it was
I
in
mean,
before the 10 minutes too.
I'm a
that
Mac
was
Jones
that the
guy.
fastest pick of the night?
They had a minute left on the clock.
They probably, I mean,
I
to be
can't wait
fair,
till Mac Jones proves you guys all wrong.
Maybe.
Here's the
I hope
thing.
not.
I actually think if he gets drafted to the 49ers and starts right away, I think he'll be successful. I just think he's a starter. I don't see him being like a Pro Bowler.
well,
He's a Jimmy
Sean,
Garoppolo 2.0.
I must say, we are going to cut to Randy and get his
go.
take real quick. So, Randy, you are live. You are on. Go ahead. What you got for us?
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning it over to me. Yeah, big excitement here. This is our future. This is the future franchise. This is the guy that we hope is going to be there for 10 to 15 years. So can't wait to see who we end up picking.
Yeah, Randy, I don't know if you can hear me, but who do you want? If you can hear me, I'm trying to work out these technical difficulties here.
Who do you want in this pick?
I want either Trey Lance or Justin Fields. I really don't want Mac Jones. I don't like that limited availability. It feels like we're just going from a Jimmy Garoppolo that we already have to just a younger, cheaper version. I do like Trey Lance here. That's who I really want in this pick. I feel like he would be great for the offense. Obviously, let him sit a year, let Jimmy take over this year, and then next year, put him in, let him learn from Kyle Shanahan and be able to dominate.
Okay, would you rather have Aaron Rodgers or would you rather have a rookie?
Would you rather have an Aaron Rodgers or a rookie?
Aaron Rodgers would be great right now, help us with our playoff run now, but long term, rookie would definitely be able to help solidify a team that's able to compete throughout the years. So I would rather go with the rookie.
You'd rather go with the rookie? All right, well, Mr. Goodell's out here, so I will give you the pick just now in a second as Mr. Goodell goes ahead and lets us know who's going to be picked. But, I'm excited for you, and the pick is in, and it is Trey Lance. Trey Lance is officially a San Francisco
that's not good.
49er.
That's not good. That's not good.
Randy, thoughts?
Okay, calm down. Yes, great. Thank you. Not going to lie, I was a little nervous there. I thought it was going to be Mac Jones. I see Trey Lance. I compare him to Josh Allen, and I love watching Josh Allen play. He's just a great guy, great cannon of an arm. And so being able to have that on our team with Trey Lance, it allows us to get that extra mobility there. I know that Sean is probably excited that we also didn't take his boy Justin Fields. I know he wants his Patriots to go there, but I am just super excited that we got Trey Lance. It's going to be great throughout the years. It's going to be a great change in our offense. Finally having someone who can actually run the ball a little bit. It is going to be a bit of a change because the level of competition that he played for wasn't the best. But I think that under Shanahan is able to turn him into just an elite quarterback for us.
This is not good.
I mean, yeah, I'd agree. I think it's a great pickup. It's a nice young guy coming in with some motivation. I think that's what the 49ers really need, and someone that's going to work well with Shanahan. I mean, I'm excited for you, Randy. Hey, you got the pick you wanted. So, any closing thoughts, anything you want to wrap up and say about the 49ers? And,
go faithful. I would have stayed with them no matter what, but, it's great to have the guy that I wanted to with Trey Lance, having that arm. Go Niners, quest for 6, faithful then, faithful now, faithful forever. And hopefully Aaron Rodgers gets traded by the Packers so I can watch Whitley cry on TV.
I would love to see Whitley cry on TV, too. Thank you so much for joining us, Randy. I know you'll be with us throughout the night, but that was Randy for all you guys at home, live from the newsroom here in the Nicholson studio, or Nicholson Communication School, NSCM.
This is bad.
It's been a long day. Sean,
bad.
you said this is bad. Trey Lance is now a 49er.
No,
I don't know if we really wanted that, saw it, but Sean, what do you got?
This is bad for the Patriots because they're going to pick Mac Jones. This is bad. This is not good for me. Because guess what? We're going to take Mac Jones.
I don't care about personal needs, so John, what do you got?
I would like to beg the question, do you guys think that 49ers fans like Randy are that excited about Trey Lance, or do you think they're just relieved that they didn't get Mac Jones?
I think that's what it is.
They're relieved. They're definitely
They're relieved they didn't get Mac Jones. That's what I think. And you guys are talking about Mac Jones being the next Jimmy G as if Jimmy G is not a quarterback and just led a team to a Super Bowl.
He didn't. The defense and the run game led the team to the Super Bowl.
Jimmy Garoppolo played some very good football.
John, be honest. What do you think Mac Jones' ceiling is, though?
What do I think his
The roof
ceiling
is the ceiling. Michael Jordan.
Good point.
What do I think his ceiling is? I don't know. A great NFL quarterback.
I mean, what would you compare him to?
Compare him to? I hate making comparisons.
Ryan Tannehill.
I would say that the basic comparison with him, Matt Ryan with a little more athletic upside.
Jared, I agree with you.
Ryan Tannehill, right? Rob, Sean?
Matt Ryan was once an MVP, so.
If Tannehill didn't have Gase for most of his career, Tannehill probably is a lot better.
No,
I like Tannehill.
So he's actually not quite the athlete that Tannehill is.
No, he's got a beer belly. I've seen it.
It's not even the beer belly. It's just like Tannehill is like a former wide receiver. Mac Jones is definitely not that. Mac Jones is more similar to like a Matt Ryan.
He's a former beer chugger.
I think he's at best. He's Kirk Cousins.
Kirk's a good comparison.
I think he's at best.
Nah, because I still think Kirk is really talented.
Kirk is the definition of like good quarterback, just never great. Like he's not going to win you a game. He's not going to lose you a game. He's just kind of there.
He's Mr. 7-9.
Sean, you look a little upset. Do I need to get you a pacifier? You just look like you're throwing a tantrum over there.
It's not. I just know what's going to happen.
Listen, Patriots are not going to go quarterback.
Now I'm almost like it stinks because I know what's going to happen. I just know it.
I can't wait till they do pick Mac Jones and then he's balling out for you guys in September, October, and you're going to be like on the Mac Jones train.
Here's the thing, okay? It's if they love him, then I can accept it. But it's also like I know who I love.
Sean, if they pick him, they love him.
Okay,
so you should love him.
All right, guys, I just want to go around before we move on because the Falcons are on the clock with about 3 minutes left. Wins over under 7 for the 49ers this year. Over under. Nick?
Over. Their roster is uber good, and if they stay healthy, this is a playoff team. It doesn't matter if it's Garoppolo, Trey Lance. I'm fully convinced this team is a contender regardless.
Rob?
Yeah, I think over. 49ers were so bad last year because that defense was just torn apart with injuries. They're going to be a lot better this year. That division's tough, but they're still going to be a great team.
Sean, John, we're all over the 7 train.
I'm actually going under.
You're going to go under?
I'll go. That's hard. If they say
want to go even? I'll take an even.
I'm taking the under.
You'll take an under?
Even I don't hate the even, but I'm taking the under.
I don't hate the even either. But we'll move on. I think he's going to start right away too. I don't think there's any question. You don't draft him third to not play him unless you're Josh Rosen, which.
See, I don't think they're going to start him right off the
Same.
bat.
I agree.
I think
I think they sit him here.
You think sit him?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
think they sit him
wait.
here.
So let's ask that. So John, what do you have? Start or sit?
Sit. Off the bat, sit.
Sean,
Sit. I think they're going to keep Jimmy G now.
Rob, you have sit as well.
Yeah, barring injury, Garoppolo
And
starts
Nick,
most
you
of
as
the year.
well, or are you on the start train?
No, I'm on the start train.
Okay.
I think I need to play him.
All right, I'm on the start train as well. The
Picks
pick's in
in.
for the Falcons. So I think the most common sense pick here would be Kyle Pitts, great tight end, great. Give Matt Ryan another target out there. There are rumors that the Falcons are teasing trades with Julio Jones. Not that it will happen. John, where do you think the Falcons are going?
I think they're going Kyle Pitts simply because, you could go Fields here, stick with the Georgia guy, but I think ultimately Pitts is the best player available right now. He's the one guy in this draft besides Trevor Lawrence who's like a sure thing generational talent. So I think just Kyle Pitts, you can't miss if you go Kyle Pitts. You can't miss.
Sean?
Yeah, I think Kyle Pitts has to be the pick here. But again,
so
the
safe.
Falcons are so weird. Like nobody knows what they want. Are they going future quarterback? Do they take a quarterback here? Kyle Pitts is the pick, but
So safe.
we'll see.
I do want to interrupt real quick because Adam Schefter just tweeted the 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts who their pick was. No one knew until they actually told Goodell made the announcement.
Whoa. Wow, that's bold.
Well, because
So-
we know Shanahan wanted Mac Jones.
Yeah.
I just think that's interesting.
That's a
to not
weird
tell
way to
your
run an
coach.
organization.
yeah.
It's pretty weird.
Well, I think
you've-
Shanahan knew, but I think
I mean,
Shanahan
reporters, the
probably
coaches didn't know, but I want to get to Rob and Nick for this pick. Nick, who do you have for the Falcons?
It's got to be Kyle Pitts. I think it's such a perfect pairing. I mean, he didn't drop a pass all year long. Matt Ryan throws a beautiful ball at a good speed. I think you have to take the best player available.
Rob?
Yeah, best player available. Kyle Pitts is built like a wide receiver, but the guy's a phenomenal tight end.
I mean, is he the best pass catcher in the draft, you think, Rob?
I think I definitely think he is. And I think Kyle Pitts is just one of these generational talents. Like, he's so good. And that's the one thing the Falcons don't have is a great tight end. Hayden Hurst ain't it. And that's really the one thing
I
missing from that
can
offense.
confirm it is Kyle
Pitts.
Pitts.
Yep,
He
yep.
is in NFL history
So
as
safe.
the highest drafted
Safest pick in
tight
this draft
end.
besides Lawrence.
That is, I hate to cut you off there, Rob. I'll let you jump
You're
right
good.
back into it now that it's official that Kyle Pitts is going to be a Falcon. Do we see him taking Tony Gonzalez's footsteps here?
Very different.
I'm throwing the hammers out.
that's why you're the host.
That's why I'm the host. I've always been the host for reasons that I just like stirring up the pot.
I'll tell you what, though, coming from my perspective as a Tampa fan, I don't like this whatsoever because I know the defense is different now, but I'm getting flashbacks to the years of having to face Tony Gonzalez and Greg Olsen and Jimmy Graham in his prime every year, and the tight ends running down the middle of the field. And now you have to deal with him, and you already have to deal with Julio and Ridley. I don't want to face this team right now in offense whatsoever. So I'm a little uneasy by this pick, but it is the right pick if you're Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's absolutely a safe pick. John said it. This is where you go. I mean, tight ends are really the one thing missing from that offense. Yeah, they need help on the offensive line. They're going to have to think of moving on from Matt Ryan some point down the line because he's getting up there in age. But listen, like Nick said, you have Calvin Ridley. You have Julio Jones, even though he's getting up there in age. You have Russell Gage, who I thought performed last year. So adding a top tight end like this only makes that offense better. We knew they were an offense-first team, so this makes them 100% better on the offense. And now it's time to work on that defense.
So, John, we now officially have the highest drafted tight end in NFL history.
I'm a tight end guy.
Where do you see him going his first season? How do you see this going?
Where do I see him going? He's probably the biggest guy who can be elite off the bat just because he is such a matchup problem no matter what, because you're going to see him line up all over the field first of all. You're going to see him line up on the line of scrimmage, hand in the dirt. You're going to see him line up in the slot. You're going to see him line up out wide. And guess what? No matter where you line him up, he's going to have a matchup advantage, whether it's by his size or his speed. If he's got hand in the dirt, traditional tight end, he's faster than any linebacker. You put him out wide, he's bigger than any corner. So ultimately, it's all about this game, modern day NFL, it's all about matchups, and this guy can win any matchup.
I mean, you could just look at Florida's numbers with and without Pitts. They were substantially better with Pitts, and they were awful without Pitts. Sean, I see you throwing your hands up. What you got for me?
No, yeah, 100%. Here's the thing. I think a lot of people have said it. Kyle Pitts is a weapon. Like, yes, they have him as a tight end, but he's a weapon. You could put him at receiver, put him on the outside, put him on the inside. He can do everything. So, again, with Atlanta, you don't know what's up with Julio. You don't know if you're going to trade him. Matt Ryan, he's getting older. They're looking to probably move on at some point in the next couple of years. I think this pick just solidifies Atlanta is taking best players available to make sure that their future is sustained. So I know they don't go quarterback, but this was the right move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. So do we think, I want to say, because, I want to entertain the Julio trade, but I also don't. But, do you think drafting Pitts solidifies that they're keeping Julio or opens the door to possibly getting rid of him?
I think he's gone. I think, again, when you look at that cap number and the age, I think it's more of a let's look to move on earlier rather than later. He has had injury problems the past couple years where he plays through those injuries, but then, again, it's that reliability issue of, okay, how long can we keep doing this where he's going to keep getting injured and he's getting paid that much money? A team's going to go trade for him. He's, again, one of the best receivers in the league, even injured. But I think Atlanta is trying to look for the future. And when you're paying Matt Ryan and Julio Jones that much money, you need to start to think, okay, we need to move on and start building our future.
All right. Does anyone have any closing thoughts? Anyone last minute thoughts on the Falcons before I jump into the Bengals, who are now officially 4 or 6 minutes into their pick? Anyone?
Yeah, I think the emergence of Calvin Ridley last year certainly makes Julio more tradable.
Yeah. I would agree. That also lowers his stock, I think.
I don't think it lowers his stock. I think Julio's still great. It means you can afford to move on more. I don't think Julio's stock is going to ever be higher than it is right now.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's not going to go Dogecoin and skyrocket to the moon. But the Bengals are on the clock, and for those of you that don't know, last year Joe Burrow was the number 1 overall pick to the Bengals and suffered a gruesome leg injury which knocked him out for the season, which everyone kind of criticized the Bengals for throwing him in right away with no offensive line, making him drop back 50 to 60 times a game. Nick, where do the Bengals go? Do they get a weapon for Joe Burrow when he's able to return, or do they get some protection for Joe Burrow so he can sustain a career?
You've got to go out and get the protection, Jared. So many teams in this league, they do it kind of backwards. They go get that quarterback, but they don't have that left tackle in place, and things like what happened to Joe Burrow end up happening. You have a chance to get a premier left tackle. We're talking about a franchise-changing left tackle in Penei Sewell. He's got to be the pick, and Jamar Chase definitely is going to be a popular pick here, and I know Burrow might want him, but you got to be smart. Weapons come and go. They interchange. You can get them anytime. That is a fact. And he already is in a great situation, Burrow is, with Joe Mixon in the backfield and T. Higgins, who was really good last year, and Tyler Boyd. They have a few things around him already, and they can address it even more in the draft. But you can't get a franchise left tackle most times in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds. You have the 5th overall pick. You got to get him right here. And then you have a really good tandem for the future in Jonah Williams and Penei Sewell.
The picks in, Rob, where do you think they're going to go? They also did lose A.J. Green, but was that really much of a loss? Because, A.J. Green single-handedly cost my fantasy football season.
There you go.
Yeah, he
that sounds like a you problem.
That is a me problem. The year before, yeah, it's a big me problem. But, Rob, what do you think the Bengals are going to do?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with Nick. For the good of the franchise and for the good of Joe Burrow, you have to go Penei Sewell here. If you don't go with the generational tackle that's going to last you pretty much their entire career, I know it's not a sexy pick, but look at Joe Thomas and the Browns. He's with them their entire career. This is a generational offensive lineman. And after seeing that scar on Joe Burrow's knee in those promotional videos and promotional pictures for the Bengals' new uniforms, that scar's nasty.
I have not seen those yet.
Oh, it's bad.
It's bad.
The jerseys are bad, and that knee surgery scar looks bad.
I'll look it up right now.
That's how a PR team gets fans excited about picking an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not a sexy pick. Jamar Chase is a sexy pick, and I know Burrow's reportedly been really pushing for a wide receiver. Jamar Chase obviously won the Heisman throwing to him. So obviously it's a sexier pick, and I'm sure Burrow would love another wide receiver. But like Nick said, you have Boyd, you have Higgins, you have Joe Mixon. the offense really, and there's other wide receivers in this draft. You don't need to super stretch on one of these guys and pass on a generational tackle. You don't need to do that. You need to protect your quarterback. Otherwise, what franchise do you have? Why'd you draft him first overall if you're not going to protect him?
I would also like to point out, Joe Burrow getting so banged up, that was not all on his offensive line. Okay, because a lot of that was the way he played. He was standing in their way too long, and he was taking off and running and not sliding. So a lot of that is on him. It's not all on the O-line.
Well, the thing, that O-line is bad, though. That O-line is
it's not a great O-line. They have Jonah Williams, former first-round pick.
But it's like, listen, this is kind of where you have to go against what your quarterback wants. Again, Joe Burrow's young. Obviously, Jamar Chase's boy, you're going to want to draft him. But the Bengals need to be like, listen, we need to protect you so you don't tear another ACL. That's how it has to happen.
So who do you want them to get, Sean?
They need to go Sewell. They need to. This is your franchise quarterback. Quarterbacks are so hard to find. Joe Burrow has proven that he can be a starter in the NFL. Why get a receiver when you can literally get one of the best offensive linemen in the draft this year, and probably one of the best for the past couple of years? He has not a lot of starts. I think it's like less than 20 starts. But again, Sewell is surefire thing. He can go right into the left tackle spot. You got to go Sewell here.
You have to. I mean, I don't disagree. Oh, we got a fan with face paint.
Whoa.
In the
He's got a Superman
Do you think
tattoo.
he's gotten at least one less boo by bringing the chair back?
No, if anything, he's getting more boos. I boo him more.
It's weird.
He's like, there's something people like about me. I gotta bring it with me
as
everywhere I
announce the
go.
pick real quick. Are we all Sewell? Everyone? Everyone's Sewell.
Sewell.
Everyone's Sewell. All right, well, Roger Goodell is announcing the pick, and as per usual, he's taking his sweet old time because he enjoys the booze, I'm telling you. But let's go ahead and to our shock, it is going to be the wide receiver from Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is officially a Cincinnati Bengal.
Surprise, surprise.
I wanted the Eagles to take him, so that's not going to happen. Clearly, I also wanted Justin Jefferson, but we can't have everything we wish for, children. Never forget that. Nick, you were kind of the one that I started this with, so I want to go right back to you. Jamar Chase is the pick. Where is your head right now?
Bad franchises are going to do bad franchise. I'm really not surprised. I'm really not surprised at all that they would do something like this. Listen, what are people going to be talking about tomorrow on all the shows? Oh, Joe Burrow's reunited with Jamar Chase. That's all they care about. That's all they care about at the end of the day. You clearly don't care about winning football games because what impact does a wide receiver really make in the grand scheme of things to get you to the playoffs right now? It doesn't really do much.
They can't get there without Joe Burrow.
And Joe Burrow can't stay upright without Penei Sewell, who he doesn't have anymore. So, again, but I'm not surprised by Cincinnati. This is a franchise that all they do is lose, and they're going to continue to lose because of this pick.
Bad pick.
They're going to continue. Bad pick? Who said that?
Me.
Go ahead.
Listen, again, great receiver. Nobody's contesting that. He's a great receiver. He's going to help Joe Burrow out a lot. They've got that connection. Chase is amazing. But again, this organization made a good pick. They picked Joe Burrow last year. Great. You're trying to turn that franchise around. What this says to me is you think Joe Burrow is bigger than the organization, right? Aaron Rodgers, the Tom Brady's and Aaron Rodgers of the world, they can kind of manipulate a certain pick. They can say, hey, I need this guy, right? Joe Burrow doesn't know what he needs. That's his friend, so he's like, oh, I'll bring my boy here to Cincinnati. You need offensive line help. You just tore your ACL. You need to help yourself by getting offensive line. I think the organization made a terrible mistake by just saying, oh, we're going to listen to Joe Burrow, 20-year-old quarterback, and get his friend instead of actually helping him on the offensive line.
I mean, Jamar, he got that drip tonight.
He has the drip, but also, Jamar Chase is a really, really good football player. This Bengals team had more needs than just offensive line. And granted, for his position, Jamar Chase is maybe a better player compared to other years than Penei Sewell is. So I think ultimately you're getting a really, really good player, and if you're the Bengals, you got better today. So that's all that matters.
I would agree. The Dolphins pick is in, and we have the Girls on Deck host, Kayla Burge, with us live from the newsroom. Kayla, are you there? Are you with us? Let's see.
Are you there? Yes, I'm here.
We love.
Can you hear me, Kayla?
Hi, yes, I am here. I'm super excited to see who they decide to pick. The Bengals pick kind of threw me off because Jamar Chase was clearly, obviously, one of the Dolphins' possible prospects. So now, now we have Penei Sewell on the line, which is a great choice as well, but I do still think they go with that wide receiver option, and I do think they probably pick Devontae Smith in this scenario.
So do you think they're going to do exactly what the Bengals did and reunite Devontae Smith with Tua and get that Alabama connection? Is that what you think they're going to do?
Are they getting Devontae Smith, yes or no?
I think they're getting Devontae Smith, yes.
I mean,
disagreeing.
I am for it. You know, Devontae Smith would be a great fit there. I mean, he has a lot of, experience with Tua, and Tua did not look comfortable. If they don't go Devontae Smith, though, do you think they go ahead and get Sewell? I mean, and get that protection for Tua?
Don't go Devontae Smith. Did they go Sewell?
I think so. I wasn't sure before, but he's a top offensive lineman in this draft. That's a position that the Dolphins are in desperate need of, along with others. And I don't think you can pass that up necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, so what are like the Dolphins? They did fall short of the postseason, but what do you think they're looking forward to this season? You think they're going to make a run at the playoffs?
The Dolphins, I think, are looking for the wide receiver position. They're looking for running backs, edge rushers. They're looking for a lot of things to back Tua up. They didn't have that last year. And I think that's what they're going to be looking for this year. Again, a wide receiver is what I would like to see. You have Devontae Parker, but he's typically injury prone. You just picked up William Fuller. But
yeah, no. I mean, I think there's a lot of good options there for the Dolphins. I personally think Devontae Smith would fit well. I'm all about the reunited. I'm all for it. I'm all for the stories. As Nick said earlier, that's all the sports shows are going to be talking about is reuniting. So, you have any closing thoughts before this pick is announced? I think Geddes should be coming out here soon.
Just hope that whoever the Dolphins pick, I don't think I'm going to be mad with any of the people I think they're going to pick, unless they completely pick the wrong person, of course, which has been done before. But I really don't see. I'm excited for this draft. This is one of the first drafts in a while where I'm very excited for the Miami Dolphins, aside from last year, of course.
All right, thanks, Kayla. And we'll go back to you once the pick is announced. But for now, we're going to head back into here and get the other guys' thoughts on the pick. John, what you got?
Devontae Smith,
Devontae Smith.
Heisman winner. You can't go wrong picking a Heisman winner.
I mean, I would agree.
It's a Heisman winner.
I want to go to the guy in the Dolphins jersey, in the Tua jersey, Robert Husby. What you got?
I don't know, man. If you thought you were going to get you could have gotten Sewell at 3 and then you trade back and you can still get Sewell at 6, why not do it? You could use the O-line help. You can protect Tua. But I don't know. I don't know what see, this is the thing. This is the new mindset of the Miami Dolphins front office. Chris Greer is tight-lipped, and you don't really know what they're going to do. A lot of people think, it seems like ESPN and a lot of people think that they're going wide receiver. They could very easily pick Sewell now. I think it's way up in the air. I have no idea what they're going to do. I would take Sewell personally, but I don't think you can be mad at taking Devontae Smith, Waddle, any of the wide receivers left, even if their mind was set on Jamar Chase this entire time. I think they have everything laying in the palm of their hand right now.
I mean, Nick, I almost think the Dolphins are like in more of a different spot than the Bengals are because the Dolphins don't really have the weapons that the Bengals have. So would you be mad if they go wide receiver here, or do you think they should just take Sewell?
No, I thought they were going to go Jamar Chase in the first place, so I wouldn't be mad, but
they
Panay Sewell's there,
Here it
so
is.
let's
I'm going to
see.
say Waddle.
Here it is.
I heard a Waddle from
I'm
Sean.
going
Waddle
Waddle.
wouldn't be
I'm
bad.
going with
That's
Waddle.
a hot one.
All right, well,
go
let's
Waddle.
see what Goodell announces for us here, and it is going to be
Let's
Yeah, great pick. That's
Sean
a great
Green.
pick.
Correct.
Let's go.
Let's
like
quickly
Henry
throw it over
Ruggs
to
all
Caleb
over
Burge
again.
real quick. If Kayla is
That's
still with us.
awesome.
Kayla, the pick
That's
is in,
awesome.
and it's Jalen Waddle.
This guy's lightning.
Where did you see this one coming?
I need a reaction from Jalen Waddle.
I am absolutely shocked, but excited. I'm excited. He's going to be a great asset to the Dolphins.
I mean, still an Alabama boy. I'm kind of surprised to see him go over Devontae Smith. But Kayla, any last thoughts before we come back to the studio? Looks like we're having some technical difficulties there. But Kayla, I appreciate you stopping by. And for those of you that didn't watch Girls on Deck this season, it was a phenomenal show. Make sure to go check it on YouTube. But for now, we're going to head back in the studio. And I'm going to go to Sean Green first because he was the one that said it right before the pick. Jalen Waddle before Devontae Smith. Go ahead, Sean.
Speed. That's Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, listen, when we originally thought Devontae Smith at that national championship game, everybody was picking Devontae Smith to the Dolphins. But as, the season started to creep up, as the draft started to creep up, Jalen Waddle was the name at 6 for a lot of draft boards. Now, would I have picked Waddle? Was Sewell still there? No. Again, you're trying to, make Tua better. O-line, again, needs some work. Making Sewell there, that would really help that O-line. But listen, I think on many people's draft boards, Waddle is probably one of the best, if not the best, receivers there. Yeah. That's gonna, if Dakins gonna help Tua, Alabama connection, I'm all for it. So I'm happy I got the pick right though. That's
that's a win on the board for Sean Green. Rob, I'm gonna throw it over to you because you have the Dolphins jersey on. They've compared him a lot to Tyreek Hill. What do you think about Waddle?
Yeah, it seems like everybody in the draft now gets compared to Tyreek Hill or Calvin Johnson nowadays. But you know what? No, Jalen Waddle, what he brings is explosiveness. This guy is phenomenal. And I think there's a lot of people, me and Nick were talking about this on Bets a couple weeks ago when we were talking about mock drafts. Waddle might legitimately be the best receiver in this draft. Like, Pitts aside, I know he's a tight end, but he's got wide receiver hands and all that. Like, all that aside, Jalen Waddle legitimately might be the most skilled. And had he not gotten injured last year, we might not be talking about Devontae Smith as much as we were. Yeah, I know he won the Heisman, but Waddle is just so dang good. And now you add that to Will Fuller, provided he can stay healthy. You have Devontae Parker. You're getting Preston Williams back. You have Mike Gesicki, who's borderline top tight end. That offense, there's no excuse for Tua now. The offensive line, I think they want to develop because they've drafted so many of them. I think they want to develop that a little bit more. There's no excuse for Tua if he's not hitting his targets next season. I mean, he's got no excuse anymore. I know the run game's still bad, but, you got wide receivers everywhere.
Well, now we got the Detroit Lions on the clock, and their pick is actually in. But, sweet NFL time. It'll take some time. So we'll wrap up. Waddle is officially a Dolphin. Congratulations, Jalen Waddle. You're going to tear it up in Miami. But, Mr. Whitley, we have the Lions pick that is in. We do not know what it is yet, but where do the Lions go? They are a disaster.
So now this is where we see Sewell go off the board.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold.
This is where we see Sewell go off the board. The Lions are an absolute wreck, okay? they brought in a new running back this offseason. Let's get some good blocking going.
I'm going to go Devontae Smith.
I agree.
Sure. Listen, there is not really a position that the Detroit Lions don't need. So
here's the
really
thing.
They need a quarterback. They don't need a quarterback.
Question.
No.
Okay. If Devontae Smith gets picked here at 7, does Sewell go 8 to Carolina?
Yes,
absolutely. And they're jumping for Joel.
He would have to.
That's what I'm because everybody's saying Carolina potential quarterback spot because they didn't pick up Darnold option.
Not anymore.
I don't know. Darnold
That's
kinda
off the
stinks.
top. I think that's off the top.
Darnold's not good.
Facts.
But Darnold is not good. I don't know why people think he is.
They didn't pick up the option. That's why many people coming in said Carolina quarterback. But with Sewell falling this much, I do think Detroit goes wide receiver, and I think it's Devontae Smith at this point.
Nick, Rob, we'll throw it over to your side. Nick, we were thinking, you said Jamar Chase was going to go to the Dolphins. Originally, like if he was available, you didn't say Jalen Waddle, so I want to know who you think is going to go to Detroit now that Devontae Smith is still there.
Yeah, I know Devontae Smith is still there, and of course Penei Sewell is best player available. You go with him if it's best player available, but if you're going for a need and also I think one of the best players available, how about Micah Parsons? I mean, you need guys on the defense. I mean, they don't have a good defense whatsoever, and Micah Parsons is the best linebacker in this draft by a long shot, and they need somebody to control that defense and really man the middle of the field. Yeah. And Micah Parsons proved that he could do that, and he can rush the passer as well. So definitely, I think Detroit needs to look at Micah Parsons here.
I mean, I think they could go a lot of options.
That's what I'm saying. There's not a name you guys could throw out that I really disagree
with. They look happy
with,
in the war room,
well,
so
Dan
they're
Campbell
happy
always
with their
looks
pick.
like he's gonna run through a brick
that
wall,
guy's
so.
ready to roll. He's gonna bite some knees off.
Okay, so for if I want to ask the if here, if it's not Devontae Smith, where does he fall?
Giants.
Yeah.
New York Giants is a shirt.
New England.
Or the Eagles?
Or
the Eagles?
You hope.
I'm trying to get my hopes up here.
Yeah, but, it's a very interesting, conversation because, again, months ago we're talking about Devontae Smith being, again, probably the number one wide receiver taken off the board and, again, going to Miami. But now, if he doesn't go here, he's going to fall about 4 picks.
So do we think size has to do with this, Rob? Does it have to be size why Devontae Smith is still on the board here?
Yeah. It definitely is. I mean, there's always the taboo with quarterbacks. That's what people said about Kyler. But, with a wide receiver, he's 166, and he's not that tall, but I mean, he's just really, really slim. I don't think it's a problem, personally me, but I'm not an NFL scout. I'm not an NFL executive, so I don't know how they view it. I think a lot of them, there's still that taboo of he's not big enough. He's going to get torn apart by defenses in the NFL. that game's not going to translate. Very well could be possible, but
Let's see.
Mr. Goodell is out here. Now, when we get the pick, we are going to throw it over to Riley because we do have Riley standing by in the newsroom with us. Mr. Goodell's coming in real quick. Throw names out. Who do we got?
Sewell.
Smith. Well, the final pick is going to be Penei Sewell finally off the board. Riley, I don't know if you're standing by with us, but Sewell is officially now a part of the Detroit Lions. What are your initial thoughts, Riley?
Look, I think Sewell is the safest pick right here. It's a new era in Detroit. We have a new general manager, new head coach, brand new coaching staff. And, this is just a build for the future. They're protecting Jared Goff right now after that Matt Stafford trade. And with 2 first-round picks next year, I think this is just going to be an addition and a build for the future.
Can I ask Riley a question?
Yeah, go ahead. I think he can hear you.
Riley, if you can hear me,
yes, I can.
Would you have rather had a receiver here? Like, I know, again, you lose Kenny Golladay. How much more would you have liked getting Devontae Smith here?
Look, I think Devontae Smith's ceiling may be higher than Sewell, but like I said, you can't go wrong here. This is either a solid starter, and they're just adding on to an already probably the strongest part of their team, with Taylor Decker, with Frank Ragnow, who just made his first Pro Bowl last season. I think you're just adding to a already strong asset of your team.
Riley, how many wins do you think the Lions are going to get at this season? Like, we'll throw 7. 7 is like my over/under even for where do you see him at?
I'm gonna say a cool 4. 4 wins. I think this is
rough.
Next year. I think this is still just tank for Sam Howell for next season.
That's not bad. Rob, did you have a question, Nick?
No, did you think Penei Sewell was going to fall this far? I don't really recall any mock drafts having Sewell getting taken by the Lions. So, Riley, are you surprised they were able to get a guy of this talent?
I am so ecstatic that they were able to land Sewell at number 7. I saw him going as high as 5 in some mock drafts, so I'm so happy because this is just, like I said, he's going to be an instant starter for the Lions. He's going to play on that right tackle side, and Sewell is one of the most athletic offensive tackles I've ever seen. He can make every play. He is probably the best run blocker out of a rookie that we've seen in the last few years. He can get to that second level as good as the best of them, so.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the Lions are in a good spot. As we said, they kind of need a little bit of everything, so they really couldn't have gone wrong. But Riley, any closing thoughts you got for us here on the Lions and this pick?
No, I just really hope they don't trade it away.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I think we're all rooting for the Lions, and by all, I mean just me because I root for everyone. But Riley, I appreciate you stopping by the show tonight, and I'm sure you're going to be with us throughout the night. So, hey, who knows? Maybe they'll trade back in. We'll hear from you later.
Thank you.
All right. So, John, it ended up being Sewell. I don't know if we were that surprised because, he kind of dropped way below all of our draft boards. Closing thoughts, do you think they made the right pick, even though there really wasn't a wrong one?
Yeah, so I think all along Detroit was going to go best available player. Clearly that was Penei Sewell, so right pick here.
Anyone closing thoughts before we move on to Carolina? Looks like we're all in consensus.
This pick's interesting right here.
Yeah, okay, so Chalk, jump into this one.
Yeah, again, Carolina's interesting, right? You got Matt Rule. Does he go college does he pick quarterback here? Because again,
they have Sam Darnold, for those of you that don't know. They do have Sam Darnold.
But again, they decline the option Sam Darnold. Do they take the quarterback? And I think if you do, it'd probably be Fields here. I don't think Rule wants Mac Jones. Because again, look, now granted, you have Sam Darnold, so why would you want Mac Jones? Pretty much same quarterback at this point. So yeah, I think it's interesting. Maybe, and I say maybe, I don't think they're going to do it, but maybe Smith, Devontae, I have no idea. We'll see though.
They could. I gotta say, I'm a Mac Jones guy for sure, but this is one of the few destinations where I actually like Fields better than Jones. I really like Fields in Carolina.
He fits way better.
And I hope they do it just why move forward with Darnold when you just moved on from Bridgewater? Either go all in on a guy in the first round who might be a franchise quarterback, or stop bringing these guys in because it just makes no sense. I don't see a plan here with Carolina.
Yeah, I think Carolina that they need corner help too. They need a lot of help on that defense. I think honestly, what I see happening here, I think they go tackle. I think they get Rashawn Slater. I think they need O-line real bad, and I don't think it matters who you put behind that offensive line. That offensive line is real bad. And if you can get a guy like Slater, Slater's really, really good. I know Sewell is like, generational. We're talking generational. People, I think, are finally turning around and seeing how good Rashawn Slater is as well. And I think if they can get a guy like that, I think it makes it a little bit easier for any quarterback that they eventually get. But listen, I understand if they totally go quarterback and they go Justin Fields here. Like, I'm a USC guy. I love Sam Darnold. I always will. But if he hasn't shown anything in the NFL, you can't really assume he's going to do anything of value for Carolina.
All right, well, I'm going to get a champion's mindset here. Nick, what do you got for me?
Me and Robert, I mean, if you've caught on, we are just on it tonight.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's the Betts connection.
Yeah, it's the connection.
Because Slater is definitely my pick here. I think it's an easy pick. I actually think the gap between him and Sewell, I don't even really think there was a gap, if I'm being honest. I don't even know why I said that. There's not really a gap, I think, between the guy. You look at Slater's tape, and you got to go back to 2019, the same as you did with Sewell, but he played in a lot of big games during the Big Ten, and everybody's talking about the game where he literally shut Chase Young down, and nobody else in college football did that. That alone put him into the first round, and then when you look at the tape, he's right up there with Sewell, and he's a mauler in the run game. Christian McCaffrey, this is an offense that's going to run the ball. And as I said earlier, get your offensive tackle first, because if you're in a situation where you want to see Sam Darnold play, don't force it on a quarterback and then have this little quarterback controversy thing. Get the left tackle, play it safe, and then you can get the quarterback down the line.
Mm-hmm.
I actually agree.
Yeah,
I agree with
I would agree with that.
I actually think they're going Parsons here. I think they're going Micah Parsons.
I can see that as well.
They haven't found a replacement for Luke Kuechly yet.
I love your
That's your
boldness.
Kuechly.
I
That's
love
your
your boldness.
Kuechly.
It's got to be one of those two
I love
guys,
it.
I think.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons.
I mean,
Slater.
real quick, let's go down the line as always while the pick comes in. What we got? Someone, come on, throw names.
Slater.
Slater. Goodell's got the pick for me.
Slater or Fields.
And we are going to go ahead and
No, you
confirm
get
this
one.
pick
You
for
get
all
one.
of you at home. And it is
Horn.
They went corner.
Jason
Whoa.
cornerback out of
Over
South Carolina.
Surtain, too.
J.C. Horn has
Horn.
impressed.
I
Jason
love
Horn.
this pick. We didn't talk about it, but I love this pick.
More than
I agree.
Slater?
Not more than Slater,
yeah.
but it addresses
So-
a need, and it's best player available at that position.
Do you
think so?
Do you think he's better than Surtain?
Yeah, I do.
I think
do.
Surtain's a little overrated. He's great, but I really think J.C. Horn is a generational corner. I think you're talking like Jalen Ramsey lockdown type corner there. This guy is legit. Like, he was one of the bright spots on South Carolina last year. Like, he's really, really good.
He was probably the only bright spot of South
Yeah,
Carolina.
exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
he
Will Muschamp
is.
got fired for a reason.
Yeah, no, and he's a defensive-minded coach at that. So
Yeah.
definitely. Quickly, let's get some closing thoughts before we do throw it to commercial break. Sean, I know you were a bit surprised too to hear that name called.
Yeah, I think many people were. I don't think, it's just more of a secondary need for Carolina. But again, just like Rob said, Nick, I think most people said he was the best corner in the draft over Surtain. I know the Patriots wanted to go up and get him, and I know many teams. You talk about, like, the Saints probably wanted to go get him. There was a number of teams interested. I'm a little surprised he went to Carolina, but also not, because he is that good of a player.
Yeah, no, I would agree. That's great. I think we'll end on that note for J.C. Horn. We'll touch a little more on him maybe when we come back, but we're going to throw to commercial break. The Broncos are on the clock, so that means we will hear from Hannah Joe when the pick is in. So stay with us, and after the break, we're going to have the Broncos pick. So stay with us.
I've already had a good week. This you gonna get an L, Sean. I've never been 0-2 in any fantasy league of records that I've been in, and it ain't gonna start this week. I promise you. Projections don't mean nothing. Come back next week when you catch another L, Nick. Like you've been doubting my Nuggets, okay? Just get ready to catch another L.
What you say? That you only meant well, 'cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best, 'cause it is. What you say? That it's just what we need. You decided this. What you say? What did she say?
I am absolutely flabbergasted and shocked, frankly, that the Rams are the underdogs. I say the Rams win at +2.5. It's not even close. Bet the house on the Rams. The Bills lose this one. I don't know why. It confuses me. I don't know.
What you say? That you only meant well, 'cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best.
the Astros are going to cry. They're going to lose in 4, and they're going to go home, and they're going to cry and think about what they've done.
What you say? Oh, that you only meant well, 'cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best.
Okay, so that's wrong. And I'm going Marlins because why not? The Fish don't lose in the postseason. Represent.
What you say? Oh, that you only meant well, 'cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best.
And welcome back. Not much has changed except 3 minutes off the Broncos clock, just about. We're still here. For those of you that are just joining us, J.C. Horn was the last pick by the Carolina Panthers, so he's going to fit in well. But we're going to go ahead and jump into the Denver Broncos. And, John, I want to start with you because our boy Devontae Smith is still on the board. Do you think Denver does that?
No, I don't. I think that would be so sick to see him reunited with Jerry Jeudy in that Denver receiving core. But no, I think this is where Micah Parsons is going to go. This is where I originally had Micah Parsons going, so Micah Parsons is the clear pick right here.
All right, John. Well, we do have Hannah Joe on the line with us. Hannah, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're a big Broncos fan. What do you think the Broncos are going to do here?
Hoping for a quarterback, and I can't believe that both Mac Jones and Justin Fields are still on the table. So I'm hoping that somehow we get one of them, and then Teddy Bridgewater can, train him up for a couple years, couple seasons, and then we get them in. I do agree, though, with John. Micah Parsons also totally okay with me. But I'm just really secretly hoping for a quarterback.
I mean, you guys have like 20 quarterbacks on the roster, it feels like. What do you want another one for?
I just feel like we need a reboot. We need a bridge into the next generation. We haven't been good since 2015. We haven't even been in the playoffs. So as much new faces as we can get, I'm ready for that.
Does it maybe think that John Elway doesn't want to draft someone that's better than him?
Hey, now. Why you got to bring this guy into it?
I don't like John Elway.
You don't like him?
John Elway ruined my dad's childhood.
That sounds like a different story for a different time.
I mean, yeah, he's a Browns fan. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to bring up that dark moment. But
Okay, but John Elway's not our GM anymore. It's a guy named George Payton, and he's been making really good moves for us so far.
Yeah, because John Elway's terrible. Sorry, I just like John Elway slander. It's one of my favorite things.
Goodness gracious.
I know we had some questions here around the board for Hannah. Someone want to start us off?
Yeah, I got a question. Hannah, how much does it worry you if they really go quarterback here? I know you want them to pick a quarterback. How much does it worry you when you see the track record John Elway has had since signing Peyton Manning, when you see guys like Paxton Lynch, which is considered one of the biggest busts, Trevor Siemian,
Joe Kelly,
Case Keenum, all those guys, how much does that worry you?
Again, you guys, a new general manager. It's a new time. It's a new era for the Broncos. I get what you're saying. It hasn't been a good past 5 years, but I really think this is the time. And I'm not worried. I really have a lot of hope for this, honestly.
Hannah, I'm going to be honest. I was watching Jones and Fields right there. None of them had their phone, none of them were picking up their phone, none of that. So
that's okay with me.
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go quarterback.
I'm fine with Micah Parsons. I really, really am. He'd be great. I can't believe how fast that guy moves, and he moves hard and quick, and we need a good O-line too, so I'm down for that.
John, did you have a question?
Yeah, Hannah Joe, what would you think of a Tim Tebow return to Denver?
Does Tim Tebow even still – what's Tim Tebow up to now?
So there's a rumor in the rumor mill that he wants to return to the NFL as a tight end.
Well, John, what would you think of an Aaron Rodgers Broncos moment?
Well, I would absolutely hate it.
I would absolutely hate it too. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I tweeted beforehand and said that I absolutely hate how Aaron Rodgers has to make everything about him on draft night.
I like it. I'm glad. Let's keep things the way they are, Hannah Joe.
All right. Yeah, I don't want him anywhere near Denver.
Hannah, the pick is in, so we're going to bring it back here, but when it's announced, we're going to cut right back to you. So stay with us, and when the pick's in, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay.
All right, guys, so the pick's in. What are we thinking here? There's a lot of options that the Broncos can go here. Best available, probably Devontae Smith, but best fit,
Micah
Nick, what do you
Parsons.
have for me?
I'm going to echo everything that I kind of said before, and I'm going to go with Slater here. And he did play a lot of right tackle, and I say that because Garrett Bowles is at left, and he had a really good year, came into his own. And Slater had in 2018, he did play at right tackle for Northwestern, so he has experience, and you can kind of shift him everywhere. And so if they're not sold on Justin, which I think they should be, but I'm just trying to go off what I think they're going to do, and I think they might go Slater here.
John, did you have anything different here? I mean,
I'm all on Micah Parsons. Right
Rob,
here.
Sean, where do we stand?
Yeah, I'm on Parsons as well. I think he makes a lot of sense in that defense. You got Simmons, you got Bradley Chubb, you still got Von Miller. I think he makes a lot of sense.
I'm going to keep saying Devontae Smith until he's drafted. Sean?
Surtain.
All right, let's see. The picks in. Roger Goodell is reading it off. Again, this couch is stupid. It is Patrick Surtain out of Alabama.
Makes sense.
Hannah, Joe, are you still standing by with us there?
I'm here.
You are here. Patrick Surtain is your pick. How do you feel right now?
Great, I guess.
I mean, you don't have an option. You have to like the pick. You have to.
I mean, yeah. Again, like I said, I'm just ready for any new face that we can get, and if he's good, then we're good. I'm ready.
I mean, the Broncos, when they were successful, had a great defense. So I think this is like a good, bring back to Bronco football kind of thing. So
I think that's right. I think back in Carolina, when we were against Carolina in that 2015 Super Bowl, I think that was one of our best assets was that defense. So if we can get back to that, I'm very much ready.
Yeah, Von Miller was MVP of that game.
Exactly.
So closing thoughts, Hannah. What do you think of the Broncos? Could trade back in. You never know.
I would love to trade back in. I can't believe they didn't take a quarterback. I want a quarterback still. Whatever, I'm good. I trust George Payton, our new general manager, and I still have hope.
All right, Hannah. Any last thoughts?
All good.
All right, thanks so much, Hannah.
Bye.
All right, John, you asked me with the commercial break when there's a Bama guy, I thought I could throw it to you right away. So, here's your wish. Bama guy.
Yes, I'm excited. He's reunited with his guy, Jerry Jeudy. Unfortunately, they probably won't be going against each other very much in practice because they're both the ones. But this is awesome to see. Patrick Surtain is an absolute lockdown corner. I think he's the best corner in this draft as far as just pure coverage. He's more of like a Jair Alexander, though, where he doesn't force a ton of turnovers, but he's absolutely locked down.
Someone help me out here. I know the Broncos, they signed another corner this offseason. Who was it? Does anyone remember? They signed someone.
It was a UCF corner.
Boye?
Yeah, AJ
was it?
Boye.
AJ Boye. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they are, they're adding two great corners, I guess. Sean, this wasn't the pick, I guess, that we all thought. It fits pretty well with the team, though. So, what do you think?
Did the pick he thought?
I did.
Oh, no, you did say
Surtain.
Surtain. Okay,
you did say Surtain.
I can't keep track. There's four
Listen,
of you.
I'm going with my gut. I was like, before the pick, I'm like, I really think Surtain goes here. I don't know why. It just came out. So I really do like the pick. I think, again, AJ Boye, he's not young. Again, you drafted offense last year. I think you can help that secondary majorly. I wanted Mac Jones personally. I wanted Mac Jones to go there. Again, personal reason, but he's going to really tremendously help out this team. And I guess the Broncos, are going to Alabama every year. So good for them.
Good strategy.
Well,
and also,
in your eyes.
here's the other reason you go Surtain is like the drop off after Horn and Surtain to the third best corner, which I believe is Asante Samuel Jr. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dick.
I went to high school with them.
I think it's a massive.
I went to high school with Asante Samuel. Would not be hitting the field.
Jaret,
you know what's mentioned who I went to high school
you know what's crazy?
No one asked.
No one asked.
Bang.
But yes, the drop off between Surtain and the third best corner is a pretty massive dropout.
So something else to note before I throw it over to Rob and Nick: Kyle Fuller and Bryce Callahan's contracts do expire after this season, so that could be something they're looking to bring in younger guys and not have to pay to re-sign. Nick, do you think this was the best fit for the Broncos?
Yeah, I do. And if you're going to build your perfect cornerback, it's going to be Patrick Surtain, a guy that's 6'2", over 200 pounds, very physical at the line. There's a reason why that he was a very touted prospect, a 5-star, and that he ended up Alabama. And he's the latest of a line of cornerbacks who have gone on to have success in the NFL. I mean, you look at Marlon Humphrey, for example. I mean, these physical corners from Alabama typically work in the NFL, and the bust rate is really low on them. So you really can't go wrong for it, and it fits a need absolutely. But I'm really intrigued to see what happens. We're going to get into it after this with Dallas because this might have been their pick.
Yeah, it very well could have been their pick because there were rumors about trades and stuff. We'll get into that after we hear from Rob real quick. Rob, Patrick Surtain, the second.
Yeah, no, makes a lot of sense here. With Horn gone, I think Broncos are really focusing on that defense. We thought Parsons.
Wait, I have to interrupt you because there is a trade alert. The Cowboys are trading back their pick, and it is going to the Philadelphia Eagles.
They're
which
I know what
this,
they're doing.
this
This
has
is Devontae.
This has to
Yeah.
be Devontae.
This is
It
Devontae.
has to
It
be
has to be.
Devontae.
This
If it's
is
not
Devontae.
Devontae, I might walk off set again. For those of you that didn't watch last year,
See, I'm intrigued of what they gave
Well,
up.
because,
No, I am
we
too.
know the Giants were going to go Devontae. They had already.
They had to.
reported
They
that.
said they were
so
going to.
So the Eagles knew if they wanted Devontae, they had to trade up.
So
They
that
traded
makes
up.
the Eagles' third trade this draft. They traded to the Dolphins, and then they traded with the 49ers, Dolphins. I'm all over the place.
Jarrett, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Now I'm on
How
the spot.
excited are you to have a Heisman
If
on the
it's
roster?
Devontae Smith, this smile will not go off my face. You can ask Sean. He was on camera with me last year
so
when
great.
Justin Jefferson was available, and the Eagles were on the clock, and I was so excited. And then we drafted a player out of TCU.
Creator who was gearing up to form a bigger crew. One's a California guy,
A god of graphics.
One hosted Girls on Deck.
It's a story of a 4-year nightmare, which is finally coming to an end. Thank God.
And the new kid, a Packers lover.
Tampa forever. So then one day all these people work together to face a year unlike one that's ever been. And his group rebranded in Orlando. That's the way we all became HTFN. 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 That's the way we became HTFN. That's blasphemy!
I've already had a good week. This you gonna get an L, Sean. I've never been 0-2 in any fantasy league of records that I've been in, and it ain't gonna start this week. I promise you. Projections don't mean nothing. Come back next week when you catch another L, Nick, like you've been doubting my Nuggets. Okay, just get ready to catch another L.
In the field. Sorry for those technical difficulties here. Hey, we're working through them, but the mics decided to go out. But we are back online.
That's
like
what
nothing
happens
ever
when the Eagles
happened.
trade
Stop.
into this pick.
Enough.
That's what happens.
No. So I am getting word the Eagles they gave up their number 84th overall and their number 12 to go up. So I don't feel like that's that bad. A 3rd-round pick for that, 3rd and 1st. If we get Devontae Smith, and I will be so happy. So yeah, does anyone want to ask me questions? Anyone?
Yeah. So how excited would you be to see Jalen Hurts throwing to one of his favorite targets from his Alabama days?
That'd be cool, but they're showing Micah Parsons on TV, so that's concerning me. But no, I mean, it's kind of rebuild time.
They very well might not be going Devontae Smith.
No, it very well could not be, considering how beat up that defense was, and Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham out the door soon and
I
stuff.
think it's more interesting that division rivals traded with each other. I think that's more interesting than anything.
That's always surprising, especially in that division.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I've seen so many guys, once they get on a team in that division, they stay in that division for the rest of their career, bouncing around different teams. We see that a lot in that division.
I mean, okay, so it wouldn't surprise me. So last year when the Eagles drafted Jalen Reagor, the Vikings were laughing. I don't know if you guys have seen that video, but the Vikings war room was literally laughing. They literally said, "There's no way Philly just did that. Just lock in Jefferson." Because everyone thought it was going to be Justin Jefferson.
I would agree.
And Justin Jefferson was the best rookie wide receiver. And Justin Jefferson was the best wide receiver available, and the Eagles didn't do anything that makes sense.
I just think they're going Devontae Smith here simply for the reason I don't think you had to trade up if you were going to go Parsons.
I would agree with that because I'm pretty sure we were set on the Giants going Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
And I think we're all set on Dallas going to corner, are we not?
I think they're going to go Greg Newsome.
I don't know what Dallas was about to do.
No, it's either Newsome or Farley, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll go.
Now
I
it
can
has
get on
to
the
be.
Newsome. I can get on the Newsome.
And you're
train.
really reaching with Newsome and Farley at that pick.
I mean, it's a new era in Philly. Nick
I think it's
Sirianni's taken
Devontae
over as head coach. They got rid of Alshon. Zach Ertz is likely out the door after this season, I would say. Miles Sanders. I think you bring in the young core. Bring in Jalen Hurts, Miles Sanders, and Devontae Smith. I think that is a solid, big three core. No?
Well, Jared, I'll ask, if it's a receiver here and it's not Devontae Smith, who would you like it to be?
Can we get Jamar Chase? Is that possible? I'm asking for a friend. Can I get Jamar Chase? If it's not Devon, I mean,
It's Devontae Smith.
it could be Elijah Moore, who I also went to high school with.
It could be Micah Parsons.
Elijah Moore's a
You just wanted to drop that
heavy
you went to high
reach.
school with.
I did want to drop
That
a
was
high
just
school
clout.
name.
Elijah Moore is a good player, though.
I mean, he can ball, but he also
He's no Devontae Smith. Like, he's not a Heisman winner.
Dude, if Elijah Moore goes before Devontae Smith, there's an issue, right? Is there not an issue?
I think
it
not gonna
has
argue it.
to be Devontae Smith if it's wide receiver. I will be okay with Micah Parsons.
Anybody
as well.
but Devontae Smith.
I will be okay. We probably should just get a solo shot of me for my depression. Sean, you can announce the pick. I'm not gonna even look.
All right, Jared, here you go.
Oh,
The
please.
pick is in. Roger Gell's reading the name.
Come on.
And it is Devontae Smith.
Yes!
There's
I
a
am so happy. I was, woo. We did it. We finally did it. We did something right in the NFL draft. Yes. Heisman winner. I didn't think he was going to fall because originally when we traded with the Dolphins, I'm like, okay, they must think they can still get a receiver back at 12. Clearly, they didn't think they could get him at 12 because the Giants made it quite clear they were going to go receiver. So, I'm just relieved. You don't understand.
This is exactly why, though. Like, if you're the Giants, don't tell everybody that you want Devontae Smith. Because Philly probably doesn't trade up right there. If the Giants don't come out and say that they want Devontae Smith.
Well, I think some people thought the Giants might go corner. I think that was also something being talked about. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, that possibly the Eagles and Giants could both go corner. But again, now you're looking at, reaping the benefits. Do the Giants go linebacker or corner here? I think that now with, Smith going off the board, the Giants, I don't know if you go Bateman. I think that's a reach.
I think Bateman's a reach. I think Elijah Moore is the next wide receiver to go. But I still think, he's not, like, there's a significant drop-off after Devontae Smith. So I would say Parsons. Go best available, go Parsons.
I am seeing reports from Ian Rappaport that the Giants are in trade talks right now.
Oh.
So that would be interesting. But
For
Nick,
Aaron
Rob,
Rodgers?
we can move on to the Giants. I'm kind of, we don't have to talk about the Eagles because we might still find a way to mess this draft up somehow. But I'm happy with Devontae Smith. Any adding closing thoughts on the Eagles before we move on?
No, I mean, it's a great addition. Like, you're talking about a great route runner. I mean, this guy's dynamic. Listen, again, we talked about, him being slim, him being too small. I don't think so at all. This guy's dynamic. This guy's a phenomenal route runner. He's going to be an absolutely welcome addition to that Eagles offense next season.
Nick, you want to close us out and then take us into the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to harp on the size and whatnot, and it definitely is a fair point to make. But Devontae Smith is he's not just a slender man. I mean, he can get off the line of scrimmage as good as anybody as I've seen, and he uses really good techniques with his size to get off of the tougher corners. It's just going to be a matter to see if he can do that against NFL corners.
Chicago's trading up.
Chicago?
Chicago's moving from 20 to 11.
Could they go quarterback?
That's Justin
Fields.
That's
Mac
Justin
Jones?
Fields.
No, I don't want to have to root against Mac Jones in the NFL.
No, this has got
But
to
if
be
he
Justin
goes to
Fields.
Chicago, I don't have a choice.
Hold on 1 second, Nick. What'd you say? It's got to be who? Nick, what'd you say?
This has got to be Justin Fields.
It's got to be
He's
Justin
fallen
Fields?
too far.
Rob? I'll throw it to John because John doesn't want to. He's saying Mac Jones. John, what are you thinking?
If it's Mac Jones.
You think Mac Jones?
I know Mac Jones.
No Mac Jones? I need something out of you. I need something better.
You need something better?
Yeah.
Listen, Jared. Mac Jones is the best quarterback on the board. I don't know what else
I'm just trying to ruin. I'm trying
saw
to
Devontae
ruin.
Smith go. Now we're going to see the runner-up Heisman go in Mac Jones.
I think Kyle Trask should have been runner-up, but that's a different story. Rob, we'll throw it over to you. The Bears are now trading up. That's interesting,
Yeah, I mean, obviously they want somebody. I think they definitely probably go quarterback here. It wouldn't surprise me if they take Mac Jones just because they biffed the Mitchell Trubisky pick as well. But, I don't know. Honestly, I could see Fields here too. I think they should pick Fields. But obviously, whichever one they're trading up for clearly is their guy because they clearly see something here where they're moving up all these picks to grab at 11. So
do we think they do this if Devontae Smith's still on the clock?
No.
No? So this is only because the Eagles traded up, the Giants are now going to trade back?
Yeah, Giants guy's gone now. They don't care.
Now, Nick, you were talking about the Giants. What do you got for the Bears?
Yeah, I got Justin Fields for this one. If they're trading up this many spots, it's got to be for a quarterback, and it's got to be the best quarterback available, and I think it's Justin Fields. I think that's been their guy all along, and they were just kind of just wait to see what happens. And the way it's been going right now, it's been kind of really playing to the advantage of some of the teams and later in the draft with all the offensive talent going, and now the quarterbacks have kind of stalled out. So I think Justin Fields has got to be the pick, and we're just going to see right now if the personal preference is Fields or if it's Mac Jones.
Well, Sean, we haven't really heard from you from this one yet. You did announce the trade, so what do you have for me? I know you don't want it to be Justin Fields because you want to see him in a Patriots jersey, but what pick do you think? And
I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think that I'm really nervous right now because I think it's going to be Fields. You go away from a guy that like a Mitchell Trubisky type, which I guess is Mac Jones. Oh, I think it's Fields, and I'm not excited.
Yeah, they weren't even sitting by the couch.
Yeah, it doesn't
look
like,
happy.
Oh yeah.
Did that guy have a Bears hat on?
Uh-oh.
He had an orange hat. That was an orange hat. So let me read this pick. The Giants trade the 11th pick. They get the 20th pick. Next year's first pick, their 5th this year, and their 4th next year.
Whoa.
That's a lot.
So whoever they got is their guy.
If I believe I'm reading this right, Schefter tweeted very weird, but it appears that it's it's next year's 1st, next year's 5th, and this year's 4th. So that's a lot for the Giants, who need a lot, I think, right?
Yeah, they do need a lot. They do need a lot for sure, especially in that division. Just in the sense that all those teams are about in the same place is what I mean by that. I should have prefaced it. But I'm with Sean. I'm not with Sean. I hope the Bears do go Fields because I don't want to have to root against Mac Jones in his NFL career.
I'm genuinely nervous. I'm like, oh, because this is just the MO that's going to happen. It's so bad. Congrats to the Bears. You just got Justin Fields.
Rob,
Yeah, I mean,
Nick called it, so I'll go to you if it is Justin Fields.
Yeah, I think it is Justin Fields. No, like we said, I mean, if this is your guy, you're clearly trading up highly for him. So, I mean, you gave up a lot for him too. So they must really believe that whether it's Jones, whether it's Justin Fields, they really believe in this guy. So you know what? Great for him.
And it looks like this might have ruined Sean's night. So hey, I'm a happy camper. Sean
Please
is not
say
a happy
Mac Jones.
camper.
Please say Mac Jones.
See, here's the thing. This is how I picture it. The bets people, that's the adult table at like a Thanksgiving dinner. That's the family table, or that's the adult table. The other two I have at the kid table, and I'm just the chef cooking stuff up. I think that's like the best reference I can give to how we have this set up tonight.
I don't like this.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, I hoped to never leave the kid table. So.
What was that, Whitley? You, as a kid, you did what?
I hope to never leave the kid table. And
I mean, the kid table is cool.
I
so
still
the pick's in, Sean. Once it's picked, I'm going to go to you, Sean, because I want to see your initial reaction. We're just going to keep the camera on you. The pick is in, and it's going to be Mr. Goodell.
Mac Jones.
Mr. Goodell, please.
Come on, Nagy. Pick Mac Jones.
No, I kind of want it. Everyone, Fields, Jones, it's got to be one of those two, right?
I'm not going to read his lips. I don't want it. Don't talk. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, you know what? It's an ad from the NFL. So, real quick, everyone, I know Nick has Fields. Rob, what do you have?
Fields.
Whitley?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. You just want to see Mac Jones off the board.
Dude, I love Mac Jones.
Oh, my God. Come on. Get the draft-a-thon. Let's go. Come on.
Poor Sean. This is awesome. I love seeing Sean's night ruined. I don't know if you guys
could be finding out the Patriots' next quarterback. Although I still am not convinced Patriots are going.
Please take Mac Jones. Please.
Chicago what if it's like? Suck. What if it's not? What if it's like Eli Manning?
That would be a hot.
I'm not reading his lips. I'm not reading his lips.
That would be a great pick. Oh, this guy's gonna announce the pick. I have a feeling it's gonna be Justin Fields. My sources don't tell me anything. Usually I can, my Twitter sources will
I can hear the laughs from production. It's great. I love that I'm bringing so much enjoyment.
I can't wait, too, when the Patriots mess up their pick and then Sean's night's ruined on two ends.
Sean might be walking off.
Mac Jones, please.
No, there's no walking off, Sean.
Mac Jones?
And the pick is in, and it is officially Justin Fields out of Ohio State.
I like that.
I think that's like is that a standing ovation?
Wow.
Standing ovation from me. I approve. Congratulations, Justin Fields. Sean Green's night is still ruined, so that's about all I got. The show's over. Sean Green's night's ruined. No, I'm joking. That's about all I got. John, Ohio State, Justin Fields. I'm surprised he even fell this far. I'll let Sean continue to cry. I'll bring him a pacifier in a second.
Yeah, this is a good pick here. This is a guy who, he has the physical tools you want. He's got a strong arm. He's mobile. Ultimately, people say he's accurate. I don't think he's accurate from what I've seen. And, Sean is so upset right now. I got to tell you, I don't think the Patriots are going quarterback.
No, don't go quarterback.
I don't think the Patriots are going quarterback. I think,
Ride with Cam.
every time in my life the Patriots have had a chance to do something exciting in the draft, they don't. So they're not going quarterback first round.
I think their last exciting pick was like Sony Michel.
If you want to call that an exciting
That's exciting.
I was excited. It was a running back.
This sucks. This sucks.
It was a reach.
This sucks.
Rob, Nick, I'll go to you. You called it. You said it had to be Justin Fields. How happy are you right now? Because Sean Green's night is ruined.
I think it's great. I mean, Sean, I think he's about to cry on the floor, to be honest, at the moment. He's weeping. I can hear it over here on the other side of the studio. But it's awesome to see. And Justin Fields, like I said it at the beginning of the draft, he should have gone 2. And he's fallen down here to 12. But this is a great move by Chicago. I don't care what you gave up. You've been in purgatory when it comes to quarterbacks your entire franchise history, and you got a guy that should have been a number 1 overall pick in other kind of drafts like that. So this is a slam dunk. You didn't give up enough as far as I'm concerned.
So, Rob, this is going to be a very bold comparison, but as I said, I'm the chef. I'm cooking it up tonight. The Bears felt like nowadays, they felt like they passed on Patrick Mahomes because they clearly did pass on Patrick Mahomes. Did they see Justin Fields as Patrick Mahomes? Like, this is the guy we have to go get.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they clearly feel this is a guy they had to get. I don't know if you want to say Mahomes. I think Mahomes is, so many people try to compare him nowadays. I just don't think Mahomes is comparable. I think Mahomes is one of those generational quarterbacks. But I definitely think Justin Fields has the ability and the talent and the ceiling to be a great top quarterback. And this is what the Bears, like Nick said, this is what the Bears have been missing. You went from Jay Cutler to Mitch Trubisky. Now you have finally a guy that you can believe in and you're not worried about. I think everybody is very high on Justin Fields. Like I said, it was criminal that he was falling that low in a lot of mock drafts. This makes total sense for the Bears. It's a new era. Foles, Andy Dalton. They don't have to go with Andy Dalton now. That's great. Good for them. I mean, listen, the Bears have never really had anything the past several years to look forward to. They should absolutely be looking forward to this.
Mr. Whitley, you wanted it to be Mr. Mac Jones. It was unfortunately not.
No, I didn't want it. I'm actually glad. Like I said before, as a Packers guy, the Bears are our arch rivals. We're in the same division. We play them twice a year. I would, by default, have to root against Mac Jones if he went to the Bears. Now I don't have to do that.
Well, you might have to if he's in a Patriot jersey, because who likes the Patriots, you know?
Well, me if Mac Jones plays for them.
No, I know. So
I guess
Sean,
that's one good thing.
Sean, are you back with us?
I'm present. I don't know if I'm back. I'm present.
Cowboys pick is in.
The Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah, let's talk about the Cowboys.
You know what? Let's move on to the Cowboys. We'll give Sean some grief. But, Nick, you're on a hot streak right now, so I want to start with you. What are the Cowboys doing here?
This is a really hard pick to predict, and I don't even know if Dallas really knows what they're going to do here. Michael Parsons is best player available, and so is Rashawn Slater. But they don't need those positions. I know we always say take the best player available, but it really doesn't make sense. I'm going to throw a curveball. I think they're going to go corner here, and I'm going to go Greg Newsome from Northwestern. I think once you get past the Horns and the Surtains, I think he is the third guy on that board. It might have been Caleb Farley if it wasn't for the injury issues, but Greg Newsome is going to come in there, and I think it's a nice low-key pick for Dallas, which has so much excitement always, the CD pick and things like that. This is a nice cool-down pick, I think, for Dallas. It addresses a need, and I think he would step in and play a really big role in getting that defense back and a replacement for Byron Jones as well.
Well, I'm also hearing that it is Micah Parsons' dream to play for Dallas, so that would be interesting if he was able to get it, but I know, Nick, you're going in a different direction. Rob, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I could see Parsons. I think they really need a corner. Like Nick said, they really haven't had that replacement for Byron Jones yet when he went to Miami before last season. I think the Cowboys, honestly, I disagree with Newsome. I don't think it'll be Newsome. I think if they do go a corner, it'll be Caleb Farley. I've seen Farley sneak into top 10s of mock drafts and stuff like that. Definitely the injury set him back, but I think he is a really good corner, and I think he is the third best option there. I think corner is definitely a position in need there. Wouldn't be surprised. They could definitely go Slater too. Always could use offensive line help, and Dak coming back from injury. Why wouldn't you want to help your quarterback?
I would agree. Sean, I want to get your opinion on this.
Yeah,
Please give me something.
I think they do go corner here. I would say I like Farley more than Newsome, but I don't know. Again, I'm going with my hunch. I'm going to go Greg Newsome the second here for the Cowboys. I think that's what they're going to go with.
What you got for me, Whitley?
I'm going Micah Parsons. Sean Lee just retired. They're going to replace him with Micah Parsons.
That's actually smart.
Maybe I've been wrong.
That's good.
But
now, what were you saying, John?
But no, it's because he's so much the best player on the board, and you have somebody at that position who just retired. I think you replace him with Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I mean, this is another pick. I almost feel like if you're the Cowboys, Nick, I want your opinion on this. It seems this is a hard pick to mess up because there's so many options.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could even go edge. We haven't talked about any of the edge guys at all. And really on that defensive line there and getting to the passer, it's DeMarcus Lawrence and who else? And DeMarcus Lawrence really didn't get to the quarterback much last year at that. And it's a weaker edge class, but maybe a Jalen Phillips out of Miami makes sense here, or Kwity Paye. So, I mean, you have some options there as well. There's about 6 or 7 guys they can pick here, and I think Dallas fans should be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, Dallas definitely could use help on the edge. I think, those make sense as well. Defense is a big part, and Dallas definitely needs help with the defense. That's why I see them picking a corner, but I definitely don't think you can't justify picking Micah Parsons here when he's best player available.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of options here. John, you want to round us out here?
Micah Parsons.
All right, Rob, go ahead. What's the pick?
Caleb Farley. Oh, Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons out of Penn State. All right, linebacker. Nick, that's not quite the direction you were leaning. Looks like you're falling off the board here. You are no longer my top analyst of the night. No, I'm joking. It's definitely not Sean Green. But Micah Parsons.
I got the most picks right.
Sean, do you want to talk about how Micah Parsons is going to fit well into the Dallas Cowboys defense?
It sucks because I kind of wanted Micah Parsons at this point. But, no, I think John hit it right on the head. They need to replace Sean Lee. You could put him at middle linebacker, but, again, he's a great pass rusher. Again, in my opinion, best linebacker in the draft, no questions asked. So great pick by the Cowboys. It'll definitely help them after Sean Lee retired. Yeah,
I mean, Whitley, you were the one that mentioned Sean Lee retired. They need to replace him. This was your prediction. You think the right pick?
Yes, absolutely. Especially because it's like he's the best available on the board. Your defense was absolutely atrocious last year, and you just lost, one of your better defensive players in Sean Lee. So absolutely slam dunk right pick right here. Best defensive player in the draft. Besides best inside linebacker, besides best available.
So Nick, I know you weren't 100% sold that it was going to be Parsons, but you did mention it. So where is your head now that it's official? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Yeah, and I do. After thinking about it more, and Sean Lee was mentioned, I think it has less to say about him, and I think it has more to say about Leighton Vander Esch, who they took in the first round, obviously 3 years ago. Hasn't been able to stay healthy on the field, and he's gotten to a point where I think Jerry Jones he's about seen enough of Leighton Vander Esch. And if he's going to be the commander of that defense, Jalen Smith also was not good at all last year in that defense. Nobody really was. And Micah Parsons, as John said, is probably the best defensive player in the entire draft. And the fact that they were able to trade down and acquire a little bit more draft capital and still get a Micah Parsons, it's a slam dunk for Dallas. And I know what I said earlier about Greg Newsome, but I can't really debate the pick right now.
I mean, you were the one that just mentioned Leighton Vander Esch. He does have an option coming up after this season. So, Rob, I'm going to guess they're going to decline it if he doesn't have a stellar season.
Yeah, I mean, Vander Esch definitely, that's a guy. I think he's great, but definitely this is a prove-it season for him as well. I think last year, he had injury issues and stuff like that. Definitely, though, I think if the Cowboys decline at this point, it's because they have a guy like Parsons in waiting. I mean, he's going to be starting on that defense next year. So, I mean, definitely it's going to be a much better defense than we've seen the last couple of years. Still need corner help. Your backfield's not great, but it's a step in the right direction with a guy like Parsons.
So now I just want to quickly, just round things up. This was the Eagles' pick, so now they now have a third-round pick. Real quick, who do we think the Cowboys stay on the defensive end throughout this whole draft and just build their defense, or what do we think? Just real quick.
Well, it's the Chargers' pick at this point.
Well, no, I know, but I just want to look ahead because this was the pick that the Eagles had, and Cowboys. Do you think they're going to stick defense or go offense, Sean?
I think the Chargers will probably go offensive tackle here. You have Slater.
Okay, well, Sean can't hear. Whitley, I hope you have some common sense.
I am so confused.
Yes,
it's okay.
I think the Cowboys have so many weapons on their offense. I think they are going to keep building the defense. I think their offense was really on pace to have a great season last year if Dak didn't get hurt. So, yes, I think the defense will be the theme for the Cowboys.
I'm glad someone heard me. Defense, yes or no, boys? Bets, boys. Defense
but, yes,
or
I think the
offense?
Chargers will not go.
We'll get to the Chargers in a second. Rob, Nick, do you think
Cowboys.
defense or offense for the Cowboys going forward?
If it's anything on the offense, it'd be offensive line, but I think they got to stick defense. I think they'll stick with a corner.
Nick, are you feeling the same?
Yeah, they have to. That was a god-awful defense last year.
Yeah. Now, I hate to be so rude and cut you guys off, Bets boys, but Sean is so excited to talk about the LA Chargers.
I really want to.
It's okay, so go ahead, Sean. Take the floor. LA Chargers are on the clock. Go ahead.
It's kind of a boring pick, but, still, Rashawn Slater. Again, Justin Herbert, protect your quarterback. Not going to take a wide receiver. Just take Rashawn Slater. Let's move on.
Someone's got to protect Herbert from the barber. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, that's a little harsh.
He cut his hair for no reason.
A lot of NFL quarterbacks don't have that long hair anymore.
I guess it's an easier way to get tackled.
Yeah, exactly.
Trevor will move away from it sooner than later.
Yeah, I know. We talked about that earlier in the show. But we'll go back over to my bet boys over there. So we're what's his name? Sean Green, crybaby over there, is saying Rashawn Slater. So what do we think we're going to do?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think offensive line is their biggest need for this draft, and I definitely think getting a guy like Rashawn Slater when he's best player available makes a ton of sense. Going to absolutely vastly improve that offensive line. You need to protect Justin Herbert. He's a mobile quarterback. He's got a great arm. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Why not get him some help, up front protecting him? So Rashawn Slater absolutely makes 100% sense for this LA Chargers team.
Yeah, Nick, you in agreement here?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with both. And, they brought in Corey Linsley, highest paid center in NFL history. You got Balaga on the right. Left tackle's a big hole with Troy Pipkin right now manning that spot. They need to protect Herbert like we need to protect all the young quarterbacks. Slater can play left. He can play right. He's very versatile. I think it's an easy pick for the Chargers.
John, would you agree with that? Easy pick here?
Slater's slam dunk right here.
Slater's slam dunk.
I like that.
The pick's in, but, we'll probably have to wait a couple minutes for that. But so if we are going Slater, where do we see the Chargers then? Because the Chargers were probably the best, average team last year. They could have won a lot of games if they just were clutch. Mm-hmm. They could not close games out. They finished last season, 7-9. They're in a tough division, but not that tough considering that the only good team is kind of the Chiefs, and the Broncos and Raiders are all over the place. Nick, where do you see the Chargers at this season now?
It's same old, same old. We all know the Chargers have the talent. It hasn't been a question of their talent really for the past 15 years. They've had some of the best teams in the league for the past 15 years. They haven't been able to get over the hump, and this year's no different. I think they need to address – I think they're on the right track here if they pick Slater, but they need to address that wide receiver spot too behind Keenan Allen because I think the Mike Williams clock is ticking a little bit there as well. But it's an uber talented team that needs to stay healthy too. I mean, we haven't seen Derwin James in 2 years. At some point we got to get him to stay healthy, and really the whole team. Hunter Henry also is a big loss. So it's an uber talented team, but I think they're probably a middling 8-8
there's 17 games.
17 games, 8-9.
Thank you. I forgot. Remember, we're boycotting that last game.
Y'all can boycott all you want.
Rob?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with Nick. I think if you do, they're obviously improving the offensive line this season, ahead of next season, but definitely they don't have a ton of weapons. Mike Williams getting up there in age, and Keenan Allen, there's not a ton of options out there. You lost Hunter Henry.
There in age? Mike Williams is still young. He just stinks.
Oh, God.
Mike Williams is not that old.
He's good when he's healthy.
He just can't stay healthy. He can't keep his hamstrings good.
That's the problem with the Chargers is the injury issues. I mean, we talked about
kicking.
Derwin James.
Don't forget kicking.
Yeah.
Wow. I really do think this could be the year for the Chargers to really break through.
Why is that, Whitley?
Well, they've got a good roster. If they stay healthy, you've got a new coach in there. You've got a quarterback who's got some confidence in his second year. Just get a piece right here to protect him, keep him upright, and, bada bing, bada boom.
I mean, if it's not Rashawn Slater, Sean, who would it be? Or is it no possible way that it's not Rashawn Slater?
I remember seeing something. Again, I've seen a lot in the last week with the draft, but I saw some reporter that said if Slater was there at 13, it was surefire, no questions asked, the Chargers would take him. So I would, if I'm a betting man listening to HTF Bets, I would bet my money on Rashawn Slater.
Are we all bets boys? He's putting his bet on that.
Yeah, I'm fully on him.
Is that a set thing? He's for sure gonna go here?
It's a consensus.
I didn't have Rashawn Slater falling this far, so I actually had them taking Christian Darrisaw in my mock. So the fact that he's still here makes it even more no question that they go with him.
Some people are calling it a Slater slam dunk.
A Slater slam
Some
dunk.
people.
Let's
Jon
find
Whitley.
all the S last names and call it a slam dunk.
Nick, Mr. Geddes, you've been quite quiet over there. You got anything interesting?
Yeah, maybe they could go corner. You know,
there we go.
Casey Hayward is no longer there. Again, Greg Newsome would be a good pick. Caleb Farley. But I'm so set on Slater, I just can't see it being anything else.
So is not taking Slater the way to mess this pick up? Like, are we all in agree? Like, is Slater or bust?
Wide receiver is the way you mess this pick up.
Yeah.
No, I think running back
people
is how you
suggest
mess
like
this
if they
up.
don't go O-line, they go wide receiver.
They do need a
so
running back, but I don't think they go that early. They need it later in the draft.
You could get a good running back in like the 6th round.
The 6th round?
Well, like James Robinson for the Jags went undrafted, and he was top 5 in rushing before he got hurt.
Yeah, and Derrick
so.
Henry went 1st round, so.
Did he go first?
I actually
he was
don't know.
2nd round.
I think he was second.
He was 2nd round, but
well, I mean, DK Metcalf was 2nd round.
Saquon went 1st round.
Aaron Jones was like a 5th or 6th round.
Zeke went 1st round.
Jeez.
Have you guys been around the show long enough where I said I could where I said for a season straight I can tackle Saquon Barkley? Were you guys around for that?
You absolutely cannot. You're like
I
the
know.
size of
See
one
it.
of his
Oklahoma
claws.
drill, I take him down 100% of the time.
I think even with all of his injury problems, he would still take you down.
I don't think so. I think I could tackle Saquon, and I am set on that.
Saquon with a torn ACL.
All right, so we're all on the Slater slam dunk. Mr. Goodell is going to throw the alley-oop, and let's see what he comes down with here. There's booing, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
He is being booed. And the pick is in, and it is Rashawn Slater, to no surprise, the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. So congratulations to Mr. Slater. The Slater slam dunk, as Jon Whitley was calling it. Nick, I mean, we were kind of in agreement here that it was best fit, best player all around. They got it right.
Yeah, and Slater's one of my favorite players in this draft, and I mentioned earlier that I think he's right on there with Sewell's level, and I'm really surprised that a lot of these teams let a premier left tackle or right tackle, wherever you want to put him at, they let him fall this far. I think that the talent is worthy enough to be where Sewell got selected, but for the Chargers, this is as good as it gets. Like I said, you know, you get a left tackle that you can put right there and keep Herbert upright, and we'll see if everybody can just stay healthy and see if they can get to the playoffs finally.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the big thing. They were in the playoffs, what was it, 3 years ago when the Patriots demolished them? It was 2 years ago, right? Phillip Rivers last season?
No, it wasn't Phillip Rivers last season.
Second to last season.
Yeah.
Okay. Sean, I mean, it's Slater Slam Dunk. I mean, I just want to keep it going. Slater Slam on Twitter, hashtag Slater Slam. Get that trending.
Slater Slam.
But, I mean, it was the right pick. Herbert needs protection.
Yeah.
Because funny enough, Tyrod Taylor did not have protection. The team doctor stabbed his lung. So, you know, I think they're trying to look out for that. Also, speaking of that, do you think, like, if that never happened, if Justin Herbert even got the chance last season?
That's a good question. I think yes, because as we've seen it the past however many years, rookie quarterbacks get thrown into the fire really early. Tyrod Taylor was not playing all 16 games. So yes, I do still think you would have seen Herbert. This move is clearly, this second-year jump for Herbert is going to be really telling. You've got him that O-line help in this draft. I don't think they're done at offensive line. They'll probably draft one maybe in the 3rd, 4th round. Again, just to help him out even more. But we'll see what that second-year jump is for Herbert. Again, great rookie year. Get him some O-line help and doing something that the Bengals didn't do for Joe Burrow. So congrats to the Chargers.
Whitley, you wanna throw the slam dunk down and close us out here on the Slater pick?
It's a Slater slam dunk.
That's it. All right, Slater slam dunk. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Last year they went Justin Jefferson in the 1st round. Rob, what do you think they're gonna go this year?
I actually think they're going to go defense here. I think they're going to go get Daniel Hunter some help on that defense. Defense has always been their strong suit. It hasn't been the last couple of years. I think they're going to go Kwity Paye here. I think they need help on the edge a lot. I think Kwity Paye is one of the best edge rushers in this draft. I think Kwity Paye makes a lot of sense for this Minnesota Vikings team.
Nick, what do you have for me?
Yeah, I kind of echo what Robert says a little bit. You're going to go edge or you're going to go tackle. And while I like the pick that Robert did have, I'm very close on it, but I'm going to go tackle here. For them, and I'm going to go Elijah Vera Tucker, and I know Rob's very familiar with them with USC. He's another guy that I think could have been in the top 10 in this draft, and a lot of teams kind of had Vera Tucker over Slater.
Nick, I have to interrupt
Psych.
you because we are going with the whoa, and the Vikings have now traded the pick to the New York Jets. Nick, you're on the spot now. Who are the Jets drafting? Mac Jones?
Mac Jones, that's funny.
That'd be funny. You know, it'd be a real quarterback contest there. Now, who do you got for me, Nick?
I think they get Quiddy.
Man, I mean, I'm going to go edge rusher, and I'm going to go Jalen Phillips here. He is number 1 on my board for edge rushers out of Miami, and I think the Jets may see an opportunity here to get a premier pass rusher, and I think he is the best one in the draft, him or Quiddy Pay, but I think Phillips I like a little bit better. So this is very interesting by the Jets, though, here, moving back into the round. They're obviously going for it here with the new regime, and I think that's going to be Jalen Phillips here.
Jalen Phillips. Rob, what you got?
Yeah, I think Jalen Phillips definitely makes a lot of sense. I think it's between him and Quiddy Pay. I'm going to stick with the Quiddy Pay pick here. I think Pay goes first over Phillips, but wouldn't be shocked to see either one of them picked. Jets definitely moving up makes sense because they, I think want more defensive help. I was really sold that maybe they'd get a running back later in the draft, but you know what? You can't take a running back at 14. I think it has to be defense here. I think it has to be edge rush.
Sean, I mean, this was, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this was like a big surprise that the Vikings traded out, but I think it's kind of surprised that the Jets traded in, maybe. I don't know if I expected them to see them this early in the first round if they were to trade back in. So who do you think they're going to go?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Rob's sentiments here. I think Quiddy Pay. If the Vikings kept the pick, I actually really liked Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech. But now that the Jets moved up, I do think it's edge. One of their biggest problems is rushing the quarterback. And Quiddy Pay, I think, in my opinion, is the best edge rusher right now on the board. So good for the Jets, making some moves, trying to make the team better. But, yeah, I do think it's Quiddy Pay right now.
John, are you, in agreement here?
I actually am in agreement unless we see a run on offensive lineman here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's either going to be offensive line or edge. There's no question about that.
Offensive line or edge? I mean, I really want to see what the Vikings ended up getting for this. Because, the Vikings are a team that I don't think needed a lot of help. I don't think they need first-round talent to make the playoffs. I think they need to stay healthy. I think they need consistent quarterback play. I think that's their biggest issue is quarterback play. So I'm actually okay with the Vikings trading out. But until I see what the Jets gave up for this, I'm a little iffy because I think it was a little early. Nick, do you think it was a bit early for the Jets to trade back in?
I don't think so. I think if they're set on their guy, and I think it is definitely going to be an edge rusher here. I mean, kind of how the Bears did it with Fields. If you really believe, you have to really believe in what you're going to do. And I think the Jets' new regime with Salah, of course, as manning the thing as the head coach, I think that they're proving that they're going to go for it and they're going to be strong in their conviction. And I think that's why they picked Zach Wilson second. They felt really good about it, regardless of what we may have felt about it. And I think right here, they definitely feel really good about an edge. They definitely need it, and I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just I would agree. They need an edge guy. Rob, I mean.
Yeah, I think they definitely know offensive line as well. John mentioned it. I think Darrisaw would make sense here too. Vera Tucker would make a lot of sense for them too. That offensive line is buns. So besides
the
Mekhi
whole
Becton,
team is buns.
Yeah. Besides Mekhi Becton, that offensive line is awful. So I think offensive line definitely makes sense here. And Jets had 23. I'm assuming 23 is included in this trade.
Okay.
So moving up, they gotta absolutely make sense to get either a guard, some type of O-line, some type of tackle, or edge. I think that's both of those are
Could they go
major
corner?
position needs.
Do you think they could possibly go corner here?
They can do whatever they want, Sean. They're on the clock.
It's very true.
No, I don't think they go corner. I think the Vikings would have gone corner.
Really?
I think the Vikings were going to go corner.
But who?
I think they were going to go Newsome.
That would have made sense.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that before the trade.
Before the trade. I mean, so I guess the Vikings feel that Newsome or someone that they want, if they do want Newsome or a corner, will be available back at 23. Because I'm with you, they would have to have gotten 23. But Sean, I mean, edge rusher, it can't be. There's no way they go offense here.
Yeah. Well, again,
Okay,
I do think
could make sense.
It's corner, edge, or offensive lineman. Again, they're all kind of secondary needs, but they got their quarterback, so now they become priority. I'm gonna stick with Quiddy Pay, but I do agree an offensive tackle here like Christian Darrisaw would be beneficial with your new quarterback Zach Wilson.
What would be the worst thing the Jets could do here, Nick?
The worst thing they could do is probably go receiver.
Yeah.
I think by far. I mean, and I think the next best receiver is probably Elijah Moore, and I really like Elijah Moore, but I think the Jets need to put faith in some of their young guys. You have Denzel Mims in there, and you still have Jamison Crowder. They just brought in Corey Davis. I think you might need to ride some of these guys. I wouldn't invest a first-round pick here at 14, especially with a wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily too if Elijah Moore is the next best wide receiver in this draft. Rashad Bateman's still there. Rashad Bateman is still there,
Yeah.
and that guy is real good. Real good.
All right, so bets, guys. If I were to throw a bet down right now, and I were to all in, I would put my house and the deed and everything. Who should I put it on? I need confidence.
Well, I'll start it. I said Jalen Phillips. That's who I think would be the best pick for him. But if I'm going to go off what the Jets might do here, I'm going to go back to what I was starting with Minnesota. And that's Elijah Vera Tucker, because you do have to protect Zach Wilson. The line is really bad. A lot of good points are brought up. And Vera Tucker also has a lot of good versatility. He can play tackle. He can play guard. And that means a lot to these NFL teams. So bet your money on Vera Tucker, I think.
Can I do that, Rob? Do you give your permission to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to second guess myself and look like a clown. I'm going to stick with Kwity Paye. I think
You can look like a clown. Whitley, do you want to go ahead and read this pick for us when it comes on through here?
I would love to.
Yeah, I want you to read this one.
Jets
for us.
like.
I just love Whitley's face. Can we full screen
Are the
Whitley's
Jets going to
face?
boo? Oh, they don't let. Oh.
What we got, Whitley?
The Jets select.
The
They're
Jets
just
select.
still-
We're just
it's-
clapping.
What? Oh.
Oh,
no.
no, that's someone else.
That's
New
the
England.
Patriots.
New England
Is it Vera
so-
Tucker? I think I just saw Vera Tucker.
Oh, I don't know. It still says Jets.
It was
select.
Elijah Vera
Elijah Vera
Tucker.
Tucker.
Okay, it was
Tucker.
confirmed. Sorry. Hey, we'll get you. You know what, Willie? We'll have you read the Patriots pick because that's going to be entertaining
Oh, I
for me.
can't wait.
But
I
it
think we
was
should make
Elijah
Sean
Vera
read that
Tucker. Thank you so much, Nick Geddes. You just doubled my real estate property. John, pretty solid pick. I mean, we said it was going to be, if it was offense, it was going to be on the line. So I think that's the right move to protect Zach Wilson. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think this is a great move. As soon as we picked Zach Wilson, everybody in this room was talking about how they didn't have the pieces in place to protect him. So, this is another great step in another step in the right direction for the Jets. And if you're a New York Jets fan, this is probably the most excited they could have been for a long time. So this is awesome.
Now, Rob, I'm going to read you the trade. I have gotten official word. The official trade was the Vikings traded their number 14 and number 143 for the Jets 23, 66, and 86.
That's not. Well, that's
a lot.
a good chunk.
It is a good chunk.
So was it worth it now, is what I need to ask.
Okay, so as a USC guy, I've watched Elijah Vera Tucker a lot. I think he's great. I think he's a really solid guard. I think the upside for him is very high. It's actually pretty surprising he's gone 14. I thought he'd go a little bit later in the draft, but I think he's a lot like Austin Jackson last year. He's a project, definitely a little bit better than Jackson is. But I think Vera Tucker's a great blocker. I think he's a guy that's absolutely going to protect your quarterback. He's going to go slot in real well with that offensive line. Like I said, that offensive line definitely needs it. You have Becton, you have Vera Tucker now, and that offensive line is starting to turn a little bit of a corner, and you're protecting Zach Wilson. So obviously the Jets must have thought Jets must have thought that Elijah Vera Tucker was not going to be there at 23.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Sean, the Patriots are on the clock, and I am seeing that the pick is in. Well, I don't know what the pick is in. I don't know what the pick is, but I see that the pick is in.
Well, it was, for a
I'm just
second
going
I
to go
got
ahead
excited.
and you're going to take the floor here. It's you, monologue, Saturday Night Live, except it's a Thursday, so go ahead.
Welcome back to Almost Game Day. As always, I'm your host, Sean Green. And yeah, not what I wanted at all. Mac Jones is the pick. Wow. So the Patriots clearly really wanted Mac Jones.
No, it's not official yet.
Clearly,
It's not officially.
on the phone.
the pick, that was the quickest pick is in I've ever seen in my life.
Well, Belichick doesn't make mistakes.
So clearly what the Patriots did, this is what the Patriots, they weren't going to trade up like everybody said. The Patriots were literally going to sit at 15. They knew somebody was going to fall to them. And Nick Saban clearly talked high on Mac Jones, and all the players we wanted at 15 are
Didn't
gone.
Belichick walk out of his pro day?
He shook his head off. He missed a lot of throws at his pro day, and Belichick was shaking his head like he was bad. But I think, you have to go, Mac Jones is the quarterback there, and I'm sure they're very confident.
Or you just trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. Is that too far-fetched?
But again, trust me, I love Jimmy.
Outrageous?
No, it's not. But the cap situation with Jimmy is not something that the Patriots want at this point, right? Again, Jimmy has injury problems. The cap is too high. At this point, they're like, let's take Mac Jones, develop him. He is not playing this year. I am telling you straight up, Mac Jones is not playing this year. They haven't named him, but it's going to be Mac Jones. He's not playing. It's going to be Cam Newton's team, and they're going to develop Mac Jones.
Well, do you want to read it or you want to let Whitley read it? We'll let Whitley.
I'll be happy. He'll be sad.
All right, let's go, Whitley. We'll full screen Sean and have Whitley read it. I at least like Whitley's sound effects.
Mac Jones of the University of Alabama.
Yes, my night is complete.
Yes.
Rip Sean Green.
You better start running to the podium, my guy.
Listen, Sean, you're upset now. You're going to be very happy. You're going to be very happy.
He's moving pretty quick. That's a lot of mobility. I have to be honest.
Yeah.
He looks quite mobile.
He looks mobile. He looks decisive as he grabs the hat. He didn't fumble it, so you know he has great ball security. If it's anything like his hat security.
John.
Are you okay there, Mr.
He's
Green?
accurate with his high five giving.
Listen,
That's COVID, though.
We got a quarterback. I want him to do really well. He's the quarterback. I just wanted Justin Fields. That's it. I don't know what to say.
Okay, well, I'll let you gather your thoughts. Bets, people haven't heard from you in a while. Nick, Rob, someone take me away here with Mac Jones, our guy who is now a New England Patriot.
That is quite a pick, isn't it? Well, Mac Jones, man. I can see him as a Belichick type quarterback, though. I think he definitely fits. He definitely fits that total profile of a Bill Belichick quarterback and a guy that Josh McDaniels can work with. I agree with Sean. I think this is a guy that's going to sit a year now. I think Cam Newton's team, see what Cam can do. He's on a 1-year deal, low risk, potentially medium high reward, maybe if he stays healthy, plays actually well. And then you have Mac Jones that can learn from a guy who was a former first overall pick, who was a former college stud in Cam Newton. There's something to be learned there. So Mac Jones definitely is learning from somebody who is very smart. But no, I don't think it's a great pick or anything like that. But I was wrong on Justin Herbert last year. I could be wrong on Mac Jones here. Jon Whitley, I hope you're right on this one because the New England Patriots are definitely hoping they're right on it.
I hope you're right too.
I don't get, like, this guy checks every single box a quarterback can check, but because he had good teammates, we're writing him off. That's literally what you guys are saying.
Name me an Alabama quarterback.
He finished, what, third in the Heisman last year?
Name me an Alabama quarterback that is a stud.
Tua. No, I'm
Tua. Wait, listen, here's the thing. Like, most of them weren't supposed to be studs. So, like, it's neither here nor there.
Here's the thing, and this is why clearly the Patriots like him, because they could have easily moved back here. This is a position they could have easily moved back, closed the gap, because, again, they don't have many picks going to the second round and third round, so they could have easily got a couple second-rounders here. They clearly like Mac Jones. So the pick is in for the Cardinals, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with Mac Jones. Again, I'm a fan at heart, so I'm going to root for him. I won't root against him. Most Patriots fans will not do that. They'll go for Mac Jones as well. Let's hope and pray.
I mean, we got the Iron Bowl for quarterback competition in New England. We got 2 Auburn quarterbacks and Alabama quarterback. I love it. Nick, you want to bring us in, drive us into this Cardinals pick? The Cardinals are on the clock. They need some help on the defensive side, so what do you have?
Yeah, defensively they need a lot of help in a lot of spots really with the Cardinals, and this is actually where I had Greg Newsome originally mocked at, and it's so fitting that he's on the board here. You know, Patrick Peterson walked out, and I think rightfully so. The time had come for Patrick Peterson to leave and seek elsewhere, and this is kind of like a new generation of the Cardinals, I think. And I think Greg Newsome is a great guy to put back there. It can lock guys up, and this is a very good NFC West when it comes to receivers. Okay, you have got to be able to have cover corners. The Cardinals might have the worst batch of them right now in that division, so I think you go get Greg Newsome right now.
Rob?
Yeah, I agree. This is where I have Greg Newsome going as well. I think you need corner help. This is your Patrick Peterson replacement. He was slowing down. He's old. He's getting up there. So you need a guy like Greg Newsome to come in. Youth movement. You have Budda Baker in the backfield as well. So, yeah, corner is definitely a big need for the Cardinals. That defense is really what's stopping them from being among the top 2 in the NFC West. You have the wide receivers, you have the quarterback, you even have an offensive line. It's really the defense that's holding them back right now. And adding a guy like Greg Newsome in that backfield absolutely makes a ton of sense. You need him in your secondary. I think this is a great pick for them if they go Greg Newsome here.
I mean, John, you said Greg Newsome you had going last pick before the 2 picks ago before the trade. So do you think Newsome goes here?
Yeah, I think though. I'll stick with the theme. You know, they just lost Patrick Peterson. Corners a massive need for them. So yeah, I think they do go Newsome here.
Go Newsome. I mean, Sean, have you regrouped a little?
I've regrouped. His family looks nice.
He looks like a nice guy. Get over it.
I'll become a fan. You just got to give me a couple weeks, and I'll become a fan.
A couple weeks? Okay, so after the 0-4 start, I can hit you up? No.
See,
Okay.
don't even joke.
I
about
love
that.
how to get him.
I'm gonna go
mad.
Greg Newsome here. Yeah, don't even joke about an 0-4 start. I would. Oh, that'd be terrible. Yeah,
I
Greg
love
Newsome
it.
here. I really like Greg Newsome here for.
There's
the
all
Cardinals.
smiles and wait, was there no couch pick this time?
There is somebody on the couch.
Oh, okay.
There is
That's all
somebody on
I'm
the
looking
couch.
forward to. I gotta hear the backstory to that. But Mr. Goodell is out here with the pick. Real quick, everyone around the room again. We all Newsome. Newsome.
I'm Newsome.
The picks in. Nick, if you want to go ahead and read this one for us when it's announced.
The Cardinals have
Whoa.
selected Zaven Collins,
That guy's a
linebacker out of
stud.
Tulsa.
He is a stud.
Zaven Collins is the pick. Nick, no one brought his name up, so Nick, you want to run us through who Zaven Collins is?
Yeah, he's regarded. He's regarded really as like I thought the third best linebacker prospect rather after Parsons and of course Kormoa. So this is really surprising that they kind of put it because that pick, if you're watching the clock, they had it in really quick. The dust had not settled on Mac Jones and they already had the pick in. So clearly they're really impressed with Zaven Collins. I have some issues with him a little bit because he plays really big for a linebacker. He was up to 275. And in the modern NFL, I don't know how that's going to work, but the Cardinals see something that I don't apparently, and that's why they're making decisions. But definitely a very surprising pick here at this point.
So apparently there's Rob Porter saying that he's going to play the sandbacker, so strong outside linebacker. So I guess that's what the Cardinals needed in a way. Rob, do you think that was? They needed defense, so I don't think it was a way to mess up on the defensive side.
No, they needed a draft defense, and Zaven Collins, I think it's a bit of a reach, but no, he absolutely is good. This is your first AAC pick. I think this is definitely a interesting pick because a lot of people didn't have him, especially like Nick said, third overall linebacker rated in the draft. But no, I think this is really Arizona couldn't go wrong picking defense here. While they do need corner help for sure, I think getting a linebacker in there as well makes a lot of sense. They definitely need help any way they can get it on that defense because that's really what's holding them back.
John, I don't know if we really. It's not a bad pick, but I don't know if this was the pick we all expected. You know what I mean? So take us through why Zaven Collins is gonna fit.
Zaven Collins is going to fit because I think as far as just pure athleticism, he's, 1A and 1B with Micah Parsons. Amazing sideline to sideline, super physical linebacker, and he can hit, man. So, watch out for the Cardinals defense next year.
Yeah, I think they need to build a defense to be able to, as Nick was saying, to cover the receivers, but also, there's some good run games out there in the NFC West, so I don't think it's a bad move out there. Sean, you want to wrap us up here on this pick before we jump into the Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, he lit up UCF, Collins, when Tulsa played UCF. He's, again, big hitter guy, plays really good in coverage. Like the pick for the Cardinals. And to Kid's Cat, you just said boo the Patriots. Stop that. That is disrespectful to the greatest organization in NFL history. Kid's Cat, that is disrespectful. Thank you for watching, though. I appreciate you.
I am so sorry. I will apologize for Mr. Green's actions and his temper tantrum. I will handle that on our next commercial break. Don't worry. I do apologize. But, John, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. Jon Gruden Gagne.com is my favorite website because it literally ticks how much money he's made since you visited the website and how he still sucks. So,
wow.
John, go ahead. Raiders, they need everything, do they not, except the running back?
I love the Las Vegas Raiders, man. And I can't wait to see that stadium when it finally is full capacity.
Okay.
What do the Raiders do here? Jeez. I hate to sound like a broken record, but I think they're going Newsome right here.
I feel like you're just saying that now. Do you have anyone else on your draft board, or is it just
Listen, man, there's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams that need corners, and he's a dang good one, man.
That's like 4 picks in a row. You've gone Newsome. So if it's not Newsome, I don't know if I can come back to you anymore.
After Newsome, he has no more players on his board.
The thing is, at some point, I'm gonna be correct.
Well, everyone said DK was gonna go first round, and he didn't go first round. I will sit here all night if I have to, just so Whitley has content to say Newsome's going to go.
I do like Asante Samuel Jr. as well.
I like him
more
too.
than
He's
most.
a good player.
I do have 2 names for the Raiders.
Yeah, go. Name them, and then I'm going to throw it over to Rob.
Darisaw, Barrymore. You can either go tackle, defensive
Barrymore.
lineman. Alabama for Barrymore. John would like that. And Darisaw should be taken already. He's, again, one of the best tackles on the board. So those are my 2.
Rob?
Yeah, tackle makes a lot of sense for them. Darisaw would make perfect sense for him. I agree with Sean as well with Barmore. He's a great, probably the top-rated defensive tackle in the draft. They need defensive line help a lot. I could also see them going linebacker here. I could see them going Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah out of Notre Dame. I think that's one of the better linebackers still available. So I would not be surprised. I think they'll go defense, though. I think they will stick defense. I don't know if they'll go offensive line.
Nick?
Yeah, Rob said Koromoa, and I was thinking, kind of the same thing, but I'll throw another name out there along the tackle lines, and I'm going to go with Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State. He's been getting a lot of first-round buzz lately, and I think he's the best pure, strictly right tackle in the draft. He sticks to right tackle and does it really well, and they have a big hole at right tackle. Right tackle right now for them is Brandon Parker, and I don't think John Gruden's going into 2021 with that as his right tackle. And I think that's the best pick because Colton Miller is already on the left, and I think he showed a lot of improvement last year after being a first-round pick 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, so the pick's in. It looks like they're going to commercial break, so we won't hear from them for a couple of minutes. Is it a complete mess-up if they go skill position here, like on the offensive side, like wide receiver, tight end, running back?
That'd be a Gruden thing to do.
Yeah,
at this
that
point.
is a
That's what I'm
Gruden
saying.
thing.
Gruden's very out there, but is that the wrong thing to do here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He went Ruggs last year.
So it's wrong if you want to. It's wrong only if you do want to win games next year.
I don't think the offense is the problem, and I don't think anybody's said that.
I think Derek Carr's a problem.
I wouldn't say that.
Not anymore.
Do you not think Marcus Mariota's a better quarterback?
No, absolutely not.
No.
All right, we're all against Jaret here.
That's fine. You guys can all be against me. I have the biggest screen on the TV, so go ahead.
Good for you, dude.
Shameful.
Yeah, wow.
Hey, guess what? You're an
Shameful.
Eagles fan.
I paid extra for that, just so you know.
Burn.
I paid for that. Paid for my VIP sitting. But no, okay, so I actually want to go back into this. So why do you guys think Derek Carr is that much better than Marcus Mariota? Has Derek Carr not been the same since he broke his fibula?
I use my eyes. That's all
Your
I use.
eye?
My eyes.
Because I know football.
Can we go down the list?
Yeah, sure. Do you
Accuracy,
wanna-
accuracy for starters. Great arm. Can actually win football games in the clutch. Did you see that throw last year?
Wait, do you know who you're describing right now?
Who am I describing?
Mac Jones.
Well, Mr. Goodell's at the podium. Sean, go ahead, take it away for us.
Oh, I would love to. With the 17th pick in the draft,
He
Alex
was
Leatherwood.
supposed to fall to the second.
Alex
Yes, he
Leatherwood
was.
out of Alabama. So I promised John every time there's a Bama play, I'll go to you. So John, Alex Leatherwood, catch us up to speed.
Yeah, man, this was a guy who at one time was slated to be a top 10 pick, didn't have the pro day he wanted. Ultimately, all said and done, leading into the draft, people thought he was going to fall into the second round. I actually think he's the best pure run blocking tackle in this draft. However, he is more than likely going to end up being moved to guard on the interior for offensive line. But this is a guy who you can move him around. You can put him at tackle. You can put him at guard, and ultimately just great run blocker. That's what you're getting.
Do we have any? I don't think we have highlights.
I don't know.
Is that do we finally have a guy off the board?
I have no idea.
We thought we had ourselves good.
I
this
thall
year.
we were pretty solid. Usually we always miss one.
I
but,
know.
I remember
All the
one year
Najee
we
Harris
missed
highlights.
Rashad Penny because we didn't think he was going to go
Najee
first round.
Harris highlights.
Nick, where'd you have Leatherwood going on your board?
Not in the first round. I second round grade for me from him. I'm really, really shocked he went this high, but then I realized it's the Raiders.
Facts.
And it is John Gruden, and they love taking their Alabama players. They love doing it. If you go back to the drafts that they've had together, Mayock and Gruden, it's filled with Bama and Clemson. They're trying to change a culture, and I get what they're doing, but have they hit on any of these picks? No. This is a team that cannot afford to take risk, and they just took a big one.
Didn't they do that last year too?
They went Ruggs.
yes,
They went
they
Ruggs.
went
No. It was 2 years ago they did
They
it.
went
2
Josh
years.
Jacobs the year before. And I would say they hit on Josh Jacobs.
I don't know. Rob, haven't heard from you in a while. You look like a better Vegas. You look like you're going to retire and move to Vegas. So that's going to be your future team. So what do you got?
I've been to Vegas way too many times. I would never live there, first and foremost. But no,
That's a lie.
It's interesting with Vegas. A really surprising pick. I think, like Nick said, I think a lot of people had Leatherwood falling out of the first round. He's not on my board either. I think earlier, maybe a month or two ago, I think he was on a lot of first-round draft boards, but kind of slowly fell out of the first round. But no, total Gruden pick. Alabama written all over it. I don't necessarily know if it's a terrible pick, but when you still have some of those offensive line guys out there like Darisaw and stuff like that, it's definitely a reach. You see them mention it here. Pick 46, he would have been available. So it's definitely a reach. But if Gruden and company really think that he's going to shore up that offensive line and really help out Derek Carr and his wide receivers and obviously Darren Waller and all that, definitely you got to go with it. But I definitely think it's a reach. I think this is really our first real big reach of the night.
Yeah, so you mentioned it's a Gruden pick. I went to the website, is Gruden here, or is Gruden gone yet? So it says no, and it says he's still here for 6 years, 36 weeks, 6 days, 14 hours, 30 minutes, and seconds ticking. And since I've been here, he's made $11 and counting.
Wow.
So, you know, Gruden's doing something right. So regardless of if he made the right pick or not, he is doing something right. Because I've only been on this website for maybe 15 seconds, and he's already at $16.
Good for him.
So
that's impressive.
But ESPN Draft Predictors apparently says that there's a 60% chance for him to be there at the 46th pick. So, I mean, that's better than a coin flip. Sean, let's transition now. The Dolphins pick is in there on the clock. I think we'll have Kayla join us when the pick is in. But quickly, we can take our time here. The Dolphins, Geddes walking out. But what do we got here?
I think they go Najee Harris. But you actually were asked online in the stream from Kids Cat, who do you think, Jaret? They want to know who you think the Dolphins
who I
pick.
think they're going to go?
That's what they asked.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I received text messages, and I didn't know. Honestly, Najee Harris would be a good fit. It would fit the Alabama style, would it not? I could see that, or I don't really know, dude.
Whoa.
Oh, well.
They go with the hometown kid.
Jalen Phillips out of Miami, defensive end. So I didn't get a chance to name my pick. But, yeah, we have Kayla Burge with us, I am being told from production. Kayla, Jalen Phillips, he's the Miami native, went to college in Miami. So what's your thoughts?
He was one of my picks. I think the Dolphins need edge rushers. I think, we lost a lot of people in that position, and it's a position that needed to be filled. I think it's a great choice, and I would have picked him personally myself, so I'm excited. Miami stays in Miami now.
Miami does stay in Miami. So overall, good night for the Dolphins. Good night to be a Dolphin fan.
Absolutely. I can tell. My dad's at home right now, so happy with our picks today for sure.
All right. Well, hey, fins up, Hard Rock Stadium. It's going to be a great show out there.
I'm excited. The Dolphins are overdue for playoff contention, Super Bowl, all the above. So I think the future is bright.
No, I would agree with that. Kayla, any closing thoughts?
No, honestly, I'm super excited. Trust me, as a Dolphins fan, this is needed. I'm excited.
All right. Thank you so much, Kayla.
Thank you.
All right. So, Sean, it ended up being Phillips. I mean, we didn't really talk much about the pick. Is it a good pick, though?
Yes, they can use the edge help. Again, they lost a couple pieces on the defense. The one thing I think is Brian Flores attended a lot of Miami's pro days this offseason. Again, hometown kid. They probably see him a lot down in Miami. So defensive coach drafting a defensive player. You already got help for offense this draft, so now you go defense. Good pick. I like Kwity Paye more. I would have rather taken him. But it doesn't surprise me that Jalen Phillips goes here. Again, he played at Miami, so that's why they picked him here at 18.
Nick, you like the pick? Do you hate the pick?
Yeah, I love the pick, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Jalen Phillips was going to be the guy that I was going to put out there because I think, like I said, he's edge number one, and I think Miami has a big hole there. And Phillips you look at the technique, I mean, first of all, 6'6", 266. I mean, he's just built like an absolute animal. And if you watch him play, the bend that he's able to get around the corner, it's rare for a guy that size. And I think those are the traits that really just stuck out to me that made him my edge one. So Miami between Waddle and Phillips, you're not going to find many people that are doing better right now in this draft than them.
No, I would agree. They're having a good night. Rob, Jalen Phillips is the pick. Again, they need defense. The Dolphins need a bit of everything. So I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of their strong suits last season was their defense, and to continue building it makes a lot of sense. I mean, one thing that they need, as Sean and Nick have said, is absolutely they need edge rushing. You lost Kyle Van Noy, you lost David Godchaux, you lost a lot of guys on that defense that, I don't necessarily know. Van Noy was very surprising, but, as far as defense goes, you can always better your defense, and Brian Flores is a defensive-minded coach, former defensive coordinator, so it's no shock that in these last few drafts he's paid a lot of attention to defense. You saw it with Noah Igbenogany last year. You saw it with Christian Wilkins the year before that. So definitely makes a lot of sense that they went defense here. I thought they were going to go Azeez Ojulari here from Georgia, linebacker, but they went defensive end. Definitely need edge rushing help. So Jalen Phillips, I think, is a great pick. He was one of the standouts on Miami last season.
John, you want to wrap us up here because Washington's pick is in, but you just want to wrap us up on Jalen Phillips?
Yeah, just another great long edge rusher. So, This guy's gonna be good. There's no doubt about it. Now to see what Washington does here, I'm intrigued.
Okay, so you said Washington, their pick is in, but what? Okay, so we talked about them earlier in the show. Kicked out Alex Smith. They're the defending NFC East champions. Not that that's saying much, but where do you think they're gonna go then?
Can I tell you what I hope they pick?
Sure.
A team name.
I got nothing. I got nothing. You stumped me, Sean. Take it away. I got nothing.
Yeah, I don't have much either after that.
All right, John, you kicked off, I guess.
I'm pulling the Greg Newsome card for Whitley. I'm going Christian Darrisaw. I've said that for like 4 picks. I think, again, they don't really know who quarterback is going to be for the future, but they need offensive line help. So I'm a big fan of Darrisaw. They could go Tevin Jenkins from OSU, but yeah, I'm gonna go Darrisaw.
I think they go Kyle Trask.
I was gonna say they could use a quarterback.
They could, but Kyle Trask will be there next round.
Is this where we see 6 quarterbacks?
No.
That would hit the over. That would hit the over.
That's
Whitley,
a huge over.
Whitley.
That would hit the over.
Quarterback as well as anybody.
Whitley, I'm sorry, this is a bad take for you.
There's not really many teams who need a quarterback worse than
What, you think David Mills gonna hop up to 19 here?
Kill him on.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Like, he has a lot of talent. Like, I was actually thinking the other day, I would rather have David Mills than Jordan Love. Like, he's a more talented
Sean,
player.
you're going to tell me that Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Kyle Trask?
Yes. Yes, absolutely at this point.
How?
Yes. Kyle Trask is...
Trask did it with less.
Mac Jones won a natty, so let's...
Yeah, but Mac Jones had
Trask
2
had
first-round
picks.
wide receivers.
Trask
Two.
had picks.
Two.
You're acting like Kyle Trask didn't have Kyle Pitts and Tooney.
Kyle Pitts was out half the season.
And he had Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a first-round pick?
He probably
Tony's
will be.
borderline. Tony's borderline.
Tony's not a first-round pick.
No, but he's
either a
borderline.
first
He's
or
a early second. Early second.
Yeah, that's...
All right, bets, guys. What we got?
Yeah, for Washington, I'd be shocked if they go quarterback here. I agree with Sean. Christian Darrisaw makes a lot of sense. One guy I had on my board, them picking, I didn't think that so many offensive line would be gone, but I'm surprised Darrisaw's still here. I think they go Darrisaw here to protect the quarterback a little bit more, whoever their quarterback's going to be. Probably old man Ryan Fitzpatrick. Gotta love him. But one name to keep an eye on is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think he's a linebacker that absolutely could fit in this defense. That defense looked good last year. Chase Young looked amazing in his first season, but definitely linebacker help is something they could use. So I wouldn't be shocked with either of those picks.
All right, Nick, close us out and then read off this pick when Goodell goes ahead and reads
I'm going to go Darrisaw before he gets here to the podium.
Darrisaw. All right, well, you'll take us away here with the 19th pick, so let's see.
Whoa. A little
Jamin
shocker here.
Okay.
Jamin Davis, linebacker out of Kentucky. So I think with 3 linebackers are off the board right now.
Linebackers are going,
if I'm
man.
correct.
Yo, this guy's got...
Yeah, I think you're correct on that. Man, that's okay. So Jamin Davis, I like it, I like it. Nice SEC defensive linebacker. Rob, you're shaking your head agreeing with me. So what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, Davis definitely is a first-round talent. I think this is a little bit of a reach. I think he was, on my board, he was a little bit farther back, closer to the 30th pick. But no, I definitely think he's a great linebacker. And with Ojulari still there and Owusu-Koramoah, I think those guys, are a little bit better, at least, projected-wise. So it is a little bit of a reach. But no, I think definitely linebacker is what Washington needed to go with here. So I'm not shocked they took a linebacker. I think this is a good pick.
Nick, do you think it's a good pick?
I think before I answer that, I think what's going on with Owusu-Koramoah, I think a lot of teams are kind of seeing him more as a safety than a linebacker right now, and I think that might explain why he's being looked over, because I don't think anybody had him below Collins or Davis. If it's a good pick or not, I just told you I'm not really into the pick, because I think Koramoah, you put him at linebacker, you put it, say it doesn't matter, he's a better player than Jamin Davis, and I think this is a little high for him. And before the pick I said, maybe a receiver even would have been, I thought, a really good pick, because they need somebody opposite Terry McLaurin. But obviously they went a different direction. But I didn't think they needed to go defense in the first round, because that's already a big strong suit of their team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, for a player that was, in October looked at as a 4th, 5th round pick, now going 6th or 19th overall.
Yeah.
I mean, what a story, one, to bring your stock up that high in just one season, especially a short season with the COVID. But, Sean, I mean, I don't think it's that bad of a pick, considering they need help everywhere.
Yeah, that defense is elite. There's no question. Nick hit it on the head. They need linebackers. They need linebacker help. Davis can hit. he is a hard-hitting linebacker. Many of the reasons why he was such a late-round selection early on in the season was, again, he's a one-year starter. He only started 1 year at Kentucky. So there's a lot of questions. He doesn't get off blocks very well. So, again, that's kind of the negatives against him. But listen, I think he fits in perfectly with what Washington is trying to do and what Ron Rivera is trying to do. So they'll coach him up. They'll teach him. They needed a linebacker. They got one. I do think it was a little bit of a reach. But, if you need a linebacker, you got your linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, he's running a 4.47, Whitley. I mean, that's moving
I was about
for
to say, I don't know if it's really a reach. Like, I think this guy has the best sideline to sideline of any of the inside linebackers in this draft. It is what Sean touched on. His block shedding needs some work. But, that's something that's coachable. That's something you can tune up. His elite sideline to sideline, not such a coachable trait. So I think he's got the intangibles. I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're playing in a game now where speed is very important. The game is picking up. I mean, we talked earlier that the pro-style quarterback is changing. So maybe they wanted more of a speed linebacker more than someone that can drop back in coverage, that can, maybe they're not worried about him blitzing as much and shedding blocks. So I don't know. I still think it's an overall great pick for the Washington football team. Maybe with their pick in the second round, they might draft a football team name. We'll check back with that. I know Whitley's really looking forward to that.
I like Washington football team.
I don't. It's boring.
No. It's terrible.
You can't sell merch.
Yeah, but I think whatever they choose,
Hey guys, what do you want to name our football team? Let's name a football team.
Okay. I mean, Whitley, hopefully you get your wish for next season. But Nick, I want to ask you, this is now the Giants who are on the clock. This is the pick that they traded from the Bears. So now we're moving a little further back. So am I correct? It was the Bears?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm like, the trades are messing up. But who do you think the Giants go here?
I think with Jalen Phillips off the board here, I think this is where you're going to see Kwity Paye come off. The Giants need a lot of help there on the defensive line to put next to Leonard Williams, who was coming off a career year, got that big extension. They need to put somebody else next to him to take the load off of him, I think. And Kwity Paye, I think, is definitely edge number 2 in this class, at least on my board he is. And the Giants, a good, smart strategy here. They traded down, and they might be able to still get a guy that even if they took all the way up, at 11 that they were at, we wouldn't really have a problem with. So if it is Kwity Paye, I think this is a great move by the Giants.
Do I hear a Greg Newsome over there, Rob?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say Greg Newsome. I had them picking a corner with their pick. Obviously, they wanted Devontae Smith. That's why they traded back. However, I think this is where you could see a corner go. I could see Newsome here. I think definitely Newsome. I have him more highly rated than Caleb Farley. So if a corner does go here, I think the Giants will go defense. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Kwity Paye, but I could absolutely see them getting a corner to pair with James Bradbury in that secondary.
Whitley, the pick's in. Goodell takes his time. So what you got?
Yeah, so let me tell you, if they liked Devontae Smith at 12, they gotta like Elijah Moore at 20. So I'm going Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore. Sean?
Yeah, I think they probably go corner here. I don't think Kwity Paye is the pick. Again, we're going to say the same 2 names here when it comes to corners, Newsome and Farley. It'd be pretty incredible. I know we're jumping ahead, but if Farley falls to the Saints, that's the Saints guy that they've wanted. They were looking to trade up into the top 10 to get him. If he potentially falls, good for the Saints. But, yeah, I could see Newsome here. But, yeah, I don't think Kwity Paye is the pick.
I mean, we could see the Saints possibly trade up here if he's still on the board. That's something we could see. I know the Saints were one of the teams that were mentioned to be in trade negotiations and stuff like that. So we have a lot. Elijah Moore, Kwity Paye, Farley. Is it wrong? I think it's kind of wrong for the Giants to go offense because they have Saquon Barkley, do they not? And they have Sterling Shepard.
I don't think they desperately need offense. They have Evan Ingram. They have Sterling Shepard. They have Saquon Barkley coming back from injury. They have Darius Slayton, and they just signed Kenny Golladay. I don't think wide receiver is that big of an issue for them. I don't think that's a guy you need to take in the first. That's why I'm so shocked. Smith is different. I think people believe he can be generational, but at 20, I don't think you need to take a wide receiver. Bateman's really, really good, but do I think they need him? No, I don't think they need him. I think there's other holes to fill.
I would agree. I mean, there's a lot. I just think the way the Giants were built, it was they needed defense. The offense was there, but they just couldn't stay healthy. So I don't know. We'll see.
Don't get up.
Nick, what do you got? Closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think you might see offensive line here. If they're going to go offense, I mean, they haven't really hit any slam dunks on any of their offensive lineman picks. So
no Slater slams?
It's working. No Slater slams here. But.
All right, Sean, take us home. What we got?
With 20th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Kadarius.
Whoa! I was kind of
Kadarius Toney, wide receiver out of the University of Florida. So Kyle Trask did have 2 first-round receivers.
Elijah Moore, I think is the best.
I take it back. Whitley, you said Elijah Moore. You thought he was the next best wide receiver. They actually went Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah. Well, I guess you're right and wrong. Like, here's the thing, man. I think Elijah Moore is the best wide receiver available, but I really like Toney's talent. So ultimately, you're getting another great weapon for Danny Dimes. So no excuses this year.
Are they literally? Is everybody now just trying to find the next Tyreek Hill? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
You saw it with Waddle.
It seems to be working.
Nick, what do you think? Because, I mean, you were the last one to kind of take us out on that pick, and, I mean, we really didn't talk. John was the only one that mentioned wide receivers. So what do you think overall here the Giants are thinking?
I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, you bring in Kenny Golladay. You have Sterling Shepard, who I know has had his injury concerns. Darius Slayton, Ingram, Kyle Rudolph. I mean, I just listed all their weapons. It's like
Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon coming back. I understand there is room to grow that room. I get it. But there is a lot more room to grow your defense. And the way the draft has gone, there's so much defensive talent just sitting right in front of you. And if you're going to go receiver, Kadarius Toney, I just don't see the fit with Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is not, a rear it back and throw it down the field kind of guy. And I know Toney hasn't really operated always like that. He's a guy you can give the ball and just let him go. So I understand what they're trying to go here, and they're trying to get some speed on that offense. I guess that's the one thing they're lacking in their wide receiver department is that true top-end speed. But everybody's looking for the next Tyreek Hill, and nobody is Tyreek Hill, and that's the way I see it.
Rob, what I find weird here, so they wanted to take Devontae Smith at 11. The Eagles trade up and take him at 10. If they were so set on drafting a first-round talent wide receiver, why not just trade up and get a Jamar Chase or get a Devontae Smith or get a Jalen Waddle? Why did they settle for the 5th, 6th best wide receiver in the draft?
Well, Dave Gettleman is a moron. But
fair.
Way to put him.
But also, it might have been too costly to move up. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we don't know the behind-the-scenes thing there. It might have been too costly to move up. Also, again, Dave Gettleman's just a guy that you think he's going to do one thing, and just like John Gruden, he does a completely opposite thing. I like Kadarius Toney a lot. I do. But I don't know if I love him as a 20th overall pick. I don't even know if he's a first-round talent. I think he's really, really good. And while Pitt's got most of the highlight reel at UF, I think Toney flew under the radar a little bit. But he's definitely a really good wide receiver. He's fast.
I mean, I thought Trayvon Grimes was just as good as him.
I gotta say, you guys are sleeping on Toney.
I am.
No, I like Toney a lot.
Like, he's a very, very good wide receiver, and he's without a doubt in my mind, he is a first-round talent.
I don't know about
that.
That's what I don't know.
I just don't know
of the first round.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know if he's just. I don't like him better than Bateman. I like Toney a lot. It's nothing against Toney.
So you keep skipping over Elijah Moore, who's my best available wide receiver. What do you not like?
Bateman's better than Moore.
No, I like Moore. I just like Bateman better.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but what about Toney?
I like
Toney
Toney
on that list.
So you like Bateman, Toney.
Yeah, I like Toney third.
Then Elijah Moore.
I see it a little differently. Like, I agree with John. I think Elijah Moore was my next best, and then Bateman. But Toney, for me, I could probably name 4 or 5 receivers before I get to Toney. And that's just my opinion. That's the way I see it. So at 20, I just really doesn't make any sense to me.
Now, Jaret was mentioning basically the Giants trading up. I think the Giants have given so many picks over the years to trade up to get Daniel Jones and such.
That is true.
Basically they couldn't move up because to trade up to maybe 7, they're going to be asking for somewhat of a haul. And they figured, let's go get our next Tyreek Hill, which, again, we've said it.
Why is
There's
that
no
the
other
theme
Tyreek
nowadays? Because I'm going to be honest, if Tyreek Hill's on a different team, is he as successful as he is?
Jaret, you mentioned it after the last pick. The game's about speed now.
Yeah, okay.
This Toney is a speed wide receiver.
I do like that mentality. It is a speed game, but, like, you got to have a quarterback that can throw him the ball. And do you think Daniel Jones is a good deep ball thrower? Let's be honest.
No, I don't think Daniel Jones is like really good at anything.
Slant and goes. That's what Toney.
He's good at tripping over his own.
I think you could draft. I think you could draft Kellen Mond, Kyle Trask, or David Mills, and they would all actually outperform Daniel Jones.
Wow. I wouldn't say that.
I don't like. I don't. I
far.
really
That
don't
was
think
bold.
Daniel Jones
No.
is good.
That was bold. Well,
Daniel-
the Colts are on the clock, and the pick is in. So, Rob, you want to start us off here? The Colts, you know, they got Carson Wentz now. My boy Carson Wentz. That's all I wanted to say.
They're not gonna go.
That's just all. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think here I could see them going wide receiver. I could see them getting a guy like Moore Bateman. But I think what makes more sense, and a guy that I think is surprising that's fallen, we've talked about guys who maybe would fall, and Darisaw has been a guy that's fallen. And the Colts really need offensive line help. So I think Darisaw makes a lot of sense for this Colts offensive line. It's a guy that's going to, absolutely throw you blocks, protect your quarterback. And that's one thing that Carson Wentz really did not have a lot of in Philadelphia was quarterback protection. So I think getting a guy like Darisaw makes a lot of sense for the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, would you agree with that? Darisaw, you need protection. You saw Wentz has been a player that cannot stay healthy lately. So where do you think the Colts are going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tevin Jenkins is a better overall tackle, but because he is primarily a right tackle and they need left tackle with Costanzo retiring, next best left tackle up, and that is Darisaw, who has been a popular pick by all of us, really to go a little higher. And I think the Colts, he falls into their lap here, so I'll go with him. But edge rusher is also a need, so I'll throw out Kwity Paye's name as well, and maybe even a Azeez Ojulari as well as other picks you could see here.
Do I hear a Greg Newsome on the other side?
No.
No, Whitley? You have other players on your board? Whitley, you have a player other than Elijah Moore and Greg Newsome on your paper.
Oh, I do like Elijah Moore right here. I do like Elijah Moore right here.
Sean?
We are about to see a run on the late first round wide receivers. We're in that range. So.
Sean, what do you think?
Again, the Darisaw thing is surprising me. I think maybe it's because a lot of teams want him to be a little bit stronger, bulk up a little bit more to play that left tackle position in the NFL. That's the only surprising thing for me. He definitely should have been a higher pick. He's pro ready right now, though, and that's what's very surprising. Getting Carson Wentz, get yourself just an extra offensive lineman. That line's already good, but making that left tackle, again, I think that's the pick.
So ugly on Wentz. I'm sorry.
It does.
It really does.
The blue does look good, though. I'm not going to lie.
Wentz looks good in blue. I'll give it to him.
I don't love the two, but yes, the blue looks good.
Him and Frank Reich are about to have a heyday reuniting. They're about to light up the AFC South. You heard it here first on Hitting the Field Network's 2021 draft.
If I'm you, Jared, I would hate to see that.
I wouldn't, because I like Wentz. I want to see him succeed.
Oh.
I don't know. Wentz to me is like a guy that you can't hate him. He dealt with a lot. It's tough to see a backup quarterback come in and win a Super Bowl when you were the MVP of the team and the MVP of the league until you got hurt. But looks like Geddes walking out. Who's reading this pick? Anyone? Any volunteers?
I haven't read yet. I'll read.
Yeah, let Rob.
Yeah.
Rob's
got this one. Rob, so close us out. Take us through this as Geddes is greeted by boos because
he takes it all in, man. He
I'm
feeds
sorry.
off that hate.
That chair is ridiculous.
I don't get it. We got to find out the chair thing.
No, it's from his basement.
Yeah, it's from last year.
Oh.
But at this point, it's really ridiculous. I don't love it.
That was 2020.
That was. Yeah. Let's leave that in the past.
Yeah, can we not remember that?
All right, Rob.
So the Indianapolis Colts.
Can you read lips?
Yes. With the 21st overall pick, Roger Goodell is announcing this pick very slowly. I think he's thanking the fans for being there, and they pick Kwity Paye out of Michigan. A little bit surprised there.
All right.
Nick, this has been your guy for a while now. Kwity Paye is now off the board. He is an Indianapolis Colt. Good pick, yeah?
Yeah, I love the pick. So far, the draft has been identical to what I thought with edge rusher. Phillips 1, Paye 2. And I don't know if the Colts thought he was going to make it down here, and they're very, very grateful that he did. I think it's a fantastic pick, and obviously, of course, most important thing, it fits a need.
Yeah, no, I think it does fit a need. It fits a large need that they need. I mean, they kind of have the offensive line already there, now building on the defensive side of the ball. Sean, do you like the pick?
Yeah, again, we've been talking about Kwity Paye for the last, 7 picks. Again, it was either offensive tackle or defensive end. Kwity Paye, he can rush the passer. There's no question about it. This is a Colts type of player. I think the Colts have been, showing their trend. Frank Reich, has done a great job the past couple years with the Colts. So yeah, I really do like the pick. I do want to see them go offensive lineman at some point, grab a left tackle here, maybe in the second, third round. But great pick by the Colts. He's going to really help a lot on that end.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of draft left for the Colts. They got rid of I think it was just their third round pick this year for Carson. So, they still have a lot to work with here. Whitley, Kwity Paye. It wasn't Greg Newsome, but it was Kwity Paye. So what you got?
Yeah, listen, this is a guy who can get after the quarterback. You know, he's got a great arsenal of moves as a pass rusher. You know, personally, you know, he's not as fast as I like my edge rushers, but you know, like I said, this guy can get after a quarterback.
Rob, I mean, you read us the pick. You didn't. I think it was like the most logical pick there. I think Kwity Paye was best available, so I think the Colts were looking. You know, hey, he's best available. We need him as well. So, you think he's gonna fit well in, like, you know, instant impact?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a guy that absolutely, it's already been mentioned that should have been taken a lot higher than this. Like it's a shock that he's at 22. Like or 21. I didn't think he'd be here. So the fact that Kwity Paye was still there, absolutely best available. I still think, you know, Darisaw made a lot of sense for them, offense. But if they can address offensive tackle later in the draft, in the second round or something like that, absolutely it's a win for them. I mean, I don't think they expected Kwity Paye to be there. He is, so it makes absolute sense. That was next best available. Great instant impact on your defense. He's an athlete. I mean, he's a guy that's going to get up in your face. Like John said, not super fast, but you know what? He's absolutely a dog that's going to get up in the quarterback's face, going to stop it. Great in the pass rush. So really a standout for Michigan and a really disappointing Michigan team. So to be a standout is great there.
Yeah. Well, Nick, I mean, Kwity Paye is going to have to face off against the team that is currently on the clock twice this season. That is the Tennessee Titans, who are on the clock. Tennessee, to me, only kind of needs maybe like a pass catcher and some help in their secondary. What do you think is most important for the Titans to do right now?
I think Jon Whitley's big board is about to be blown up with either Greg Newsome on this pick or it's going to be Elijah Moore. And I think both make perfect sense. As you said, that's the two biggest needs that they have. I'm going to go Elijah Moore. Just thinking about Elijah Moore and A.J. Brown on the same offense, it just really, really excites me. I mean, there's obviously the Ole Miss their connection there as well. Ole Miss receivers in the NFL have done very well. So I think it's a logical pick, and I think, like I said, Jon Whitley's going to get his wish here.
I mean, yeah, you have the Ole Miss connection, played together in South Florida growing up. Whitley, that would probably make you one of the happiest campers on the kid side of the room.
Yeah, yo, absolutely. So this is where I saw Elijah Moore go in a lot of mock drafts. It sure makes a lot of sense. You know, hey, they've had a success picking Ole Miss wide receivers in the past. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. I mean, they have SEC talent across the board. Ryan Tannehill, A&M, Derrick Henry, Alabama, A.J. Brown, Ole Miss. I mean, why not just stick in the SEC, Sean?
Yeah, I think we are a room divided. I like Rashad Bateman here. But now that I'm like listening, I forgot Ole Miss connection there, like Elijah Moore. So I could totally see it now. But I like Rashad Bateman more. So we are a room divided. I think me and Rob like Bateman a little bit more here. But
well, we haven't heard from Rob, so I guess we can ask Rob what he likes most.
He said a couple.
Yeah, Sean's just awful tonight. I mean, he's totally wrong on that. No, I think it's Rashad Bateman. Like, Rashad Bateman is absolutely, in my opinion, better than Elijah Moore. But no, I mean, if they want to go for the gimmick of, you know, reuniting Ole Miss, A.J. Brown, and Elijah Moore, it definitely makes sense. I don't think you can go wrong with either. It's really a preference for Tennessee who they like more. No pun intended. But also, I think they could use offensive line. I don't think they'll go that. They could use corner help as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see Farley or Newsome go here. But I think they go wide receiver. I think they're looking for that Corey Davis replacement. You know, that number 2 next to A.J. Brown, and putting more Bateman next to him makes a lot of sense and gives another target for Ryan Tannehill.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I believe Jonnu Smith did sign with the Patriots in the offseason.
Jonnu Smith.
It's okay.
It's okay, though.
He did sign with the Patriots, though, correct?
Yes.
So they definitely need a pass catcher now, because he was one of Tannehill's favorite targets, right?
Well, they lost a couple pass catchers.
They lost
Corey
Humphreys.
Corey Davis.
So
Humphreys.
So I mean, it almost seems to me, at least, that it's been served up on a silver platter. Pick the wide receiver that you think is the best and rock with it. Is that, like, are we in agreement on that?
Remember, we do have Mike Vrabel as the head coach, and he is a defensive-minded coach.
So Bearmore?
If they don't go wide receiver, they might go corner. We keep mentioning corner.
I feel like we mentioned corner for the last 6 picks,
I know,
too.
but this is another team that you could see them taking a corner. They do need some secondary help. They lost a couple guys back there. Malcolm Butler now gone. So if they don't go receiver, you see them going corner here.
Nick, I mean, you said Elijah Moore. We've had some Bateman talk. Why do you think Moore is better than Bateman?
Well, I think if you go off recency bias just a little bit here, Elijah Moore He was one of the best receivers in all of college football last year. Bateman originally was out of the season, then he was back into the season, and as a result, I think his tape got a little bit murky there here in the second in his 2020 campaign than it was in his 2019, where he was fantastic. And I think that's where Elijah Moore, he just was more consistent his entire time in college, and I think he just kind of took that away from Rashad Bateman. But again, that's not a slight on Bateman. I think he's right after Elijah Moore. But I just like the fit, too, as well with Elijah Moore next to A.J. Brown, two kind of really different receivers. I think it's going to complement each other very well.
Whitley, you look happy over there. I mean, I'm going to have you read this pick when it comes around, Whitley, because, you know, this is your big board. This is you. So Geddes walking out, so you just want to go ahead, run us out here.
Well, he is taking a little bit.
He is taking time. So Whitley, I'm going to ask you.
Usually they do that noise like.
Whitley, I'm going to ask you a question. If it's not Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman,
Christian Barmore. I don't think it'll be Rashad Bateman. I think it's Elijah Moore or Barmore. Like, this is SEC country.
SEC country. I like it. I mean, I'm with it.
It's Barmore. It's Christian Barmore, D-line from Alabama, or Elijah Moore, wide receiver from Ole Miss.
From Ole Miss. Okay. Well, we'll see. They're doing some Titan chant.
I love the flag.
I don't know Titan chant, so we'll just pretend like we know what's happening. So what? We got Bateman for you two, and then are you guys sticking with that? We got Bateman.
Bateman or
Bateman. Bateman or Moore.
Bateman or Moore.
I think they're doing Sweet Caroline, by the way.
Yeah, they're doing.
That makes sense.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Oh, that's fun.
See, this is good to have the
Sweet
captions.
Caroline?
Do you want to?
Sweet.
Ba, ba, ba.
Good times never seem so good.
So good. So good. All right, that's enough.
That's enough.
All right, we're going to get copyrighted.
Titans select.
Audio hates us right now. Take your time, Roger.
Yeah.
Caleb Farley.
Caleb
Did say corner.
Farley.
Didn't think him, but
Whitley, that was not Greg
Corner
Newsome.
from Virginia Tech.
That was not Greg
I
Newsome.
never said Newsome.
I know, but he's not on your big board. Is he on your
Listen,
big?
he's good. He's a ball hawk.
No, I know he is.
He's
Sean,
a long
run us
corner,
through.
too.
Caleb Farley's the pick. What you got?
Caleb Farley, again, one of the top corners in the draft. One of the problems is, again, you see it on the board. He had back surgery on the 23rd, so health, a little bit of an issue. He doesn't look too thrilled to be selected right now. His face just does not look too happy. But great pick by the Titans. Again, you needed some corner help. Losing Malcolm Butler, you lost a couple pieces in that secondary. Again, I think they have to go wide receiver at some point. We look at those struggles, losing those pass catchers. But again, you have a defensive-minded head coach, and with this pick, that's what he went with.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, you were kind of sold on. You kind of sold me at least on Elijah Moore. Caleb Farley, do you think he was the best corner available?
If you're going off pure talent, I think he was ahead of Newsome. I think Newsome kind of has risen along in this draft process as the next up guy because Farley has those injury issues. And, you just saw it pop up on the screen, back surgery in mid-March, and then he opted out of the 2020 season, which he had a good reason to, and I'm not slandering him for that at all. But you look at the injury history that he's had and definitely some of the other things that have been said about him, that's really why Greg Newsome kind of went above Farley. But I think when you look at talent, Farley belongs in the Surtain and the J.C. Horn type of area. And it's a natural selection here really by Mike Vrabel because Adoree Jackson they were able to let go. That was a failed first-round pick. So try it again with Caleb Farley and just cross your fingers he can stay healthy.
Rob, I mean, we were kind of sold on wide receivers, but I think Sean was the one that said it. Vrabel is a defensive coach. So, I mean, I guess we're not too shocked with the coach that we have at the helm there, but what do you think? I mean, best overall pick for a corner?
No, definitely I think, I said Newsome. I definitely said one of the alternate picks for the Titans if they didn't go wide receiver was cornerback. That cornerback is a big need for them. So defense was a problem for them last year, losing Malcolm Butler as much as he didn't look great.
He sucked.
He was not good. And same thing with Jadeveon Clowney. They lost both, but they have a lot of holes on that defense, and corner is one of those biggest holes. So getting a guy like Farley, yes, injury concerns, but if he can stay healthy, I think he's a top-tier talent at cornerback. Like Jon Whitley said, he's a ball hawk, and that's what you need in that backfield for the Tennessee Titans, and this only helps their defense. So now I'm interested to see what New Orleans does because Farley was a guy that I think they were looking at, and now Tennessee has him, and I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, Clowney's now with the Browns, right? I believe he signed with the Browns.
Yeah, he didn't really help them out much, though.
No, I honestly forgot he was even on the Titans.
He was bad.
I forgot. Sean, you wanna? I mean, Caleb Farley. You said it, defensive minded. I still think though, like they needed a pass catcher.
Yeah, I think looking at how the board has gone and how deep the wide receivers are this year, I think they're waiting until the next round to draft one. That just shows I actually respect them for it because they're not just going to take a guy that they don't believe in right now at that point. They clearly are valuing the defense over that offensive position. And hey, again, when you have Derrick Henry, do you really need that many pass catchers? So go with the defense, run the ball with Derrick Henry, and your team will be fine. You can go to the playoffs every year. So.
All right. Well, Whitley, the Vikings are on the clock. This was originally the Seahawks pitch, which was traded to the Jets, in which the Jets and Vikings traded today, if I'm correct on that.
Yes.
So what do you think the Vikings are going to do? The pick is in, but we won't find out.
I called them to get Newsome earlier. I think they're still going to go with Greg.
You did say that.
Yeah.
You did say that.
They really need a corner. Like, their secondary was absolutely atrocious last year. All they did was go sign Patrick Peterson, and frankly, I think we could all agree Patrick Peterson's best years are behind him. So you got to go corner right here, and Greg Newsome is a slam dunk.
So we got a Newsome slam.
Well, okay.
They're not going.
It's a Newsome.
A Newsome. Well, I'll come back to you
Newsome
on that.
nuke.
Newsome
I was just
nuke.
about to say
Newsome
that.
nuke.
Newsome
that
nuke.
stinks.
Nick, do you have a Newsome nuke for us, or do you got something else?
Oh, I got something else. I think they have to go tackle here. They have one of the worst tackle personnel in the entire NFL. It doesn't matter if it's left tackle or right tackle. So I'm going to go best available tackle in general, and I'm going to go back to Tevin Jenkins, who I mentioned a little earlier, could have gone a little higher. And I think he falls to Minnesota here at 24, and what I think is a really good pick.
Rob?
Yeah, I could see Tevin Jenkins as well. I like that. I had actually, before Chicago traded up, I had Chicago taking Tevin Jenkins because they needed tackle help as well. But no, Minnesota definitely needs O-line help. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. But I could definitely see corner too. Like John said, you know, Patrick Peterson being kind of your primary cornerback, old, slow. You need something more than that. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took Greg Newsome. I think they could go either way here. I think they could go defensive side of the ball or offensive line of the side of the ball. They were this close to getting Kwity Paye, but you know what? Definitely I think they can focus on either a tackle or a defensive player here in that secondary.
Sean, if they do go tackle, who would you pick between Christian Darrisaw or Tevin Jenkins?
Well, you know I've been going crazy about Darrisaw, but so I'm not going to say any more about him until he gets picked. But I do have a sleeper pick here, Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. I think he could really help out this Vikings defense on that edge. So that's my sleeper pick. Listen, might not happen, but that's who I could see as a sleeper here for the Vikings.
I think they draft Travis Etienne. No, I'm joking. They have Dalvin Cook. They don't need him.
Hey, good backup running back there.
Hey,
That's
you can
a
never have
committee.
too many. You can never have too many handcuffs. Am I right? Fantasy football.
That's a committee.
Well,
that would be a
that
committee.
is technically that would be a handcuff for fantasy.
That would
Jared,
be
what
a
do you
handcuff.
know about
accurate.
fantasy
That is the
football?
definition of a handcuff for fantasy football.
What was Jarrett's record in fantasy football?
Not good. Like
good.
4-9 maybe.
Like Okello's was really bad, but like he was
Mine
right
wasn't
there.
that bad.
Well,
My record could have been worse. Jon Whitley did win, for those of you that did
I
not
did
know.
win.
John Whitley did win.
I did win.
it was a good win.
I am the champion.
Sean Green, the pick's in. Why don't you go ahead and take us home here?
Yeah, so the Vikings pick 23 after trading back is gonna take all the Skull Nation right there. They're happy. They take Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech.
Your guy, Christian Darrisaw, you've been talking about him all night. Sean, he's finally on the board. You said you'd talk about him when he got drafted, so he's drafted.
Again, great for the Vikings. Help out Kirk Cousins, however much you can help out Kirk Cousins on that offensive line. Again, needs to get a little bit stronger. He could play left tackle in the NFL. He's good enough. Again, I think everybody here said it. He should have gone way earlier, but again, that's how the way the cookie crumbles here in the NFL draft. Teams' needs go before some guys that should be going higher. So great pick for the Vikings. Really will help out that line. I love the pick. It's great.
Are you on board with this?
Yeah, I am. I said Tevin Jenkins, but the other alternative pick here was going to be Darrisaw. And, you know, as Sean has said a lot of times, he has tended to slip here in this draft. And Minnesota gets him here at 24. So I think it's good bang for your buck for Minnesota, who was also able to trade down and get this pick. So job well done for Minnesota. I think it's a really, really solid pick.
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick. Whitley, would you agree that good pick for them?
Yeah, honestly, man, if you're investing in O-line, you're never wrong, man. Get that protection for your quarterbacks, one of the most important positions on the field.
Get the protection for Cook.
I still don't really see how they're going to win games with the secondary they currently have in place, but it's certainly something they can address in the second round, and I think we will see them address it.
Is Mike Hughes still out there in Minnesota?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
to be honest, he
Barely.
hasn't played very well.
He's been injured for most.
He got
He's
hurt.
been injured a lot, and when he has been on the field, he's been bad.
All right. Well, the Steelers are on the clock, and the pick is in. My uncle did text me before the show, Uncle Rob. He is a diehard Steelers fan. He really wanted us to talk about Najee Harris going to the Steelers. That is who he wants. So I want to throw that out there to you, Rob. If they do go running back, not saying they do, or go like an offensive player, do you think Najee Harris is a good fit?
Yeah, I think Najee's the top back in this draft. I think Najee is just Najee's got the potential to be a Derrick Henry. I know both Bama guys, but he's got the ability to just be an explosive running back like that. Not super similar to Derrick Henry, like where Derrick Henry more is like a tank you push through. Najee's just a crafty guy. He's fast. You saw him vault that one game. I mean, he's incredible to watch. And to take a running back here, I think of any of the running backs, I think he's the one that's going to go first. Steelers, everything we've been seeing, they desperately want a running back. I think he makes a perfect fit. When Ben Roethlisberger is up there in age, you don't really know how much time left he has. I think the run game is going to be very important. So getting a dynamic running back like Najee Harris makes a ton of sense for the Steelers. I would not be shocked if they go Najee Harris here.
Well, Rob, I have some breaking news for you. Coming out of South Florida, we have Okelo Pena in the newsroom with us. Okelo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, boys. I'm glad I made it through all the difficulties. I'm here, ready for this pick, man.
Welcome to the show. Glad to have you. I heard it was a little trouble getting you up here today, but we pay the big bucks to get you out here.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So you want to walk us through here? What are the Steelers looking for? We talked Najee Harris. What do you think?
To be honest, Najee Harris to me is the pick, but I'm okay with us going offensive line or defensive back. At this point in the draft, I mean, you have so many guys. Creed Humphrey has been a guy that I think you mentioned because Marquise Pouncey did retire in the offseason. But to me, for this offense, literally after you let Le'Veon Bell walk and James Conner obviously signed with Arizona, Najee Harris is the guy, and I think that the Steelers are going to get a talented running back.
All right, Okelo. Well, the pick is coming up right now with the 24th pick. The Pittsburgh Steelers do select Najee Harris.
Let's go!
That was one happy camper. Sean, do you want to ask him? I'm sure you got a question.
That's, again, Jaret said it, that's why we pay the big bucks to bring Okelo Pena out here, because he shows the most excitement out of anybody. Okelo.
Do we still have him? Did he, I think he might have disconnected.
Because I do have questions.
Okay.
If we do have.
Go ahead, ask your question. We got
Okelo, okay, so you lose James Conner, right? What does Najee Harris bring to the Steelers? Again, you have a lot of pieces. You said DB that you need. What makes Najee Harris the pick here, and what can he do for the Steelers right now?
He brings so much dynamicy. Literally, after the Jaguars playoff game where we saw the last of Le'Veon Bell, James Conner was solid, but he didn't have that type of juking, jarring ability, that dual threat ability that you need a running back to succeed. I think Najee Harris is the pick because of not only of that skill set and ability, but like Rob even mentioned, Ben Roethlisberger's up there in age. This is literally the running back of your future. Running backs like him don't come in a million light years, even in the first round. They could have maybe gotten Travis Etienne later as well, but literally when you talk about a guy that if Ben retires, literally get back to ground and pound Pittsburgh Steelers style football like Franco Harris and like Bam Morrison and all the great running backs that we've had, this is the guy that's going to do it. He's going to hit it in the holes, and he's going to do the unbelievable blessing, leaping ability, catching the ball out of the backfield that we need to be able to hopefully get our offense going again.
John, this was a Bama guy. Do you got a question for Okelo?
For Okelo, what round do I pick this guy in fantasy?
Oh, that's such a good question.
That is a good question.
I'll say definitely he's a guy that you can potentially maybe reach a little bit, maybe like in the 4th or 5th round of your draft. I think he's going to come in and start right away. I mean, you know well as I know, John, that Bama running backs are built different. They're built to be day one starters, and he will be a day one starter, and he will be an amazing, I say he goes for 1,000 yards his first year for Pittsburgh.
I can see it. I like the talent. I like the system, so I don't see why not.
Well, now that I got 3 out of 3 of the Bets members on, Bets guys, what do you guys got for your fellow Bets member?
All right, Okelo. So how much do you think this moves the needle for the Steelers? Obviously, we talked about Big Ben getting up there in age. They got Juju Smith back. They obviously have a lot of talented guys on that offense. How much does Najee Harris move the needle for them? I know he's a running back, but he's that type of running back.
Like I said, Rob, I mean, you literally, I miss Le'Veon Bell so much, and literally this, you couldn't ask for anything better. A little bit more bigger, a little bit more sturdy, but like I said, the attributes of a running back that defines Pittsburgh Steeler football. He's going to be, like I said, juking and jarring. Will he have the patience of Le'Veon? Well, that will be wait to see. I would have loved for us to get an offensive line because we are rebuilding at that stage, but we need playmakers. We need somebody to help Ben a lot and take the weight off of his shoulders. This is the guy that's going to do it and give us the edge to hopefully try to get back within AFC competition in the AFC North.
Okelo, I got to move to offensive line. You kind of just mentioned it there. It's a very aging offensive line. Do you think that might have been something you needed to get in the first round now rather than get a running back because offensive line is a little bit more important?
Well, it is hard, but it is slim pickings at this point. And like I mentioned, I feel like Creed Humphrey's a guy that, even though he's on that borderline, we could probably get him tomorrow. Nick, I've been watching the Steelers my whole life. I know usually most of the times that it would have been the necessary pick, but I'm excited for us to see what we get in the later rounds because that's really the bread and butter of our previous drafts and overall in our franchise history. So, we could get somebody tomorrow where I feel like we could be able to come in and breed them well, and who knows, we might be able to get the guys that we need to fix. I do believe that it does kind of suck where Marquise Pouncey and Alejandro Villanueva are not with us, but, I think definitely it's a slow process. But we're definitely going to be able to get what we need out of Najee Harris and be able to get back to old school Steeler-style football when we're ready.
Well, Okelo, I'm excited for you. I'm excited to have you. I'm excited for everyone here at the NSCM Studio. But for now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to deliver the Jacksonville Jaguars' second pick of the draft. So stay with us.
Oh, it keeps coming back. We're going to need to go away.
Welcome to the HTF Hot Wings Challenge. One of you guys actually do hot sauce regularly?
No. It's like the least black thing I do.
Oh, wow, okay.
I say Johnny goes first on this one.
Okay, great.
No, the Buccaneers are going to play the Washington football team.
That can't happen.
It will happen.
I'm terrified.
No, I really hate it.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Just look at them now. Taylor Swift is still making bops and winning Grammys. Kanye's getting divorced. Come on.
No, you're wrong. If it wasn't for Kanye jumping up on stage and doing the I'm gonna let you finish, but no one would know Taylor Swift.
Oh, it's not that. Oh my god.
And that was a lot. Nitros, dump truck. And if you don't know what I'm talking about,
look it up.
Why's Nitro thick?
I don't know how many squats I need to do to get up something like that, but I will do it.
Really? That's the worst one? Just give it
eat it, right?
Hang on. It's catching up.
Oh! Oh my god!
Baseball, obvious reasons. Babe Ruth. If you want to go currently the Dodgers. I feel like that's just a good thing.
he jumped off the wall to catch the home runner.
Catch the home runner? I get many home runners.
We made it through all the way to the end. Thank you for joining us.
I'm never doing this again.
It was rough.
And welcome back to the draft show. That is right. We are still going. Let me do my math real quick. 8, 16, 24. 3/4 of the way in the draft. Math, hashtag journalism degree for a reason. So the Jags are on the clock. The pick is in. For those of you that just missed, Najee Harris was the last player selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the Jags started the day off with our first pick drafting Trevor Lawrence. And Nick, tell me who they're going to draft with their 25th pick.
I'm going to throw a dart and see if it sticks. And I'm going to go with Richie Grant right here.
Let's go.
I'm going to pull it out. They need safety help. He's safety one in the class. Let's see it. I'm going to throw a dart for it.
That'd be great.
Richie Grant at a UCF. That would be amazing, not only for Richie Grant, but for us. Because, I'm a big UCF supporter. Rob, what do you think about that?
Yeah, man, if Richie gets picked here, I don't think he will. I think they'll go Christian Barmore here. I think they need a lot of defensive help outside of linebacker. But man, if Richie can go here, what a thing for UCF. Well, obviously, like you said, Jared, what a thing for Richie, but what a thing for UCF getting a first-round talent like that. And the Jaguars definitely need safety help. So getting Richie here, I'd love to see it. I'd pop for that.
Whitley, I know you previous shows have on the Joust show. I remember specifically you put UCF players higher than usual, and I didn't like that or something like that.
That was actually the opposite of what I did.
You put them low, right?
Yeah, I put them lower than usual, and I'm actually about to do it again. So I do think the Jaguars are going to go safety, but I don't think they're going to go Richie Grant. I think they're going to go Trayvon Mowing out of TCU. I think he's actually the best safety in this draft, and I think he's one of those modern day safeties where he's almost more of a corner skill set. You can put him back in single high. He's got the oily hips, so.
Oily hips. I don't know if I've heard that one before.
Get his hips around.
Sean?
I see, now I can't get Richie Grant out of my head. Take every player off the board. I only want to see Richie Grant go here. Oh, Roger Geddes sitting in his seat. That just looks weird.
Well, Rob, since you mentioned Richie Grant, I want you to read this pick for us.
All right, well, the 25th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select
Richie Grant.
No, let's not get the fans' hopes up.
We have Travis Etienne.
Oh, I thought that was fake.
Running back out of Clemson, Travis Etienne.
Sorry, James Robinson.
Travis Etienne links up with his quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
Oh.
I think that's something that's going a little slept on here. Whitley, you're a big offense guy. You're a big running back guy. And if you aren't, you are now. Tell me why Etienne's a good pick here.
Let me tell you, I don't think it is. I think this pick makes absolutely no sense.
You told me earlier James Robinson was great and he went undrafted.
Yeah. Well, here's the issue is James Robinson was great and he's a second-year player and you're the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have a lot of needs on this roster. You're picking in the first round. Why are you picking another running back when that's one of the few positions you don't need?
Because Urban Meyer's still living in college?
Meyer. Yep. That'll do it right there for you.
Rob, Nick, you guys are kind of shaking your head over there. Why running back? I'm a bit confused too.
This is the first pick I'm really floored by.
Back-to-back running backs.
Yeah, this is I don't get it. James Robinson's really good. I don't know. This has Trevor Lawrence getting into the ear of Urban Meyer and the front office of the Jaguars all over it. He must have really sold them on Etienne. Etienne's obviously really good, but here, I think Jacksonville just has so many other holes to fill, and getting defensive help, this makes no sense to me. This is really shocking.
Nick, was he on your board here?
He was not, and I went on my little thing about the Bengals earlier. This is Bengals South here doing the same exact thing with the reuniting of the players, and it's a great story. It's not going to help you win any more football games, getting another running back. James Robinson, he might come back down to earth, and it's possible he probably will, even though I liked a high-energy motor guy that he was. So I think that might be what they're thinking here, really, and it doesn't help that he was Trevor Lawrence's running back for 3 years, obviously, but you have so many other needs, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and this is a spot where you have Owusu-Koramoah was here, too. He slipped, and you could put him at safety, one at linebacker. I just don't get it, really, at all.
Sean, back-to-back running backs is always a bit interesting, especially in the first round.
Yeah.
I think they could have gone elsewhere, but they went Etienne, and who would you say you compare him most to, in the NFL, his play style?
Oh, that's a good one. I'd probably say Le'Veon Bell when he was actually good. A guy that can catch out of the backfield, hard-nosed runner, can do both. But again, I agree with everybody here. It just seems like this is an Urban Meyer pick in the NFL. He's going to take the guys that really showed out in college and not take the smart pick that you need to do now with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So it's disappointing. You had James Robinson there that I would say that they do similar things. Maybe Travis Etienne's better running the ball hard-nosed and James Robinson catches the ball better. But, yeah, this is a very confusing pick. I think you could have, had so many different options here, linebacker, such.
Well, I do know that the Browns are on the clock. They just locked their pick in. But we do have Jeff Locks on the other line over in the newsroom with us. Jeff, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. Knowing that Mr. Owusu-Koramoah has dropped right into our hands, I'm hoping that Barry comes through and selects that absolutely defensive beast. I can't believe he dropped this far.
So I was going to say, that was going to be my question. Who do you want most and why? So guess you answered that question for me. If they don't do that, who would they get?
Greg Newsome.
Greg Newsome. Whitley, that's your guy. It's been your guy all night.
I like the pick.
No?
I like the pick.
Could they go receiver?
Could they go receiver, Jeff?
Jeff, what do you think?
I mean, wide receiver isn't a bad pick. $30 million is tied to Landry and Odell Beckham right now, and that could also, say bye to one of them if we pick up a Rashad Bateman.
So, I mean, okay, so if they do go wide receiver, though, I mean, I feel like defense is their bigger issue. They have a lot of talent. They have 2 running backs. They have a quarterback. As you said, they have Landry and Beckham. I mean, those are talented players. So, I mean, are you set? Are you set on this pick? Or
I'm set on this pick. I want Owusu. Korma's so bad. I can't believe he's dropped this far.
All right. Well, we'll come back to you when the pick is announced. It should be momentarily, but I want to get the guys over on the bet set their thoughts real quick. Rob, Nick, are we in agreement with Jeff?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Jeff. I think they definitely go defensive side of the ball here. I think the fact that Owusu-Koramoah was still there is definitely a big get for them. This Browns team prides itself on its defense, so continuing to build up that defense makes a lot of sense.
Nick?
Yeah, I think he's best player available right now. If another alternative might be Barmore, because that's one of their biggest holes is in the interior defensive line. So I think one of those 2 guys is coming here.
All right, well, production, I don't know if we can bring back Jeff in because it looks like the pick's about to be announced. We might have a hashtag ad, though, coming in from the NFL. But, yeah, I mean, I think we can bring Jeff back in here. Looks like the pick's about to be announced. And what do we got here? We have the Draftathon ad, Jeff. Jeff, what do you think of the Draftathon? I have no idea. It's about the pandemic recovery efforts, apparently.
I mean, I'm glad the NFL is doing something about it. I mean, Roger Goodell is putting, all these guests on stage and stuff, and I'm assuming that's a part of the program, so.
I would guess. But, so Jeff, first time on the show tonight, what has been, like, you have any surprises so far this draft? Anything that's really, like, caught your attention?
Oh, Jalen Phillips over Kwity Paye. I thought Kwity Paye was going to be the first defensive end off the board. He shows a lot on tape. I understand the Jalen Phillips pick, but I feel like it's too big of a homer pick.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, kind of all the guys in here were all in agreement that Kwity Paye, we talked about him for a good solid 6 or 7 picks. Well, let's see. We got the Browns pick coming up. As we know, the draft is taking place in Cleveland this year, so I'm sure this is really exciting for the team. Plus, they made the playoffs and beat the Steelers. Jeff, I'm sure you were ecstatic for that.
2 times in the same week.
Oh, yikes.
Sorry, embarrass our whole
Well, with the
dynasty.
26th pick in the NFL draft, the Browns select Greg Newsome II. Jeff, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling a little twisted right now. I understand, but I don't get it. We need a linebacker. I know we picked up Anthony Walker Jr. in free agency. I think linebacker is the bigger need, but I mean, with Greedy Williams' health being a question mark, I understand why they picked him up. Him alongside Denzel Ward should be a lockdown.
Someone got a question for him? Whitley, Sean, Betts, anyone?
Well, yeah, how much better? Like, I get it. Like, you had Greedy Williams picked him up a couple years ago. How much better do you think that secondary is adding Newsome? Again, by all accounts, we all said he's one of the better corners in the draft, probably a top 3 corner in this draft. How much better does he make this defense, especially in the secondary? And do you think this basically takes the Browns to another level?
He makes a huge difference, actually, thinking about it now, because you can slot him next to Denzel Ward. We just picked up John Johnson III from the Rams. We picked up their best, dime corner package in Mr. Hill. So I think our secondary is finally coming together after having a rough season with Andrew Sandejo posting a 43.3 PFF score through half the season. So I think it's definitely a huge upgrade for us.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the Browns are sitting pretty. Rob, Nick, did you have anything?
I mean, I'm not shocked by them picking a corner, but, obviously you were pretty surprised there, Jeff. Would you have, do you think corner is a bigger need than even like wide receiver? Or do you think they should have went wide receiver even over corner? Where are you standing? Do you think they should have stuck defensive side of the ball like they did, or could they have went elsewhere even?
I still think JOK was the correct pick as a linebacker. I don't think wide receiver is that big of a need. I don't think offense is a big need at all in the beginning of this draft for us. But I'm okay with the pick. That was the second on my draft board behind Mr. JOK. So I'm cool with it. I'm okay with it.
All right, Jeff, any closing thoughts on the Browns first day?
We're coming this year. The AFC better watch out. The Chiefs game is just a fluke. We're coming this year.
All right, you heard it here from Jeff. Chiefs game was a fluke. Browns are coming for the title. Thanks for joining us, Jeff.
Yes,
and
sir.
We're back in the studio now. I mean, he was pretty sold on JOK going there.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that was a joke. No. Okay.
Oh.
I'll move on. Sean, actually, the Ravens are on the clock, Sean. I just noticed that, so
Yeah.
we don't have to talk about my bad joke.
No, we don't need to talk about the bad joke. We can just move on. It didn't happen. So, yeah, Ravens are on the clock. I would be shocked, and I mean shocked, if they don't go receiver here. They've been trying for weeks to get a receiver, either via free agency.
Moore.
Listen, you've got two options right here. The Ravens, I would bet, again, we're talking about bets, I would bet money on one of the two receivers to go here at 27.
That's bold. Whitley, would you put your money on it?
Elijah Moore right here, if you're the Ravens, you're ecstatic that he's available. He's a massive steal right here at 27. Elijah Moore is the pick.
Isn't it too close to Marquise Brown, though? Like,
not really.
I'm pretty sure they
not
grew
really.
Up too.
Like we saw the Dolphins bring in Waddle, when it's like, is that too close to Will Fuller?
I feel like that's a little different.
I don't know.
I like, if you really think about it, Elijah Moore is pretty much the same type of receiver.
How so?
They literally, I would say they both play in the slot. Most likely, they're both fast.
Elijah Moore, I'd put him outside.
Really?
Elijah Moore, you can put him outside. You can put him in the slot. You can line him up anywhere.
I think in the NFL, he's more of a slot receiver.
We'll see.
Marquise Brown, slot.
Either way, like Marquise and Elijah Moore, you can put them both on the outside. Especially like, that's a great way to attack cover two, is if you have Elijah Moore and Marquise Brown both on the outside.
I think, again, we are a room divided. I say go Bateman here. Again, we are a room divided.
Bateman's good.
I think Bateman fits the Ravens mold just a little bit better here. Because Bateman, I see way more on the outside than I do Moore. When I look at Moore, when I watched him, he literally, in my eyes, is a quick, speedy slot receiver that can do the slants, which for Lamar Jackson, that could help. But again, you have Brown there that can already do that. So I think you need a bit of a bigger receiver, which Bateman kind of fits that mold.
Rob, Nick, we're kind of wide receiver over on this side. Is it room divided? Where are we sitting?
No, yeah, I'm sitting with wide receiver. I think they have two picks within the last 5 or 6 picks here. So they're going to pick wide receiver, I think, with one of them. If it's not 27, it'll be 31. But no, I think they can't count on Moore or Bateman lasting until then. It depends on what Green Bay does. Yeah. I mean, we can get to them, but I think the Ravens absolutely will pick a wide receiver with one of these picks. I'm still on Bateman. I think Bateman's better than Moore, but you need a guy to pair Marquise Brown with. That was a big problem last year, was Lamar Jackson not having the options. Mark Andrews fell off a lot from the year prior. So did Marquise Brown. So getting Lamar Jackson more offensive help, I think, makes a lot of sense, and getting a guy like Bateman absolutely fixes that issue.
Nick, who's on your board?
Well, Elijah Moore, I think, is better than Bateman overall as a receiver, but actually for the fit for the Ravens, I don't like the Elijah Moore pick. Yeah. I will say they need like a bigger body receiver, maybe like a Bateman or a Terrace Marshall than Elijah Moore, because Elijah Moore, a lot of what he does, like Sean said, he relies to use the middle of the field, and he's got to catch that ball as he's running, and it's got to hit him square in the numbers for him to go. And Lamar Jackson is just not that guy. He's not that type of quarterback. And so that's why I don't think it's a really good fit for Elijah Moore to go there. I think it'd be better to get somebody that can really play truly as an outside receiver. And so I think I'm going to go Bateman or Terrace Marshall here.
Bateman or Terrace Marshall? I mean, I like either of those picks.
Marshall's actually solid. I didn't think he would go this high.
I have them picking Marshall at 31.
I just think, I do like Marshall. I just think bringing in Sammy Watkins kind of allows you to get another speedster who can stretch a defense. And like these days, it seems like teams want to have two guys of that nature.
Yeah, I don't know how much Sammy Watson.
What about Atwell out of Louisville? No. Yes, no.
I think it's way too early for
that.
Too early
for that. I would say like 0% chance.
That's a second round pick.
That's kind of you.
So
watching get picked right
if
here.
it is, I'll just walk
off.
off.
On his head?
It was a Super Bowl
It's a Ravens
ring.
fan. You know what I mean?
All right, Nick, take this one.
All right. Let's wait for Goodell to turn around here.
Yeah, taking his
All right,
sweet old
with
time.
the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman.
Wow.
So
there you go.
I think half of us got it right on this one, I believe.
Well, as a Green Bay fan, I'm psyched about that.
Yeah, okay. So Rashad Bateman is the pick. Nick, you said it was a better fit than Elijah Moore for just the physicality there. I think they couldn't have gone wrong with either pick. Rob, what'd you think?
Yeah, no, this is exactly what I thought they would take. Rashad Bateman makes a lot of sense, fits that offensive style. I'm sure Lamar Jackson is doing backflips in the street of Baltimore right now because he gets his help, gets another wide receiver he can throw to. He doesn't have to just focus on the run. He can focus on throwing outside, to another wide receiver, another very skilled wide receiver. I think Rashad Bateman's going to surprise a lot of people. I really do. I think this is a really good pick. I think he's one of the most underrated players in this draft.
Did you like that pick, Nick? I mean, overall?
Yeah, I did. I think it's a really good fit for Bateman. He kind of can really do all of it. I mean, you can kind of see what they're showing right now. He has the ability, he has some breakaway speed that doesn't get talked about with his game, and we brought up that with Elijah Moore, but he might be more well-rounded than Elijah Moore overall, and I think fit this offense better, but I still do like the explosiveness of Elijah Moore as a whole that makes him stand out, but, like I said, the fit is a lot better here for Bateman.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, I mean, it wasn't Elijah Moore who you've been saying is probably the best available for you on the wide receiver board, but
for me, I think Elijah Moore has more exceptional traits. Now, I do think Bateman could be, like they're saying, in a lot of ways, the better all-around receiver. He doesn't. I don't know that he necessarily has one exceptional trait. I love his ball skills and I love his release. I don't know if there's any better receiver in this draft at his release and just generally stacking a corner as Bateman. So I think this is a great pick for Baltimore. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's sort of this year's Justin Jefferson.
I mean, I feel like that's like big shoes to fill almost.
It's like I'm talking as far as like the late round first round receivers. He's fell to an excellent destination.
Okay, but I mean, Jefferson went 17th last year, 18th?
18th.
Yeah, like I don't know, 27 is a bit different than 18.
I mean, I feel like after 15, it's like that's the late first round wide receiver. Like that's not top 10,
I guess, yeah, because what was he, the 4th or 5th taken?
He was back there
Best
because he was after Judy. He was after the point is
Ruggs, Rieger,
4th,
Judy, and Lamb all went ahead of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, what did you think of the pick?
Yeah, I said he would go here. I think, again, he could be a great number 1 option for any team that he went to. I think when you look at, he's the prototypical guy that you want. Big question, can Lamar be accurate, especially with those balls downfield? That's something that we really have to figure out. He doesn't have great explosiveness. That's the one problem that you see with Bateman, but he's got great body control. You saw it in some of the highlight packages. The man can catch balls that he has most receivers just wouldn't catch. The one-handed grab is one of the best catches I've ever seen on that left end zone. So, yeah, I think it's great for the Ravens. This is the guy, 6'2". But, again, it's up to Lamar Jackson to be accurate with the football. That's what it comes down to.
Well, the Saints are on the clock, and I think they're going to go Kyle Trask. Someone tell me why they won't go Kyle Trask.
0% chance.
Poor Jameis Winston.
Come on, man.
He's not a better option than
I think
Jameis.
it's the over on the quarterbacks.
No.
Another quarterback's going to be taken.
No.
Yes.
No.
Why?
Why,
It
Rob?
makes no sense.
They don't need him.
Yes, they do.
They have Jameis Winston.
Jameis Winston eats dubs for breakfast.
Jameis Winston is going to get a shot out of camp. He's going to get a shot. I really don't think the Saints are looking at a quarterback here. They have Taysom Hill. I know he's not an every down back, but I just don't think he's going to go with another quarterback. They have to go with another position here. If they go quarterback, I don't know what the Saints are doing here.
I've got 2 names. Elijah Moore. There you go. Listen.
What's your other name?
Elijah Moore and Azeez Ojulari. I love Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. I think
you've been saying that for 3 hours.
No, I did not. I only said it for one other pick, but I like him here. He was my sleeper pick for the Vikings. I really do like him here for the Saints, going off the edge. But I could totally see them going wide receiver or edge here. Corners, I don't think they're going to reach for a guy like Stokes out of Georgia. The corners went. They wanted one, but 2 other options here that they can choose from.
Nick, I want a quarterback taken here. Tell me there's going to be a quarterback, please.
Jared, there is 0, and I mean 0 chance there's a quarterback going here. And if there was a quarterback going here, it's not going to be Kyle Trask.
Then Kellen Mond I'll take.
It would be Kellen Mond or it would be Davis Mills, which is Whitley boy.
I will take either of them. I want a quarterback.
Here's the issue. I think the Saints would potentially go quarterback if, say, Mac Jones or Justin Fields fell to them.
No.
But
They're
But
going to go
in
for
this
the
situation,
low-end
they're
guy.
going defense. Like, they're going defense.
I don't
They're not
agree
going
with it.
Elijah Moore. They're not going quarterback. They are going defense.
They're going
I think
offense
it's going to be a
100%.
JOK.
Hey, if they do, it'd be nice though if they went quarterback because then it's the over. The over.
That's what I want to hit the over.
Yeah.
But they're the last team in the draft that is going to take a quarterback, unless the Packers do something stupid.
No, I think it'll be the Bucks if it's anybody.
No.
And there actually is reports that the Bucks are interested in Trask.
There's no way in the first round.
Yeah, but not in the first round.
Not in the first round.
No, I'm talking about in the first round.
No,
I agree with Willie.
It's like it's a real report that's out there.
It is a
guys.
report.
Like, I'm not saying
I'm
it's
for
gonna
it. Kyle
happen.
Trask to the Bucks. Let's get it.
No, that can be a report all you want, but you are maximizing Tom Brady's years. You are not picking his replacement while he is here. You can worry about that after.
Well, what if he wants
You
out
say
of
that
Tampa
like
Bay
he's not
next year?
43 years old.
I don't care how old he is. I
44.
don't care how old he is. As long as he's playing, you're contending for Super Bowls, and that's all that matters. You're not taking quarterback at all with a 32nd pick, and you're not going to reach either.
Rob, what do you think? What do you honestly think? Like, do you think they go quarterback?
Who, the Saints?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I can see Elijah Moore going. I could also see them going edge. I think I agree with you there, Sean. I think Azeez Ojulari makes a lot of sense. I would have thought he was already gone by now. I had the Dolphins taking him, but I definitely think that they could get a wide receiver here. But I think edge is a big need.
Whoa, who is this guy?
I don't
Oh,
know.
it's a kid.
You got an umbrella. I'm reading this pick because it's going to be a quarterback, and I'm going to be super ecstatic when it's a quarterback. Because there is no chance the Saints are going to the next season with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston as the only quarterbacks in that QB room.
You better believe it.
No, that's a terrible quarterback room. The 28th pick of the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner.
We do
out
not have
of
highlights for him.
Houston.
That was off radar.
Peyton Turner. Nick, you seem to be my Mr. Consistent. You and I don't want to give Sean any credit.
Oh, that's
Nick, you've been Mr. Consistent over here. Was he on your board in the first round?
No, he was not, but I do like him a lot. I think he was definitely an early second-round guy, so I'm not going to knock them that much because we're almost into that second-round territory. Obviously, they liked him a little bit more than Azeez Ojulari. Third edge rusher off the board. That shows you right there what they thought about him. But I thought they would have gone Owusu-Koramoah. I think they have a big hole in their defense in the middle and definitely in the back, whatever they wanted to put him at. And I'm really starting to get, like, why are teams passing on him? What do they know that we don't know right now? So I'm really curious for that. But there's nothing wrong with this pick. You got to see it out. And, they've been Davenport hasn't really showed up yet as a first-round pick. So they're investing in the well.
John, what did you think?
I think my Packers pick is in.
Yeah, he doesn't really care about
Okay, so we'll come back to John because I want to get more on Peyton here. Rob, what did you think?
Definitely a surprise. But coming into the draft tonight, I believe it was Ian Rappaport came out and said that Peyton Turner would be one of the ones that could make his way into the first round out of the second round, and it looks like they were right on that. I think New Orleans maybe had their sights set on Farley and Jamin Davis. Both of those are gone. That's who I had them picking, either one of those two guys. But no, it's a little bit of a reach, but you know what? If he really is, this is the late first round, as we said, and I think edge makes a lot of sense here. I think they definitely need that. Getting a defensive end makes a lot of sense for the Saints. So not a terrible pick. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people coming out of Houston.
All right, Whitley. Well, your Packers pick is in. The floor is now yours. Go ahead.
Two names, Elijah Moore or Christian Barmore. And these are both two guys that I didn't think were going to be available at this point. So I would be very excited if we took either one. I'd be disappointed if we took anyone else.
Why do you tell me why you want each of those positions?
So
wide receiver and defensive
Christian
tackle.
Barmore, I'll start with him because everybody knows our wide receiver issues. Christian Barmore would be the perfect three-tech defensive end we've been missing. We have Kenny Clark at nose tackle. Everybody knows he's been great for us. But besides that, we haven't been able to stop the run. Christian Barmore would be a great filler to get in there. Plus, for a three-tech D end, he has a lot of pass rushing upside. So that'd be a huge steal at 29. And then Elijah Moore, I just love his speed. I love the way he can stretch a defense. That's the exceptional traits we're talking about with him. So,
Sean, what names do you have on your board here?
If they don't go Elijah Moore, I will feel sorry for my good friend, Mr. Whitley. I think that is the pick here. With this Aaron Rodgers situation,
maybe they draft Jordan Love's backup.
Ooh. I would not surprise me in the slightest.
That wouldn't surprise you? That would surprise me.
That would surprise me.
I would be surprised.
I guess I would be. I guess I'll let you mention it.
I would be genuinely surprised.
I would be shocked.
I would be a little surprised.
That is literally them saying
bye. Well, if we lose Aaron Rodgers, now Jordan Love's at them. Now we need to draft his backup.
Well,
What if they
You could
draft
easily just
Aaron
sign
Rodgers
one.
third string?
I don't know. 2 names: Elijah Moore, Christian Barrymore.
It's got to be Elijah Moore. I mean, based on what's transpired just in the last, 10, 12 hours, the optics alone, if you don't take a receiver, it's just going to get even worse, and it's going to get even more hostile with Green Bay. And I'm saying that knowing that Owusu-Koramoah is probably the best pick you can make here, but for an optics point of view, and you have to make Aaron Rodgers happy, Elijah Moore is the pick, and I mentioned Elijah Moore, the type of receiver he is. Get the ball right into his numbers, let him run.
Yeah.
What better fit than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
No, what if
I
Aaron
don't
Rodgers
know.
isn't the quarterback?
I don't know. I do think the Aaron Rodgers stuff is kind of, I think it'll blow over fairly quickly. I do think JOK would be a great pick because we have not had a good inside linebacker since AJ Hawk left. We never really made any move to ever replace him, and it shows in our run defense. So I would be okay with that too. So I guess there's actually 3 names right here.
AJ Hawk, what a great player.
What a great player.
Great hair.
Great player.
Great hair, great player.
Rob?
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with any of those picks, but I definitely think Elijah Moore is your pick here. I had him all along on my mock draft. I had him going at 29 here to the Packers. I think if you want to make Aaron Rodgers happy, you get your number 2 next to Devontae Adams. I think it makes sense. You make up a little bit for Justin Jefferson. I don't know if he'll be better than Justin Jefferson is, but it absolutely makes up for it last year. And
Here we go.
you avoid Aaron Rodgers punching holes.
All right, John, I'll let you read this one. Either ruin your day.
Somebody else read it.
I get it. I can get it.
Sean?
It might be Terrence Moore. 29th pick, Green Bay Packers. Select Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Does it?
With the Kevin King situation, yeah.
All right, why does it make sense, Whitley?
Well, because Kevin King was a free agent. We brought him back on a 1 year, so like it's basically essentially a Band-Aid. So this is the long-term solution.
Long-term solution.
Yeah,
But isn't the long-term solution making sure Aaron Rodgers is happy?
Well, that was, but we already failed at that. So.
Well, you
hopefully we
messed
can
up by
play
drafting
defense.
Jordan Love then.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, other side of the room, bets people, Nick, Rob. I mean, we haven't really mentioned Stokes' name tonight. He definitely had first-round potential, and as you can see, he was drafted in the first round. But I mean, what do we? I don't know. I don't know where I sit with this one.
I don't love it. I can see, like John mentioned, the Kevin King situation. I mean, you want to get a guy next to Jair, but like I don't know, man. There's so many other picks you could have went with here. I think there's just other needs. I think getting Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, getting Elijah Moore, I think that made a lot more sense. I don't hate this pick. Like getting Stokes, it makes sense. But there was mock drafts that had Stokes going in the first round. It's not a huge reach, but yeah, I think it's a lot surprising, and I don't think most of Packers Nation is going to be happy with this pick.
No.
Nick, as a Buccaneers fan, looking outside looking in, the Packers needed wide receivers. They did not do it for the second year in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
You okay over there?
No, yes, maybe. So, do you think? No, I'm not actually. Nick, take it away.
Go, Nick.
Can I?
Well, Eric Stokes, I was just speaking on Eric Stokes. I mean, yeah, he's a really good corner, and he's got all the traits that you want in a quarterback, very athletic and rangy and all those things. We get that. But cornerback this year is really loaded. There's a lot of really good, talented cornerbacks you can get later in the draft. And like we've been saying, Owusu-Koramoah is not a guy you're going to get later in the draft. He's right here in front of you, and I'd say the same thing about Elijah Moore, really. I just think the fits were so much better. And, I mean, I know John said he thinks the Aaron Rodgers situation is going to blow over, and we've seen it happen many times, and he's shrugged it off. But I don't know. There's a lot of smoke right now, and I can't imagine that he has a smile on his face at the moment watching this pick.
I don't know, because like if Kevin King doesn't play so bad against Tampa Bay, we probably win that game. And besides that, I think the wide receiver situation in Green Bay has gotten to be a little bit overblown because, for one, we have, if not the best wide receiver in the NFL, certainly a top 3 in Devontae Adams. And then Lazard can play. Marquez Valdes-Scantling is a decent deep threat when he catches the ball. So
I feel like Rodgers makes those guys good, though.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the lower end. Like Devontae Adams is good, but everyone else is good because of Rodgers.
Yeah, but they're still producing at a level you need. Like Tunyon, also don't forget Tunyon is good at tight end. So, like, between him, Aaron Jones, and Devontae Adams alone, like, that's all the weapons you can really ask for. Anything else, like, at that point is what they call gravy.
Here's my only problem with Stokes is he is really aggressive up on the receiver. In the NFL, I have he's going to get called for PIs, because he's an aggressive corner. That is the only problem I have with Stokes.
I'd rather say whoa than sick him.
I mean, I think aggressive is what they need, though, because Kevin King is he's played really soft, and Jon was spot on. If he plays better in that NFC Championship game, we're not even talking about the Bucs being Super Bowl champions. That's how bad Kevin King was. So, I mean, it absolutely does fit a need, but again, with the players that were there, I just don't see that right now was the time for it.
He was the one that got burned on that end of the half touchdown, right?
That was Kevin King.
Yeah, he got burned like 3 times.
That was absurd.
Right,
And with Jair right across from him, this could be a great secondary. This could be the best secondary in the NFL.
Production is telling me that Randy's on the other line here to talk about the Buffalo Bills, who are on the clock. Randy, welcome back. Are you with us? Maybe. Randy, I can see you. Can you hear me? No. Maybe.
We love technical problems.
It's all right. Well, while we get Randy on the line, the Bills are on the clock here. So Bills can go a lot of ways, I think. They do have 2 quarterbacks. They have Josh Allen, Mitchell Trubisky. Probably need some help on the defensive side. I'm being told that Randy is back with us. Randy, hello. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hey, guys. Looks like we had some technical issues with my audio. Should be good now, though.
All right, Randy. Well, we have you on for the Bills pick here. The pick's in. What do you think the Bills are going to do here?
I think, honestly, it's going to be a bit of a reach here. I think they're going to go Javonte Williams. They need a running back. I do not trust Devin Singletary, and I really thought they were going to take Travis Etienne before the Jaguars decided to do everything. But I think that they're going to go with Javonte Williams out of UNC here. It's a bit of a reach, but I think it fits their offense really well. Gives them the last weapon to really push them over the edge. Another one I could see is Asante Samuel Jr., but I really do think they're going to go running back here.
I mean, I think it might be a reach for a running back. I don't know, guys. Running backs a reach, no?
Yeah. I think with Etienne and Najee both gone, I think you can wait on Williams. You got Chuba Hubbard that's going to go in the second round too. Like, you could wait around for him a little bit. Buffalo, I think, needs more of an edge. So I think that's a first-round talent you can take because that might not be there in the second round. But it makes sense. I mean, I'm not sold on Devin Singletary or Zach Moss either. I think that's the one big flaw in their game is the run game.
Randy, if they don't go running back, it has to be defense, though, right?
Yeah, so I could also see them going with Azeez Ojulari or JOK, since they're both still available. They're still great players. And like Rob said, they need that help off the edge, so you could get Azeez there and just plug him in, and he'd be a great fit for him.
I mean, I feel like JOK has kind of fallen a bit. Like, I feel like he was top 15 going into draft night, and he's kind of fallen down here. Well, I guess Goodell's going to give us the news here, Randy. 30th pick in the NFL draft. The Buffalo Bills have selected.
I was going to say
Gregory Rousseau out of Miami. Did I pronounce that right? Rousseau?
Yeah.
Rousseau.
Yeah.
Gregory Rousseau out of Miami, defensive end. Randy, what are your thoughts?
I mean, like you guys said, they definitely need some help on the ends, and that's a good pick there. I don't think they could have really messed this pick up too bad unless, they just didn't go after what their team needed. I think it's a great pick for them. It's going to help them solidify a nice D-line, and it just is going to make the Bills, they're already a great team, and this just helps their defense take another step.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, Randy, on they're going to go running back. I just think it was too early, and they're looking to build. I mean, running backs, they're going to be there. Yeah. Even Trey Sermon will probably be there, and I think he's a good option, too, in the second or third round. So, overall, I think it was a good night for the Bills, though. Good pick. Any closing thoughts, Randy?
Go Bills Mafia. Gabriel Davis is there, so that's why they're my AFC team. He really helped me late in fantasy, which is just a nice little snag for me. But I do think that this is a great pickup for them, and like you said, they can still get that running back that they need in the second or third round.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Randy.
That was going to be my pick. I was going to say it, But
I had him on my mock.
I
just didn't think.
That's who you guys had?
I had him going here.
I had him going to Buffalo too, but only because I didn't think JOK or Ojulari would be there. That's why I probably would have said Ojulari, but I definitely thought they'd go edge. And Rousseau was my guy, so I think that's a great pick. I like Rousseau a lot. He's another guy out of Miami that's really great off the edge.
He's a big physical guy.
Yeah, he's huge.
I think it's a little bit of a risky pick from an organization that's usually pretty safe. I mean, he did have 15.5 sacks in 2019, opted out of last year, and then he shows up to his pro day, and listen, pro days are not everything, but don't show up to your pro day overweight when you haven't played football all year. I just don't like that at all, really, from Rousseau, and I think that shows, I think that really shows a little immaturity in his part, maybe. And the talent is there, absolutely, but I thought, Buffalo might not be the one to take that risk, because that's really the reason why Rousseau has really fallen this far.
Yeah, I mean, Whitley, I don't know who you had on your board going here, but I think defense was right for the Bills.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's right on brand for the Bills, especially because, as I've touched on many times tonight, is like you can get a great running back in a late round.
Yeah, no, as you said, James Robinson went undrafted. A lot of the good backs, a lot of backs in general usually go second, third, fourth round.
Even 5th, 6th, 7th undrafted.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt was a late round pick.
Aaron Jones was either 5th or 6th.
I feel like every great running back kind of went late, except for the few, which, that kind of like contradicts what I just said.
Saquon. So some great ones go in the first, some great ones go late.
Yeah.
Wise. Very wise.
A wise man once said, Jon Whitley.
Can I talk about Gregory
yeah,
for a second?
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so he didn't start playing the edge until his senior in high school. He was a wide receiver safety in high school, so he's still really new to the position. Again, like Nick said, overweight, doesn't show a lot with his character. You really, again, those Miami guys, you can never tell. Again, I think Rob said it. I had him going to Buffalo. He kind of fits the mold of what they're wanting to do. He's big, 6'6". We'll see how he fits in with their mold, but he's still very new to the position, so I think some of those guys teach him up and get him really comfortable with playing that edge position in the NFL.
Yeah, I think Nick hits a good point, the immaturity, being overweight, showing up for your pro day. Clearly scouts were still glad or happy with what they saw, especially in the Buffalo sideline because they drafted him. But, I guess that's something you'll learn from. You just, you make that mistake once, shame on you. You don't make it again. So, hey, learning experience, I guess better to make it now. But the Ravens are on the clock, and I believe Okelo Pena is back on the line with us. Okelo, welcome back.
To be back. Hopefully I didn't break off you guys' eardrums after the Steelers pick.
You did.
It doesn't matter
we
if you did. I can't hear anyways. But Okelo, welcome back. The Ravens are on the clock. For those of you that don't know, Okelo is a fan of every team in the NFL. In case you didn't watch last year's draft show, he's like, this is my team with every single pick. So Okelo, your Ravens are on the clock. And again, who do you want them to pick?
This is where it gets dicey for the Ravens after, making the trades that they needed to in the draft. Jeremy Owusu I know is available, but I like that edge rusher out of Georgia as well as the Washington dude Levi, who I can't pronounce his last name, but I like either of those guys. I feel like defense is going to be the need for the Ravens, but you lose Matthew Judon. I feel like that front end does need some help. So the Ravens are definitely going to go defense, but I think they do need some help on the front, and that's where they're going to go.
Ravens go defense. They already got Bateman, so they're kind of good on the offensive side of the weapon. Rob, do you have anything specific that you're looking for here?
Yeah, I think they go edge here. I think edge is a position of need. I originally had them taking at 27 Carlos Basham. We really haven't mentioned his name at all tonight, and he's a guy that was projected to go in the first round. Guy out of Wake Forest. He's a beast. That guy. His nickname Boogie. Guy is a monster. He lays people out. He's great at sacking. He's great at tackling. He's really a guy that they could look at here. But I think with Ojulari still left, I think that's a guy you look at as well. If you want edge, I think Ojulari makes a lot of sense. I think it's between Basham and Ojulari. I think they go edge here. You already addressed the offensive side of the ball. You got to go defense. You got to go pass rusher here.
Nick, who do you have here on your board?
I think it's set up perfectly to take Ojulari. Just watching him last year at Georgia and really go back to like the last game of the season against Cincinnati in the Peach Bowl, he took over that game in the fourth quarter. Really, Ritter could not breathe at all the last 2-3 possessions of that game because Ojulari was in his face. And that sold me right then and there. And throughout the draft process, I think the tape has backed him up, and I think he definitely deserves to go right here for sure.
Okay, do we still have you?
Yeah.
So if they go Ojulari, what would you say the Ravens night how it went? Pretty good night.
It's been solid. Like they definitely, I think prior to the draft, they were doing the right moves. If we know the Ravens, they're usually a team that does well in the draft. They're usually been built by the draft. Like I said, Lamar Jackson needed a weapon. They definitely got it in Rashad Bateman, who I think adds the perfect build and gives Marquise Brown that slot like a number 2 that he really is supposed to be. So. I think Baltimore will probably kill it with this pick, just like they do in probably every draft. And it's weird for me to say that as a division rival, but it is what it is.
Now, Sean, I saw you wanted to add something there. I want to ask you something, though. Is there any chance they draft Elijah Moore?
I don't think so. That'd be. You know what?
Oh, what a turn of the tables!
The tables would be turned.
Doubling up on receiver in the first round.
When was the last time that happened?
I don't think
if ever.
But of all the talk that's been about their receiving,
I could totally see John Harbaugh doing it. Like,
dude, it wouldn't be a terrible idea.
I don't think it's that I don't think it's that out there.
The only my biggest case for it is you don't this is one of the few teams where it's you don't have a ton of other glaring needs that you can't address in a different round. So it's go for it, man.
I think if you're looking though at another edge rusher, I know Jaret, that is my favorite guy, but Jason Oware from Penn State is also another kind of sleeper. But no, Jaret, see, now you got my mind rolling because I think that'd be amazing.
That would be cool.
I don't think there's other wide receivers you can get, though. You still got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the second round. He's, again, USC biased, but Amon-Ra St. Brown's really good. And so if you're looking for a number 3 at this point, that's a guy that fits perfectly as a number 3 or even a number 2. You can wait to the second round. I don't think you need to go get Elijah Moore right away after I don't think you need to double dip. I don't think that's a need.
I mean, I'll go back to Sean's point a little bit. I mean, he brought up Jason Oweh. I'm a little concerned about him. I mean, 0 sacks last year and not a lot of football experience. So I think he's kind of where he's at right now in the projections, really based off what he can be. And I just find that at some point you have to turn on the tape and watch. And he hasn't really put much on tape to go off of. So I guess I don't really understand that pick in the first round right now.
All right, well, who's reading this one?
I'll read it.
You got, all right.
31st overall, the Baltimore Ravens with their second
And we'll cut back to Okala when we hear this pick.
They pick.
Come on,
Gabriel's reading. Ravens Nation is waiting, and they select Jason Oweh out of Penn State. Look at Sean Green.
Wow.
That doesn't mean it was a good pick.
No, it doesn't.
I didn't say it was a good pick.
Okala, are you there with us?
Yeah.
Jason Oweh is the pick, linebacker out of Penn State. Where's your head?
Not a smart pick, a unique pick by the Ravens. Like I said, division rival. I'm like, okay, add more to your linebackers. That's fine. But I felt like that wasn't the need for them. It's disappointing a little bit. That's the first time I've ever been disappointed by a Ravens pick. But at the end of the day, they just add more to their linebacker depth. So I guess we'll take away for the front for the next day.
All right, Okala. Well, thanks for joining us tonight. The Buccaneers are on the clock, and the pick is in, Mr. Nick Geddes. I believe we're going to get Kyle DeWitt, too, on the line, too. But, Nick, the pick's in for the Buccaneers, so I just want to jump into that, the final pick of the draft.
That tells me that it's got to be Owusu-Koramoah, I think. If it's this quick, I mean, or at least Ojulari, because I don't think they expected either of those guys to get to the back end at 32. And I didn't either. And going into this, I had my own set of guys that I thought they would pick. And I was thinking maybe this would be a spot to get a Landon Dickerson. Maybe go back into the cornerback. And I was going to throw out a name, Tyson Campbell, the other Georgia cornerback who I know the Bucs are really high on. But when you have these two guys up there, and when you're in the Bucs, you're in a unique spot. You're not drafting for a guy to come in, play right away. You're drafting for depth, a guy to kind of relieve JPP of his duties in the next year or two because he's 33. Same thing with what was it? Tyson Campbell would do as well for Murphy Bunting and Dean, who've been very inconsistent. Probably won't re-sign both of them back in a year or two. So I think you have to go out and get one of those guys here.
I mean, drafting a guy with 10 fingers would be a boost to the team.
Oh God, that's
you don't have to go there. You don't have to go there.
That's way too far.
That is not too far. He is better than a lot of defensive ends.
10 fingers is better than 9.
No, I'm not gonna hate.
You think?
I think he
but
does
not
go
better than
9.
11.
I don't know. Production. Do we have Kyle on the other line yet? Do we have him? Not yet. Can't hear him. All right. Well, we'll keep it here for a second while he gets all set up.
Mills.
Kellen Mond, anyone? Do I have any
Do
Kellen
not
Mond
go.
takers?
I don't want to hear any of this.
I have a Kellen
Please.
Mond taker. I have Rob with the Kellen Mond.
I thought they'd give you in.
Trask.
Well,
Mills.
the
No,
pick is in.
Too many good players.
Nick, you want to read it, or you want someone else to read it?
Somebody else get it.
All right. Who? Rob.
All right.
Read this one.
With the 32nd pick.
Last
in
pick of the
last
first
pick
round.
of the 2021 first round of the NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, your reigning defending champions, select Joe Tryon, linebacker out of Washington. I actually had him on my mock draft.
Hey, there you go.
Nick, take us away.
Okay, so this doesn't surprise me. I didn't say him in my little thing that I said, but I know the Bucs were high on him, and he was mocked a lot to the Bucs as well. And he was in the back of my mind, but I thought the way the board went, they might have switched. But clearly, Jason Licht and Bruce Arians had a plan, and I think Joe Tryon, clearly they were really into him, and he kind of fits that mold of a developmental prospect. He comes in at he's very long and very lean, and as an edge rusher, and like I said before, he can sit behind Jason Pierre-Paul, provide that depth that Anthony Nelson has not been able to do behind him and Shaq Barrett. So it is a good developmental pick, and it fits where the Bucs are kind of really. So I see where they're thinking with the pick.
All right. Well, we do have Kyle DeWitt over on the other line. Kyle, the pick is in. What are your thoughts? I can't hear. Looks like we're still having some technical issues with the audio. Kyle, if you can hear me. No? All right. Well, we'll keep it here for a second. I think the Bucs too were very decisive. So I guess they kind of knew going into draft night who they wanted, where they wanted. I think it's a good pick. Really help them on the defensive side. I think that's probably their weaker side or their younger side where you want to continue to build. Sean, did you have him going here on your mock?
I didn't. I thought ETN was going to fall to 32. He's an explosive rusher at times, but he's not consistent with it. Again, I think Nick's correct. Linebacker here, make him develop. He could be really, really good. But again, it's let him get in a couple plays, have him sit, develop, and he's going to be a really good player for him. But again, the development is so important for Tryon right here.
Gotcha. Well, if we have Kyle, I want to go to him. If not, we'll go over to you, John. Kyle, can you hear me now?
Button right below the green one.
Hey, Johnny, I'm with you.
No, I think you're with me, Kyle, not with Johnny.
No, I can't hear you. I'm with you, Johnny. Oh. Yeah, we picked Joe Tryon out of Washington. I thought it was a really good pick. I really wanted Ronnie Perkins there. I wanted Ronnie Perkins there out of defensive end out of Oklahoma. I really thought we needed some weak side edge rushing help. Joe Tryon, he's going to be more like a backup than Ndamukong Suh. Ndamukong Suh is getting older, probably a strong side four technique, playing alongside Shaq Barrett. I could have really liked Trayvon Moehrig there too. Jordan Whitehead is a really good player. I really thought we needed some safety depth as well. But that's mostly about it there. Joe Tryon, I thought it was a little bit of a reach in there in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was the worst pick. At the end of the day, the Bucs brought back all 22 starters, so it really didn't matter, right? Not sure if you can hear me, but appreciate you stopping by, Kyle. I think we lost you there on some technical difficulties, but you know what? We just roll with the punches here. So that's actually going to wrap up the first round of the NFL draft. Overall, guys, I think it was a pretty good draft. Not really too many shocking picks. We'll go down the line, though, because for those of you that don't know, this is the five of us that are on camera today, 5 seniors that will not be coming back. We are all graduating next Friday. So big shout out to that. But I'll just go down the line. Nick, if you want to start, just closing thoughts from the draft and a little goodbye message.
Yeah, last year I felt like we didn't get the full experience of the draft show, being on Skype or Zoom, whatever it was. It was still a cool experience, and this year it was obviously the real thing. And I know a lot of people, a lot of talented people here put a lot of work in to make this happen, and I think we pulled it off pretty good. Of course we were gonna have technical difficulties, but we made it through it. And then just quickly to my time to HTF, I came in and, a very quiet kid, and I made some good friends here, and it meant a lot to me to, be on these shows, be on these cameras, and definitely with Rob and Okelo on bets. So I just thank everybody here for being supportive and, watching the show and the friendship that I've gained here.
Rob?
Yeah, no, definitely a great night of the draft. There was a few surprise picks. Always happy to see, that stuff. Regarding our draft show, Definitely didn't think a year ago. I mean, we were online, like Nick said, we were on Skype. Now, a full year later, we're able to be in studio, have a production crew, have limited on-air talent. It's amazing just the strides that have been made to make this work, and I think it definitely did work despite some difficulties here and there. My time at HTF, I really didn't have a ton of friends coming in because I was a transfer out of Los Angeles, so I didn't really know a lot of people out here aside from family. But now I have friends for life. Sean, Jaret, Jon, Nick, absolutely friends for life. Johnny Jackson, Austin Walker, Kyle DeWitt, you guys been with me since last semester. Definitely friends for life. And I want to thank everybody in here who took a chance on bets. You guys trusted us with it, and we did as well as we could. And I think we left a lasting impact. And definitely want to also thank Jeremy Brenner as well, if he's watching, for taking a chance on me when I first joined. He trusted me with on-air talent, and I couldn't be more thankful for everybody here at HTF. It's been a fun, short ride, but a fun ride, and I'm happy with all of it. Some of my best memories here at UCF.
No, definitely glad to have both of you guys around. Bets would not have been what it was. That was a crazy, the whole way HTFN came about. Whitley, my best friend.
Yes.
Whitley, for those of you just host of Just Winning with Jon Whitley, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, just I freaking love you guys, all of you guys in this room, everybody in the control room. It's hitting the field really has been one of my truly greatest memories at UCF, and it's been an awesome pleasure. I'm sad it's over, but I'm very glad it happened. So thank you to everybody who's in HTF right now and who was in HTF last year before he's already moved on and graduated.
And the little bird that was in my ear non-stop ever since the pandemic hit, Mr. Sean Green, who I don't think left me alone for a solid 3 months over summer vacation.
God, I didn't want to get emotional. It was a long year, I think. Wow, dang, I didn't want to get emotional.
I would hug you, but it's social distancing.
Yeah. No, so did a lot last year. I think, sports is so universal, and hitting the field, the one thing that was so great, and the one thing that I always, right when I joined, I found so unique was just the family atmosphere. I said it on my show. But I've never been in a situation where I found so many people that were a lot like me, in the sense that we spoke the same language. Jon Whitley, I met him going to class one day, and we connected right away. It was almost electric. Jaret, you know what I feel about you, Jaret. It's honestly amazing what you've done. 4 years here. I've only been here for a little bit, but Rob, Nick, you know how I feel about you guys. Again, you guys especially. It's amazing that I had the idea, but I've said it. The idea is nothing without the people behind it. So Johnny Jackson, everybody in the control room, thank you for helping me. This is not possible without everybody here. So thank you. I appreciate everybody's help, and I appreciate y'all sticking with it.
No, and again, I appreciate everyone's help throughout this semester and last semester. It's been a really crazy year. Shout out to Dylan Yantz, for sticking it out with us tonight, because he's been here for 8 hours with us when he doesn't have to be. So big shout out to you, Yantz, really, making this production come to life, and, bringing our dream. You were the one that kind of said, if you want to do it, start putting it together, pitch it, let's try to work it out. So we did. I'm glad that it came out the way it did. It's crazy to think, it's my 4th year, 8 seasons here at Hitting the Field. Last year's draft show, I remember I threw it together a week before and said, hey, I could do it from my bedroom. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be unorganized, but let's do it. And this year did not disappoint either. It's crazy. Started as a little kid that knew absolutely no one, walked into that room, knew absolutely no one. They took a chance on me. Meech let me be on camera, and I absolutely killed it in everyone's eyes. So I always knew I had an itch for public speaking, but they just reaffirmed that for me. So big shout out to them. Everyone through the years, Meech, Kyle Briley, Jeremy, Kyle Graham, Mark Tavilla, I can go down the list, Armand, Troy, literally everyone that's been a part of Hitting the Field that I mentored from before, Nick, Carl, Chris Davis, like everyone. I can just go on forever and ever. There's so many people that I just learned so much from, and you know, they trusted me with the show, and I'm happy to say that next year I am perfectly happy to put the show in Johnny Jackson's hands, and he'll be taking over as executive producer. I know he's got this down. He's been right there with me ever since he joined as a little freshman, making stupid freshman mistakes, but he's grown into an amazing character. Everyone behind the scenes tonight, I can't even go through everyone. Olivia, Austin, Alex, Randy, Riley, Kyle, Hannah, everyone else. If I forgot you, Kayla, everyone that was on camera, Kayla, Taylor Anderson, who couldn't be here tonight, but she helped a lot with the production too. Huge shout out to everyone. It was a great year, and it's sad that it comes to an end, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes. And you know, one last shout out to my man, Jeremy Brenner. Me and him been through a lot. He graduated last year, trust me with it this year, and I probably had the toughest year to do it, but I had a lot of help. Sean Green, I still won't forget when he texted me while I'm at work, working at summer camp, that he had this crazy idea. And me, him, and Jon Whitley sat in a call and worked it out, and here we are at the Hitting the Field Network. So I don't know what the future holds. All I know is that it's bright, and I'm so thankful for everyone here. Nick, Rob, thank you guys so much. Sean, John, appreciate everything. And I think that's going to wrap it up for the Hitting the Field Network 2021 NFL Draft Show. And for one last time, live from the NSCM Studio, it's Jaret Kappelman signing off and saying we'll see you next time.
Boy, you just a sucker, you ain't never keep it real.